It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and end. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin Wharf, Fenway Park, Old North Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Good morning. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear what I'm saying? Because I can't. I can't hear anything. I may have to change up something here, because that's an issue I have. Yo, can you hear me, guys? You can hear me, right? Morning, Dennis Sweeney. Okay. I'm going to fix that right now. Hold on, guys. Is that better?
Yes? No? Switching phones again. Really not happy. Not happy about this. This is bad. Can remove this. There we go. Better? Better? Yeah. So, you know, Mike's on his way in. So, you know, guys, I thought I sent him a link. I didn't. I thought my mods would be on it, but they must have forgot about Mikey. It's a cold day today. Yep. Cold day today. Well, glad I fixed that issue. I hope everybody had a really good night last night. There's a lot of content on. I mean, Melanie Little went on. Will went on. It was a damn good night. It was a great night. I have two phones. This is the Galaxy S22. No, S23. And the phone that I'm on now is an S24. And what, because my phones have Bluetooth, right? I have I got a really nice mic, right? Badass. DJI mic. It goes to my DJI camera. But I can use this microphone with my phone. when I do make the connection to use this as the microphone, I lose all my output. I believe. No, I wonder. Let me see something here. Because that would be I freaking deal. Let's see. Let's try this out. Okay. Next. All right. Let's see if we can do this. Because in StreamYard, I can choose which microphone I want and which. Hey, I can choose a microphone. I'm not sure if I can choose the speaker. StreamYard only gives me so many freaking options. And settings. Microphone. I want that. That. Bluetooth headset is the audio for this one, but it doesn't show my other thing. Damn it. It's okay though, because I can hear otherwise. Yeah, the microphone works really good. So I use it and I connect it to the second phone and I throw this in my pocket and I hold up the microphone. Here we go. Oh my. It was a really good post. Who's that? Oh my. No kidding. Oh. Can someone check and see if Mike has a link? I sent it to him through X, but I don't know. I don't know. Do not know. Yeah, Josh Levy. Fails. Really? Come on, Josh. Josh, no need to leave it. So, the people who wanted to go protest his house, it would have been a waste of time. And that sucks. Really does. It does. Morning, Scott. My lights aren't working today, man. What's up? Brockton, the city of champions. Yeah, okay. Not too keen about Brockton. Somebody says, "Oh, I'm living on the good side." Right. Live on the good side, all right. Yep. Brockton, baby. You know it. I mean, Brockton's bad, but I think Worcester's worse. Worcester's really bad. Shame too, but it's just what it is. Yeah, I took a screenshot of a post earlier. I'd like to read it when we get some downtime there, you know? Very thoughtful, very nice post. On our way to court today, got two different issues today. We got Karen Reed and we got Aiden. Interesting. I hope they're both rather quick today. Today, I'll tell you that. But yesterday was just, yesterday was a day that kind of brings you, carries you through the week. Definitely carried through the week from yesterday. Mental recharge. Recharge on batteries. And believe it or not, you may even fall in love with yourself. How about that? So, what do we think about a secondary interview with the grand jury type of a thing going on? What do people think about that? Grand jury part 2. I think they knew that Friday, the other side, and I think they were really not happy, we'll say. A lot not happy with that. Hence why we had all them people coming by checking on us. You know what I'm saying? Worcester. You know what's awesome is I guess I forget what channel it was on, but they actually voted for best Boston accent. And I won. I freaking won. That's like awesome. What do you say to that, right? Thanks. I'm freaking proud of it. I'm happy. I couldn't be happier. $2.69 a gallon. I know. Good gas. You guys do that Stop and Shop stuff though? Get points off your gasoline. I hit gas at one time, 99 cents. Stop and Shop points, baby. Drive. Oh, come on now. You're gonna cross the street, guy. Suck. He's staying outside, bud. Brr. Imagine sleeping outside in the fucking cold on the cement. No, absolutely no. Feel bad for the people. Usually hang out here. I mean, there's ice coming down the friggin' thing. And there's someone sleeping right over there. Sleeping under it. They could be dead. Who knows? We don't know. Yeah, Josh Levy resigns. Horrible. But again, right? I hear the lady taking his spot is a bad ass. That's what I heard. I heard it is Josh Levy's better half, not his wife, but she did the better part of the work. Also, it's Hank Brennan's worst nightmare. Quote. So that's a very what thing. Hey Shelby, can you find out what's up with Mike? I'm in the wrong freaking lane. Nice. Nice try, guys. Nice try. Nice. So we got that's freaking beautiful. Paste that here. Paste. Then. Right. Well, I sent Mike the link to the stream, and I haven't. Brian's not going to go to the turnout. Brian, I'm sorry. Brian's not going to come to the turnout to the thing today. He's got a problem, and I wish him the best. I wish Brian the best. He's taking a pass today. He's got some stuff he's going to do. It's funny how all these people, right? If you look at the post, right? If it's negative, what you do is you go and you look at the person to see if they even have like followers. It's ridiculous. They make fake accounts just to come up and say blah, 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 blah. And then they bail and run away. They freaking run away, man. They don't even have the gall to use their own freaking name. I mean, if that doesn't show you what the moral compass of that person is, I don't know what. Damn it. Forgot my freaking thing. Ugh. And I walked over there specifically to get them. Damn it. It's all right, though. It's all right. It's all right. Mm-hmm. Come on now. Drive. What else? Yeah. Traffic. People aren't even paying attention. My goodness. Wake up. Wow. Wow.
Yo,
Uh,
can you
sun's
hear me?
out. That helps. There he is. Hey, hey.
Hey, what's going
I
on,
can
man?
hear you here.
Can the chat hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up, man?
Nothing, man. Just trying to get on. Shelby sent me a link. You sent me a link. One of the links sent me to just CPU. So
Oh, no
I,
kidding.
yeah, and then your other Twitter account sent me one. So, but I got it. I figured it out. It's all good. It's early. It's early in the morning. But
You know
I've
what?
been listening to your conversation. It's good.
You know what's weird, Mike? Is
But
I send you a link, right? And it
yeah,
doesn't want to go through. I have to resend it, usually twice,
really.
which is weird.
Maybe my phone's bugged.
You know, I'm gonna try something real quick here.
All right.
Uh,
Yes, people are talking about the grand jury. You're right. People are getting called in.
yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly why we were getting the finger the other day. Makes sense. Yeah. Oh Jesus! No coffee, Shelby, and sick kids. Oh, that's like a single mom's worst day. Oh gosh. Well, here I have some for you right here. This one's from
I,
the
I'm gonna,
Chatham Bars Inn.
I'm gonna try something here.
Oh no, here we go.
Oh yeah. All right. I'm gonna X out. Come back in.
All right. Yeah, so the grand jury. So Josh is leaving on the 17th. Um, he's just buttoning up whatever he can for the next attorney general, who I hear is a woman from the South. I forget the name. I forget the name, but the United States Attorney General. Her name is Bondi. Her last name. She's from Florida. She actually worked on the Trump case when he was going through all that bullshit.
Can you hear
And
me?
yeah.
Oh, nice, nice. That's good.
I
All
can,
right.
I can hear, I can
Figure
hear, I
something
can hear a
out.
lot of, I can hear some a little back noise, but
Yeah, that'll stop it in a while.
you're not as crisp as you weren't. You're not as crisp as you were earlier, though.
Correct. I'm on my Bluetooth headset, my earbuds,
Yeah, I
and they're
can feel
working.
it's all scratchy. I don't know. What is it? I can't really.
It's all right. It'll be all right.
All right.
Hey, second interview for grand jury. What do you think about that?
Yeah. It's interesting. I was just
They must be
talking to the people.
very interested in what you're saying.
Yeah. Hey, can you go back to the other one or no? The way you're
I,
talking.
I can, but I can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Like the speaker's not loud enough.
All right, because you're breaking up kind of in your talk, but we'll figure it out.
When I stop, I'll be able to get back to it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so yeah, the Nick Rocco is in the chat. What's up,
All
Nick?
right, Nick. Hope he's doing well. Nick and his wife have
I
done
can't.
so much for Karen Reed. It defies logic, honey. It really
Yeah,
does. They've done so much.
yeah, they haven't had a hard time hearing you in the chat, but yeah. So,
Okay, hold on.
all right, yeah. Turtle, chicken pie, meatball, cowboy fan. Yeah, right. Yeah, so someone just put the new lady's name in the chat.
You there?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
much better.
it is, but
Mary,
I cannot hear you.
at all?
Nope, a little bit. It's not loud enough when I'm on
Oh,
this.
yeah, but
StreamYard
this,
controls my audio on the
yeah.
phone, and it won't go any louder.
Well, can we deal with it until you get there?
I guess.
Yeah,
I
because you
mean, it's not
sound
my
so.
problem. Listen, this
No,
is all
yeah,
you guys. You guys are gonna hear what you hear. If
that's
the quality sucks,
yeah.
sorry. If I don't hear something, sorry.
No, it's not so much that. It's just what you're saying back to me. It's just coming across really scrambled. I think people can hear you. It's just what you're saying is actually just breaking up. I don't know if it was where you were or what.
No, it's the Bluetooth connection.
Yeah. So
It
people
doesn't
have.
work well with StreamYard.
Oh, so people are having a hard time hearing me, and I've kind of figured out every time we're in the studios, we're fine. It's when we're mobile is when we have a tough time hearing each other.
Yep.
But yeah. So yeah, so the second grand jury, a lot of chatter about that. I don't know who was called in, but I would think like Levinson,
Yep.
Higgins, Julie Bagel, the usuals.
Does my mic sound better?
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, Mike, if you go to the grand jury once and you tell them like the truth and everything,
Yeah.
why would they want you back?
I would say this. I would say, like, is there anything you want to change in your testimony today that you didn't say, say 6 months ago, whatever it is, and let's see where it goes from there. And they're gonna probably see who they can use the best to testify and use as a state witness.
Yeah.
That's how. Yeah, that's how I would see it. Like,
So
so Julie would be, in my opinion, would probably be one of the best witnesses. She's not a family. She was there for the whole thing from the
You
beginning to
saw a
the end.
blob.
Yeah.
I seen a blob.
And then
Maybe.
Higgins saw the guy with the tall guy with the hat on. That was that was a leading question or a leading answer, I would say. So
Well, we know why too.
because he was in the house,
He was in the house, wasn't he?
definitely
Hey,
was, man.
real quick, can everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up and the like button? Trying to get our subscriber count up, if you don't mind. We'd appreciate it. Really.
Yeah. Morning from Maine. Good to hear you. Yeah, the tall guy with the hat was John O'Keefe. Yeah. So then you have so now you have Allie McCabe saying, well, Colin wasn't there when John was, right? Then you have the tall guy in the house with the hat on. So it's almost there. Like, people are breaking, man. People can't live with this on their conscience.
It's
I know
been,
I
what,
could.
3 years?
Yeah, it'll be 3 years this month. Yeah.
What do you think? I heard a rumor that 2 people were getting called back to get clarification on some of their statements. And there was something else too. 2 people called back. What else? Damn it, I forget it. There was 2 things. Oh, on another note, Mike, we got to have another phone call, my friend.
Okay.
So put that on your list.
All right. Okay. Good stuff.
Yeah, yeah, they there's lots of stuff, Mike. Like, I had another long night trying to get to sleep because
Oh, Jesus, right?
the stuff that I'm told, it's so deep that I can't put it together. Like, I can't fathom it.
Is it with this case or another case?
All the above.
Wow.
It's the process that they've designed and set up to work in their favor.
Right.
I mean, if people think that Sandra Birchmore was a mistake and John O'Keefe was a mistake, no, they were not mistakes. It was 100% intentional.
It was planned that way.
Yep.
Yeah. I
Yep.
like we talked about, like, so they have Farwell in custody, right? He's gonna be on the February 4th after Josh Levy's gone. So the new U.S. Attorney General from Massachusetts will be running that meeting. And in my heart of hearts, here comes all this energy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think she's balls to the walls, man. And then now we have a United States Attorney General from Florida that helped Trump out back in 2020, and she's a younger woman. And now we're gonna put a woman in Massachusetts as well. She's from the South. I forget her name. Someone brought her from Louisiana or something. And to take down a Democratic Party as a Republican is a wet dream came true. So yeah,
I've heard great things about that lady, Mike.
yeah, me too. I forget who was talking about her, but someone was.
It's Hank Brennan's worst nightmare.
I would think so. I think so.
Well, we can only pray she picks up where Josh left off, right?
Here it is here in Mass in the U.S. Attorney. It's going to be Mary Moraine. Yeah, I don't know if that's.
What about Devine? He's still trying to be a cop? He's fighting the Post Commission? Whoa! What's up with that?
He's going on today. There's a trial today, 9:00.
The guy that was having sex with an underage girl got her pregnant. And
yeah.
No.
So Devine already got demoted for inappropriate.
Yeah, that's right.
Now he's trying to fight getting thrown off and being a police officer altogether. he's saying that, well, I already took my punishment, sort of thing, and they're not having it. I think they want him gone. So he's actively a police officer at no superior level, but Nick Rocco, he has no meeting today. I don't know what is he talking about the divine? I
Yep.
don't know.
It was Nick's
All right.
right. It's a post commission meeting. He's right.
It's right. He has a meeting today. Okay, yeah, it's today, post commission. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think the post commission gonna look at that case today.
Those
So
are kind of, if you ever look at those, if you go online and watch one of those, say they kind of, it's all Zoom, and it's and it's funny. It's the company, the lawyers that represent Divine are actually Morrissey's old law firm. So the people that are representing these pedophiles actually used to work for Morrissey in his office at one time.
and
So kind of,
I got a feeling, Mike,
yeah.
that they only hire people that are pro pedophile people.
I don't know what it is. I mean, how do you go to work every day, knowing what happened and knowing that this guy's already been, let's say convicted, but charged with, messing around with a young girl, gets suspended and gets demoted, and now you want to have him keep his job? Fuck that noise, man. No fucking way. No.
How much is the chief of police in Canton? How much is her house worth, Mike?
1.8.
Million
Yeah.
from a chief of police.
Yep.
Hey, that math ain't mathing. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I just can't get there. I can't.
Yeah.
I don't care if you do the
No.
details all freaking day.
Well, I think her husband.
No, it's got to be 10 large every month. Got to be minimum.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think her husband made some money and he's paying her because she's got kids in college and stuff. He's probably still paying her.
Forget tuition. Holy Jesus.
I know. Yeah. Yep.
Imagine if all that money that they did for that house and everything come out of the freaking evidence locker.
Oh my God. That's another thing, Tom. What's going on with the Canton audit? I don't want to get off track here, but
What audit, Mike?
I know.
We're doing an audit? Really? I didn't know that. Huh, what a great idea, Mike. They should do an audit of the fucking police department's evidence room.
I know Matt's dad. I know $600,000 a year. I live in a $4 million house. Yeah, I understand all that stuff, man.
And I'm really, really, really kind of confused about the Peter Murphy incident.
But that's Sean Good, man. That's personal.
Yep.
You know?
And the same fucking guy that wrote Peter the ticket can't make a fucking report over the death of a Boston cop on the lawn of another cop. No, we're not making no reports, but we're going to write Peter a ticket right here. That's the bullshit that gets me pissed.
Yeah. I know. Here's the other thing, too. They wrote a 36-page report on Duckies. And he could, and Good wrote a 2-page report on the death of an officer. That's fucked up.
Did you hear what they said when Dina walked in? There's a wall of all decorated offices and people in Canton.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I've seen
Peter Murphy's on that. He's on that.
I believe it. They don't, Tom. That's why I think they're so fucking desperate, right? Figure out the timing on that, right? That's when all the witnesses were getting called back in, all the chatter on the phones, which they trip wires unless they were going there personally. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So they think, I get a feeling they know it's coming to an end.
Well,
I think the SJC comes back favorable. I really do. I really think good things are going to happen with the. I think Weinberg did a great job.
Yes.
Arguing that point, and like common sense leads you to believe that too, in my mind and in the jury's mind as well. The jury wanted to have a say in it, and they were shut down. So it was almost like they were playing hide the ball, and it's
exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. So
The new lawyer for Karen is a great guy.
Peter Alisi he's an all-star dude. Like the way he methodically asked the doctor, was it Dr. Murray?
Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
all the questions beforehand, left nothing for Hank Brennan, left nothing for him to ask. Like
It was
every
beautiful.
question. Yeah, it was awesome. That's why I don't think today is gonna be long. Because remember, Hank Brennan was just about gonna wrap up. There was like an hour left, so you have Hank Brennan for about an hour or so, and then you'll have a rebuttal, and then that's about it. So
This is just bizarre. I mean, she's already been deemed an expert, Mike.
I know
We're gonna re-expert the lady again.
this is what's confusing to me in the state of Massachusetts. You've already volunteered her in the first one. She was accepted. Now you do a Darbart hearing, which is to see if she can she's capable of doing it, and she has the right credentials to do it, and she has the knowledge how to do it. So it's like an inquiry into her brain and her past. No, how the fuck does Trooper Paul become an expert? Right? We should have a fucking volunteer about him.
He took a class online.
I know, right? Right. It doesn't make any sense. So Nick Rocco's on his way there. Cool. It just doesn't
Nice.
make any sense to me, like how the Commonwealth can throw up anybody they want because they have a gun and a badge and say he's a professional. He's a pro. You got to understand. Dr. Russell has testified like a couple hundred, not just dog bites, but other cases. And then you have the Celebrate guy, Richard Green, who's over 2,000 times, and you're gonna bring him back up. You're gonna bring him back up again.
Do you think they're gonna use the Celebrate report, extraction report, in the Walsh case? Because how Celebrate just sucks, right?
Well, there's so much case law with Celebrate being used to convict people. I don't know how they can rule it out.
It doesn't. How do you get around that? Oh, Celebrate works great, except for when we wanted to.
Right. Exactly right.
And you gotta remember, Jen McCabe, she surgically, just like Brian Higgins, she surgically wiped her phone before she turned it over.
Yeah, she did a factory reset. You were saying, right? Yeah. I don't. Can you hear me better now? I don't know. I'm trying, but like I heard she just paid 25. Like the other thing is too is if you're a witness in a case, and you have to hire your own lawyers to make sure you don't implicate yourself, is pretty fucked up, in my opinion. Like, you know what I mean? You're hiring your own personal attorney to represent you. You're a witness.
Dude, he's a decorated dude. He needs a witness. All decorated dudes need witnesses.
But Colin has one. Brian has one. Jen has one.
Yeah.
And I think who else got called back in? It was Kerry Roberts. I think she was put on the hot seat.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm speculating, but after the couple of kitten salutes on Friday, just interesting point that the daughter might have been called back up. She's on vacation. The one thing they didn't do this year, they didn't go to Aruba as a family this year.
Oh, that's right. That's right, Mike. You picked up on that.
Yeah. So I think they had to hang around. I think they had to get summons. I honestly think that, but because I think
their passports got revoked.
Maybe they were told to stick around. You can't leave. We're going to need to bring you back in. And that started freaking them out. And it happened at the end of November and beginning of December. So their Christmas sucked.
Oh, God.
And they usually leave right after Christmas. And they go to Aruba for a week or so. The whole family. All the girls and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, we do know it's Brian Jr.'s birthday coming up. Day, Mike.
Hey. No one ever figured that out if it really was, and it'd be real easy to do. But what was crazy about that was no one really knew. Everybody thought he was 21, 22, 23. He's 25.
Hanging with the youngins. What's that tell you?
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's just skin. I mean, you like what you like, and it's okay. And but yeah, you're hanging around with these younger people. They didn't expect to be put in the position they were put in. They're gonna hang around that for the rest of their life, if that's the
Forever.
case. And nah, man, I know I couldn't do it. I could, but my life would be ruined. I'd wake up every day knowing what I did. There's no way. There's just no way, unless you're a psychopath, that you can just put that in the back of your head and compartmentalize that. Just not gonna happen. No what?
There is a way. There is a
What?
way.
Alcohol?
Yes. Blurs it
Yeah.
all out, baby. All that pain goes away. Give me another drink.
That's a tough way to live your life. I'm not speaking from experience, but
I'm really shocked at the amount of liquor these people drink. Take the liquor away, and what do you got?
I don't know, man. Yeah.
You know the Daniel Webster Inn down the Cape?
What's that?
You know the Daniel Webster Inn on the Cape?
I heard about that with Higgins getting thrown out, huh?
He's his turn. Him and Jill hanging out together. They're running out of places to go.
And Nick Rocco was saying he tried to call Dunkin' Donuts to see if they're open that day, but he has no idea. So, we don't know what Dunkin' Donuts. There's a couple of Dunkin' Donuts. There's like one in Cobb's Corner, and there's one at that gas station that Chris would have walked by on the way home. Yeah. Hey, Gant is down there hanging around with you guys again, so that's always good news. Gant. That's from Beverly Hills Cop. He was one of the bad guys that broke out of jail.
Gant.
Gant.
No, 48 hours, baby. That was 48 hours.
48 hours. That's right.
It's
like Gant. Yeah. Gant. I love that last name. Gant. Oh, man. But I don't like the whole Dunkin's things. Okay. If she brought a Dunkin's Donuts box with her, what was in the box? Like, you know what I mean?
Donuts, baby. Donuts. You like donuts.
No, but what if she never went to Dunkin' Donuts? What did she put in the box? Other phones, burner phones? So people could talk? I don't know, And if they had burner phones, why didn't they use them that day? I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I don't buy that.
I'll be honest with you. Dunkin' Donuts, as long as they have one person working, they'll be open. You know what I mean?
Right. He went over there to figure out what was going on. That's all.
Yeah.
So they can't talk on the phone.
Yeah. But
they had to go over there.
Right. But later on, when they found out they had Proctor.
Wait a minute.
And Garina, what?
Mike, if Brian Jr.'s birthday was on a Friday, why is she bringing him donuts on a Saturday?
On a
She
Sunday.
should have brought them Friday morning. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it was. He went over there on a Saturday night.
And his birthday was Friday.
I don't know.
Think about that.
Yeah,
think about that. She's a day late. If that's the case, if his birthday was Friday, she's bringing him donuts and coffee on a Saturday. How come she didn't do it Friday?
I know. It was his birthday Saturday, Tom. People were saying that's what I thought too.
Okay.
Yeah, and she brought him over Sunday morning, though. You're right, though. So you're still on the right path, but just a day off. So his birthday was Saturday night. The party ran into Sunday morning of the snowstorm, and she only brings 6. And then she specifically said, "I bring him 6 donuts every year." Why 6? I don't know. Why did she remember that?
But again, right? She's a day late, Mike.
Maybe they were just partying on that day. I don't know.
Well, think about this. If it's so important, she does it every single birthday, Mike. Every birthday, she said, right?
Yeah.
She wouldn't miss it.
No. All right, so they're saying his birthday was Friday night at 12 o'clock. So his birthday was Saturday? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Well, do you understand what my thought is here, though, right?
Yeah, it was just an excuse to get over there. And then she never goes in the house.
Possibly.
Right? Someone comes to the front door and says, "You don't need to come in." What do you mean I don't need to come in? You know what I mean? Like, why is she has some more questions? So I just left. I walked the donuts up, put him in his car, and shut the door and left. Well, his car wasn't even there though. Allegedly, I don't know. She overemphasized. Yeah, Susan. She overemphasized the donut delivery thing. I know. It's like everybody. It's like everybody is thinking about that, right? It's like a distraction. Like you know what I mean? Like, oh, we're thinking about the why she go to Dunkin' Donuts, blah blah blah. See, that's what happened to the jury, right? They get hung up something weird. You know what I mean? That's I don't know. Just so that's how like, Lally played hide the ball the whole time, in my opinion. Like look over here, look over here.
I'm telling you,
Yeah,
everybody in this whole thing lied.
yeah. And Nick Rocco saying you think on a snowstorm you might change your mind possibly and wait till the next day. Yeah, or later that day. Yeah, when the snow
Bingo.
stops. Yeah,
Listen, we're using common sense here. That's a problem.
yeah.
We're
Oh,
not
they.
using getting sense. Common
I
sense.
guess I guess the Dunkin' Donut of the day was a Blizzard donut. Yeah, she put the donuts in a cold car. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think Brian is Colin's father. Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
If you look at Coco, if you look at Coco on the stand, don't tell me she doesn't look like. I know I see that, Tommy. Oh wow, nice dude. Is that a sticker?
Yep.
That's beautiful. Yeah,
You
if
never
you
guess
look
who
at
made it.
who,
Girls.
of course they did.
Of course they
If you
did,
got
right? Of course they did.
Bev's squeaky chair. If you look at Coco on the stand and then you look at Lieutenant Gallagher, you'd swear to God that was his daughter. I swear to God, it's so creepy
Yeah.
looking. I think there's a part. I think it was incestual at one point within that clan.
It has to be. They're
Because you
that
got a
close.
guy, you have Brian Jr., who's like 6'5", right? The whole family's short. You got Brian and Chris and the other guy, Timmy, who's like really, one of them's really short. He looks like and I don't know. I don't want to say it, but it doesn't look right. It just looks kind of freaky, man. Like, I have a brother that looks just like me, kind of, so to speak,
Yeah.
It's just, none of them look like each other. It's like tall, short, medium height, heavy, skinny, whatever. I tell you though, the wives look nothing like they used to when this first started. They're all they've aged. They've aged years in 2 years and
That
3
will
years.
definitely put time on you.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and then drinking on top of it, lack of sleep, the amount of stress, their health is
Stress,
just
Mike.
yeah, it's just not good, man. Shit,
Yeah.
for normal people that live a normal life and work every day and have a family, stress is hard enough, right? I mean,
Yep.
you can imagine having this stuff hanging over your head for 3 years. Yeah, 3 fucking years of your life has been nothing but consumed but this case because you might be going to jail, you might not be going to jail. I gotta remember what I said. And did you think somewhere it's all written down the timeline that Jen has put together for everybody? You know she did it.
You don't think they watch the stuff that we put out?
Of course.
Think about that. They gotta watch everything we all put out.
Of course. How do you think someone made a meme of you the other day and it was just you going, bah.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny. And then you have Plevin last night telling people to slit their wrist.
Nice guy, huh?
Yeah, like talking about suicide, going, you just go out
Mike.
and slit your wrist. I'm like, what a piece of shit.
Hey, Mike, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
That's spoken from somebody that absolutely has never seen the other side, who's never got a second chance at life. Some people, when they go through life and they have like a near-death type of an experience, he never experienced that. He doesn't understand anything about human not life or compassion. They don't have that word. Neither one of them. Him or freaking the fucking brawny towel guy that were hanging out. She looked like the fucking the brawny guy. You know the guy brawny?
Yeah.
Cow?
Yeah.
She looked like that.
Yeah. People in the chat are saying, yeah, would people, if you were Nicole, would you kick Brian to the curb? Definitely.
Too late.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah.
You can't. You know why? Spouses can't testify against each other.
Unless you get divorced.
Right.
So I used to work with a guy that married his wife twice, and he wasn't a good guy. And I'm like, why'd you marry your wife twice? And he kept on looking at me. I go, oh, and they weren't together. They weren't together. Like literally lived their own lives. I go, oh, okay, all right, gotcha, buddy, gotcha. I was younger back then, though. But that was crazy. Like what
it's weird. I don't know anyone that does that anymore, Mike.
What, marries their wife twice?
No, that just like the people that used to live like two lives type of a thing. Like,
oh,
I don't
yeah.
know. Like double lives.
Yeah.
Like, I used to be back in the 80s, it was one thing, but nowadays it seems like everyone's with everyone. Like everyone's like, I don't know. It's hard to explain.
But let's just look at that. Like the wise guys back in the day, they went with their girlfriends on Friday night and they had the wives on Saturday night, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that was the norm back then. Like everybody, every guy had a side chick. It's impossible to, not impossible, but it's very hard to do with today's technology. People that see you out, cameras that
exactly. That I think is what's changed all that whole thing, Mike.
Yeah, because it was like a normal thing for the Italian mafia to have, a gooba. It was like the thing. Everybody had a girl. Everybody.
Everybody.
And then they go out the next night and everything like they never had a girlfriend. And then they have the whole week, like the wife and kids, and then blah 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 blah. They're doing their thing, and then on Friday nights it was girlfriend night. It's crazy. I mean, how could a wife and the wives do it?
Yeah, they let it happen.
Yeah, it's part of the culture.
What it is.
Not anymore, buddy. Not anymore. Oh God. And another thing too is like, if he's calling back in all these witnesses and stuff, like it's definitely dividing that clan, like, you know what I mean? And if it's non-family members, which I'm thinking it is, like Levinson, Julie, the firefighter, not all already left. He got caught in a lie. He got caught lying big time. I didn't realize he actually said, I heard her say, I hit him. He went all in on that, and he's paying for it. So if you think about it, he left, you have Levinson, Julie, those people are pivotal because Levinson and Julie saw everything. They were the last to leave.
What?
They were last to leave the caves. Yeah.
They get the most to lose almost. Because they're not related to that. Think about it. Right. They could be a footnote instead of a story.
And you think about this. If for some reason they got off, but because they never talked, do you think that crew would not keep an eye on them for the rest of their lives and make sure they never sucked? You think something, something
Mike, you nailed it. Think about this, Mike. They are forever indebted to them.
Yep.
That's not good. That's corruption.
They were told that. Like, you understand, if if this walks, they
you
walk
go
away.
against us, your life is over. But if you stay with us, good things can happen. Especially with someone that's conniving and whatnot. Like, really?
But like,
how do you say no to that?
And if I was Levinson and all those guys, how would I even trust them? I'd be, it would be the craziest thing in the world. This is like the most fucked up thing. Like, here you have all these people that witnessed this, that shut up, but are finally coming forward, and now you have to live your life like, okay, if I stay with them, 10 years from now, could something happen to me? Because
Yep,
they want to tie up all the loose ends, and keep it within the family.
Mike. Remember
But,
the Lufthansa heist? They stole a bunch of money out of an airplane coming out of JFK, like
oh
$5
yeah,
million. There were 13
yep,
people, and they
yep,
stole enough money that they were all set. Every
yep.
single one of them,
Yep,
every person involved except one,
dead.
murdered, dead,
Yep,
dead.
that was one
So
of the
this,
biggest cash heists in history out of the airplane from our JFK.
and what?
In the airport, it was one of the biggest
Yeah,
cash heists. Yeah,
yeah,
even the guy that worked there at the airport that set the whole thing was whack. Yep.
Mike.
Yeah.
They were set. They had all the money ready to rock. They were good to go, and they screwed it up.
Yeah, they were afraid everybody was going to talk.
Yep, and they all ended up dying. So, Mike, think of what a
Yes,
non-family member has to wake
right,
up to every day, right?
right.
And
And
you ready
also,
for this? Hey,
what?
how much you want to bet? A younger gentleman, we're gonna say, involved in that crew, can run around town raping girls, run around town beating people up, and getting zero trouble for it. Think of the power in just the scare tactics that would put on the peer group that they're in.
So that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I think they've been talking about with them. Like, do you understand? What's going to happen? How your life is going to, play out in the world?
They don't have a life. It's over.
Right.
They either tell the truth or that's it. They're forever
That's it.
owned.
Yes. Yeah. And
Yeah,
I
Mike,
just
you and I can see that. We're talking about young adults that really
Sarah
don't.
Lem, she's a nurse, man. She has some education behind her. Bagel I think she went to Plymouth State, but I mean, these people, they have a future if they want to have a future. If not, you're like you said, you're beholden to them for the rest of your life, and they're gonna watch
Oh,
you for the rest of your
however
life.
long that's going to be.
Right, right. And I wouldn't want that for my worst. I guess I wouldn't want that at all in my life. I wouldn't want to have it over my head, knowing that I did dirty, and then having that family stalk me and
Forever.
be fake to me and tell me I can't move out of the state and tell me what I can do and what's going to happen. If, that just no way, man, not going to happen. And all you got to do is do the right thing.
That's it. That's
You
kind of
know,
easy, though, isn't it?
yeah. It's just live your life. The way God wants you to live your life, man. Just
I don't. I hope. I hope they can see the difference, Mike. I hope they can see that they have a chance to save themselves.
Do you think
That's
over
what
the
it comes
last
down to.
do you think over the last 3 years those people have been that drunk and that stupid that they haven't figured it out yet? I gotta believe they haven't. I gotta believe they have. I gotta believe that Josh and some agent has talked to him and mentioned it to him and actually just played it out for him. Okay, so if you do testify, you get this.
Yeah.
If you don't, this is how you're gonna live your life, and just put out this whole plan of what's gonna happen for the next
Yeah.
60 years
Exactly.
of your life, right? If you even make it that far, so to speak, like if you can't leave the state. What do you mean I can't leave the state? You tell them where are you going? Why why are you going there? Who you talk like your whole family? Like it's fucking crazy, man. It's a big deal. It's a fucking big
It
deal.
is.
It's a big decision. You don't take
But
it lightly.
again, Mike, you and I, right? But I mean, I'll be 55 in a couple of days. Our life experiences and stuff are different than the young adults. They haven't even got through half of their life yet, Mike. Like they don't get it yet.
Yeah, and I know when I was in my early 20s, I was a madman.
And think about this, Mike. Path of least resistance. You either hang with us or your life's over. What do you do then?
That's what I'm saying. Like it's like, so you got to go with good. You got to go with God. You got to go with good. You just It's my heart. I'm not telling them what to do because I don't want. That's not my plan. But like for me, God is good. That's just the way you got to live your life, man.
It is. Every day
Happy,
you wake up.
yeah. I really do. I'm happy in my life. I'm blessed. You know what I mean? I'm like, I got a great wife, and I got a nice house, and I got my things I need in my life, and
You
my
don't want for
family.
nothing.
No, I don't, and I don't want to. I don't want to like. I don't want to over my burden myself with like just stupid things in my life. I'd rather give it away. And honestly, I get
Mike,
more
Mike,
pleasure. Yeah,
here's the deal. You ready?
yeah.
You and I are the exact same people. Period. Take away the material stuff, right?
Oh yeah,
Take
yeah,
away the
yeah, yeah,
physical stuff,
yeah,
and
yeah.
because that don't matter, right?
No, it doesn't. Nope, doesn't.
I got like anything I want, I'll go get. Like I don't want anything, and
Neither do
you're the
I,
same
dude.
way, right?
Yeah.
So
I
what
just,
do we want
yeah,
now? We want what we can't buy. We want the better stuff. We want life, the life
right.
stuff, the important stuff.
Yes, yes. I want true love in my life. I want
Wait,
family and friends.
she
You
there's
know
no way. There's no way. She's not 50. Nope. Never believe it. No, 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 no.
who?
I
Mizzy?
agree. Mizzy,
No way.
dude, I had her for 30, maybe
I had her.
32.
I had her in 20s. She looks great.
Wow, she looks dynamite for her age.
That's
Jesus,
that's
wow.
that's clean living right there.
Good for her. Good for her. Yep, she's doing something right, isn't she?
Yeah.
I know someone else like that too. Man.
Yeah, Jen McCabe tipped to Boston, Mass. So she tipped into the house like 6:30 something in the morning. Yeah, when the light went on. Uh, yeah, Missy's
Yeah. Wow.
says 50, but I don't know what. Well, all right, we're gonna have to find that one out because I need to know if Missy's
I'm
if Missy,
curious too now because there's no way. I
how did her show go last night? Does anybody know? I didn't watch it. I gotta watch it today.
I heard it was really good.
All right, good. I'm
And,
glad she's doing her platform. Because
yeah,
she's
and
doing it with the theater.
please, can people go over there and just at least give her a like? She needs
Yeah,
1,000 subscribers. I don't know if she has them, but I mean, geez, there's 1,000 people here now. Can we just make sure she does? That would be
yeah.
like
Mac,
that'd be important to me. Can we all try and help each other? So can we do that for her? Maybe leave her a nice little love note, something that says that she's doing good or whatever. Because she's the reason we're here, man. She's just the absolute without her, without
yeah.
Aiden, without Brian, you know.
She jumped
Oh,
right in on
she
that
did
one.
hit 1,000
Yeah,
subs. Good for her. Awesome.
yeah.
Good for her. She did hit 1,000. Thank you, Cherry.
Oh, on her
Sweet.
first night.
Yeah,
What the
good
fuck?
for
That's
her.
awesome. I thought we were doing all right, man.
I know. We
Yeah,
just rolled 5,000. I'm
yeah,
thrilled.
yeah. Let's hope, there was someone just said in the chat. Let's get into 2,000.
Yeah,
Right. So
let's do that without her
yeah,
knowing. That would be badass. Guys, think about
hopefully,
that. She wakes up and it doubled.
she,
Yeah,
if she has time today, if I don't know what she does for work, if she has time today on her channel, she can have the post hearing on. You know what I mean? So people
yeah.
can just go to her channel and watch the post.
I'm
So
sure
are we?
the mods are
Yeah.
looking for her channel now. Here's my
Um.
man. Where you
Speaking of
going? You're
mods,
going the wrong way.
hey, speaking of mods, are we all set up to watch the courtroom inside? Are we all set, ready to go?
I do believe they are on it. And
Yeah.
here
Oh,
we are.
look at the
Here we
crowd.
are. All these wonderful,
Whoa.
awesome people. Scott McGinnis. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry about that. I don't want to run my own people over.
Hey, make sure you get a good parking spot so you can get. We get all the people.
I'm going to
Tom,
go park. I'll be right there.
Tom, you're a fucking movie star, dude.
There's
Tom,
love. Mike,
you're right, Tom.
that
You can't
makes
get over.
everything worthwhile. Really. Legit.
I can't get over how many people just come up and love and hang. Even when we were at the standout in Canton, the 10 people that were there, fucking, what's up, hey? I'm like, holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
You're the man, dude. Yeah.
Mike, I've met
So
so many freaking amazing, awesome people.
I know.
Really. And I can't say enough good things about them. I can't. I really can't. And
They can't. They
Mike,
just. They say the same things about you, man.
we're blessed to
Yeah.
have this much talent on our side, supporting us in supporting what we're doing. Because this isn't easy. This is freaking
Oh,
hard,
no,
right?
dude. Was it 15 degrees out there right now, and you have what
If
40,
that.
50 people out there? I know. I'm trying to get my
And the
microphone.
wind,
I'm gonna
dude,
get a
it's the
new one.
wind too. The wind is
Yeah.
cranking.
Yeah. I'm doing my best with the microphone things, guys. I apologize. It's been an ongoing
Like if
problem.
yours is
Yeah.
unidirectional, you shouldn't have to. But if you, maybe you just have
Right.
the angle you're talking into it.
Okay. Maybe this way. I don't know.
Play around with it. Ask people what they think.
Can you hear me better now? I don't know. We'll see. I sound perfect, Mike. Okay. So I think it's like 50-50 or 60-40 that can hear me great. So, all right. Maybe some people just are hard of hearing out there. I don't know.
It could be on their end too for some reason. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Right.
Carrie, you know it, my girl.
Is that Cherry from Will?
Yeah, there's only one Cherry. We love
I
that
know.
girl.
She's a rock star.
She is. She's a legend. How come we don't get her ass over here? What's up?
She's always in the chat, though, dude.
I know. Listen, this technology, Mike, it works in the United States too.
I know. I know.
Let's
All
get
right, I
Cherry
found that.
over here.
Right. Okay,
Even
cool.
for a freaking weekend or something, you know, we'd have a ball with her. We'd all,
Yeah.
telling you, we'd have to wear Depends. Can you
That's
imagine?
true.
I'd love to have her running around here with us. Oh, it'd be so much fun, Mike.
I know. I know.
Wow.
Oh my
We got
God.
1,300 people here. Everybody, thank you so much for all being
Oh,
here.
come on, hit that
Reality check.
subscribe button.
Good
Yeah.
morning, reality check.
Yes. Yeah. I'd have a ball, Tom. I think we all would.
Oh my.
God. So yeah, hit the like button and subscribe button. You know, we need it. We're not begging for it. You know. And if you want to, hey, Tom, whose Venmo is that in the top up there? Is that
The QR
Amy's
code.
or
I
yeah?
think that's for Amy.
Okay.
We're trying to get Amy situated too.
Yep.
Just so
Single
you guys
mother.
know, Amy's going. Oh, that's Karen. Okay. Amy's going.
Okay.
But either way, Amy's going through some that stuff, and we're gonna help her out with it. So,
All right.
expect some more times with that. We got to take care of our own, right?
So up top is Karen's.
Karen. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Thank
But
you, Cindy.
my Venmo should be up there on the bottom or something. It's there
Yeah,
somewhere. It's in the description.
we got to get Tom some gas money.
I'm good.
Tom, so you got a ticket, huh? You were telling me.
Yeah.
we speeding?
No.
No. Okay, I'll let it go. I'll let it go.
I look next to me, right? No, I'm talking to someone. I look next to me, right?
Yeah.
And the guy looks at me, he shakes his head, and I look at him and I shake my head. And he slows down, and I'm going, all right. So I was in the middle lane, he was in the left lane. So I got into the right-hand lane, he got in the right-hand lane. Then the lights came on. He just doesn't like when you're talking on the phone.
Oh, okay. All right.
I have a 1986 car. There wasn't even Bluetooth back then.
No, that's right. You're
It's
right.
hands-free.
How much
He
was
just wanted to look at the car.
Oh, was he all right, guy?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right.
But yep.
Oh, how's that cold weather? Woo!
Good morning. How you feeling? Excellent. Dr. Russell's your hero? It's a lot of people's heroes, really.
Tom's got gloves. Yep, he's got gloves. He's got everything. Like we were talking about though. So this dog
My
Gary.
pleasure. You kidding me? Diane, you've been here before. I've never seen you here. That's right.
All right. All right. You ready to go? Let's go. Oh, I'm waiting on you.
Oh, you got a friend? Oh, okay. Oh, read.
You better have some more warmer clothes than that, though.
Okay.
All right, Missy's YouTube channel. It's a mixed up girl in a mixed up world on YouTube. Okay. Thanks for the $2. Read.
Yeah.
I'm a book. Thanks. Oh man.
Yep. What's going up? Matter of fact, before I get too crazy, you guys gotta hold on.
Do your thing, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn my vest on.
That was probably the best thing you ever got. Yeah.
Yep. Love it.
Oh, good. You dropped a link in there too. Good. Thanks, Jerry. Is Will on this morning? I didn't even look. Hopefully he is. Yes, we get that's right. We get Turtle Boy today too across the street, and then oh, he's got two. Oh, okay. LTL Media's got a tooth pain. Oh,
yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's got an issue. He's gonna take care of it.
Oh, it's the worst.
That's okay.
Okay,
you got him.
Mizzy,
Ryan, get well, buddy.
Mizzy is going to stream. She's going to attempt to stream the Robert Devine Post Commission hearing this morning. It's my first time, so hopefully it'll work. So if you want to see what happens, yeah, she's on it, man.
If Mizzy has any questions, she has to ask us so we can help her out.
Yeah.
Okay? We want to see her do good.
So is she using StreamYard? I would think.
Yeah, I think so.
So that'd be easy for us, yeah.
But you still gonna have questions with like just members and stuff like that. This question.
We should get some money together and send the U.S. Josh Levy some lunch or some flowers or something to his office.
How about a little plaque for recognition for what he has done?
Anything, if somebody has a good idea, like before he leaves on the 17th, we throw a couple of bucks together and just like send the whole office lunch, pizzas or something. I don't know. From just put it from the people, whatever. We don't have to, we don't have to say FKR or anything like that. But I wonder if he'd take it. I don't know.
This thing's gonna be wicked, wicked windy up there. Okay.
And you have a lighter, right?
I do have a lighter.
Yeah, so John Camo was talking about he's going to be dropping bombs soon. This is the bomb. These are the bombs he was talking about. The investigation about the McAlpin's getting interrogated again. So yeah,
everything he said so far has been on the money, and he doesn't come out and say it for no reason whatsoever. I mean, he's really, really, really good with that stuff.
Oh, he's tuned into Canton. And someone just made a good point. If you want to send Josh like chocolates yourself, yeah, that's a good idea.
Please do.
Yeah. It's a good idea.
Put a little note. Thank you for what you've done.
Yeah.
That's all.
And then Microdots, when they dropped that bird singing yesterday, getting called back for a second interview is nothing to be nervous about. It just means they're still interested. So, I mean, and then he has like a little prison and some people talking.
Oh, wait a minute. RVA is correct. No, wait. RVA, is there a limit? I think there's a limit.
Yeah. They can't accept
things. There's ethics. That's right. They can't accept things. That's right.
I'm not even lunch or anything. All right, so I figured. All right.
Okay, maybe they can accept notes. They can accept notes.
A card or something?
Yeah. A thank you, something. Yeah, absolutely. Like I was thinking, like a plaque.
Nice letter or something, yeah. It's a good idea. Because I just want him to know that we know, that we know that I think he probably knows it, but if you get something in writing from a person that's well written and it just says thank you, it goes a long way.
It does. It does. Yeah, something put on your wall.
He doesn't need nothing money. He can't accept anything over $50. So pizza or something, I don't know, but maybe just a
No.
letter. Because he doesn't need the dough. That's right. You're right. It's not about the money.
Nope.
I just like the class act that he's like, I'm out. You know, this is how it's gonna be. I'm not wishing. He's not trying to fight it. He's like, okay, he's gonna set the next person up. What's going on? Here we go. Actually, it's already probably started happening. The transformation, you know, it just doesn't happen like that day. They come in like a week before or so, or 2 weeks before, get familiar with everything, move up here, you know, find a place to live, get the family situated, and then they start digging into cases. I mean, shit, what's going on? Maura Healey herself is with these goddamn migrants in the hotels, is keeping us busy. I know, Kevin, I can't send him $50. So I can't. His free next tea time, you know, I don't know. But like he just alone with the migrant stuff, right? And the feds can't touch him. It's all, you know, it's gonna be the ICE and stuff, and you know, the local police, and they're busting people with AR-15s and fentanyl, and they're already previously convicted in another country, and it's like crazy. What are we doing? Now she reacts and says, well, now I want to do an audit of what's going on in these hotels. Hello? What are you doing? There's no way. There's no way she's getting reelected.
Nope.
No way. No fucking way.
Yeah, people believe him, I'm sure. But then again, you never know,
Right.
right? You just don't know. Look, she brought cookies for people.
Oh man, that's nice.
Isn't that?
Nice. Yeah.
They're in New Jersey. Yeah. Hello from Jersey. Love it.
Oh, Sean.
Sean.
All right.
Yeah. You know what I used to have? Those
What?
nylon parachute pants. Remember them?
Yeah.
They were great to break the wind because I used to go skiing with them, my ski pants.
Oh yeah.
Because the wind doesn't go through them, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yep.
So somehow I got to figure out that.
Yeah. Some friends of mine that they spent the night here Saturday night and then left for Montana Sunday morning and got the skiing out in Montana today.
Oh.
Yeah. They're it's some young people, but one of them goes. He's a senior out in University of Montana. So
You obviously ski, right? Are you bored?
I ski. Believe it or not, I should board, but I ski actually.
Dude, when we going?
You know, I've been talking about it. You know what I mean? I just don't want to get fucking because I get crazy. I start getting okay, no problem, right? And then
Shelby.
I get all fucked up.
Shelby, if you go to my page, I think I have stuff up there with skiing.
So yeah, I grew up skiing like in my early teenage years and stuff, and I grew up skiing at Attitash.
Yeah, I was a Sunday River boy.
Yeah, that's right up the street. That's right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've skied that one before too. It's a little
Love it.
Back in the day. It was like considered one of the easier mountains to ski, a family stuff. So you know,
because it was so big. But it had vertical.
Yeah, I had some, but like
dude, White Heat,
yeah,
the biggest, steepest trail in the east.
Yeah.
Double black diamond, the only one.
One of my good friends just retired, and he's doing ski patrol now. Man, how cool is that?
Love it.
Yeah,
love it.
And his wife's teaching little kids how to ski, and they live up there now. They sold the house in Massachusetts, live up there. It's fucking cool, you know.
Nick Rocco, thank you, sir.
What's up? You'll be there 8:43.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, love Sunday River. What's the other one up there in New Hampshire that's nice? It's not big, but Brentwood. No. It's not on the 93 one. It's off to the left.
Cranmore.
No.
Wildcat.
Yes. Wildcat's nice. But no, there's another one. Is it not Attitash? Is it? No,
Uh,
not Attitash.
There's Waterville Valley. There's
Nope. South,
Uh,
south of the valley. A little bit south to the
okay.
east. More west to me, west, more west. Outside west. Stratton, no, Stratton's of Vermont. It's like it's
Loon.
not wild kids. This is not wild. Gunstock.
All right. That's not a bad
That's a
round.
fun time.
Yeah, Tom's going to court today. He's there now. JP, yeah. There's some good
Killington?
condition. Yeah. Killington's a fucking great
Son of Peace,
round.
nice. I like Son of Peace. Yeah. I like Cannon. Cannon's got nice vertical.
I like anywhere where there's no traffic.
Yeah, Jiminy Peak's kind of off. I've never been there, I don't think.
Oh my God. 2 people were found dead inside the landing gear of the compartment of a JetBlue airplane after a flight Monday. Oh my God.
What happened?
2 people that were stowed away in the airport. An airplane landing gear.
Yeah,
landed
dead.
Landed in Boston. Dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, everybody.
Oh.
Morning, everybody.
So yeah, tiny Elvis just put some. These are the people that saw the Jeep on front. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Brian Higgins, and Matt McCabe saw the Jeep. People that didn't see the Jeep on front.
Morning.
Brian Albert,
Morning.
Jr.,
Morning.
Diego,
Morning. How you doing? I'm here. Did you just do a prayer? Thank you.
You didn't get it?
I was just over here. I'm taking my backpack off, right? Yeah, it's coming soon.
Oh my God, it's cold.
It's cold, huh?
It's cold.
You want to say hi to anybody?
Is Glera in there? My Glera?
I don't know.
I want to say hi to everyone and say prayers that we stay really warm because it is cold out here.
I vote breakfast after they all go in.
Ooh.
We can watch from the diner.
And hey, hold on, one more thing. And let's keep all the residents of Canton in our prayers because they go through holy hell.
True.
That a lot of people don't know about it. And I hope to see everybody out there February 6th to support Peter Murphy.
Yeah.
And let's hope that the dog expert, Dr. Russell, gets the credit that she so rightfully worked for her whole entire life. And Hank Brennan eats shit.
Yeah. Yeah, the glare. I don't see the glare.
Any questions there?
So we're the only show in town right now, folks. Yeah, I live in Canton. It's crazy. It's crazy, people. Hey, no, he can cut me off. Tom's got. What I think these people should do is just do like penguins get in a big circle and they keep each other warm. Yeah. Yeah, the Glare's doing leg. I think today's leg day for the Glare. He's still at the gym. He's doing legs today, leg and back. Hey, don't forget, you got people at the other court today too, right?
Yep.
Maybe,
I don't see Grant. I don't hear Grant.
Good.
But we see Scott McGinnis. What's up, bud?
How are you?
Good to see you, my friend. How are you?
A little cold.
Yeah? Tough one today.
Okay.
Today's a tough day.
A little bit of wind chill out here.
What do you think breakfast after the go in? We'll see down the street for the diner. All right. Where you from? BC. Nice.
Yeah.
Remember who I
That's the camera does. It has my name here. It's got my forehead over here.
No. That's on the battery.
The battery side. That's right. That's
battery
right.
side.
See, I'm still seeing the stars. How much does that weigh, man?
Oh, 35.
That's a rig. And he's got a pole here, right? To stabilize it.
It's easier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Shelby, do we have the video to go from the inside or what? Are we ready to go? I just want to make sure. Yeah, we get BZ there. We get CBS there. We got everybody there. This guy's wearing shorts. Oh, man. Dude.
New England. Only in Boston.
He's wearing shorts. I love it. Yeah, I know, Jay. Jay from all like, Dr. Russell's already qualified for the first trial. Why the fuck is she? Yeah.
Morning, sir. Tough day today, bud. Good to see you, though. Good to see you. Wow, you guys are dynamite. How you doing? You are die hard, my God. How you doing, my dear? You doing good? Good to see you. The hero. How we doing? Of course.
Mike.
Mike, you
Hey,
said
buddy. Hey, buddy.
Boy, tough day today. What do you think?
What's up? What are you gonna do?
Yeah?
Football with him.
Yeah, it is, actually. This is Ted Daniels. Ted, how we doing? What do you think about Josh Levy leaving?
I think that was pretty much expected with a new administration.
You think he's going to hang around a little bit? No. What do you think about the post commission today?
I'm actually not familiar with what's going on with the post commission today.
They're having a hearing, and was it Barwell?
No,
Barwell going
Divine.
today?
Divine.
Yeah,
Divine.
we've been
Divine.
following those. So.
Yeah.
Divine.
The public?
Divine. I'm sorry, Divine.
Divine?
Divine.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
it public?
No, they closed out to everyone. It's behind the door. Closed door.
It's Zoom. It's on Zoom.
For it to be closed.
Yeah.
I think it's closed.
So what do you think about Michael Proctor's hearing? Interesting.
I'd love to see if that would be open. I think that would be great if that was open to the public, but I don't think that's happening.
All right, thanks,
All right,
Ted.
Tommy.
Stay warm.
Oh, Tommy.
Hi, dear.
Good
to see you.
Tom. Look at Tom giving
I got something for you later on.
All right.
Hi, dear.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good to see you. How's everything? Good. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Happy New Year. Yes, SD. Oh,
If it wasn't for free Karen Reed, Grant would have no friends.
where is he?
Over there.
Is he? Hello.
He's giving Ted Daniels a scoop. I love it, guys. Fucking awesome.
All right, I'll tell her. What's up, bud? Good to see you, Brian. What's up, bud? How are you? Look good. What's up? How you been?
Good. How you doing?
Doing good.
Which one are you covering, Tommy? This one or that one?
Both. I'm doing my best.
Unless you're
The mods got it if it can happen.
unless you have that thing from Harry Potter where Hermione could go to multiple classes at the same time.
We are in Harry Potter world. You know that. Hey, what do you think about Levy? Josh Levy leaving.
So I just heard there's another person taking over for him. I don't know her name yet. I need to learn more, but I don't think the people celebrating it realize that a more virulent Republican is going to come in who's going to want to continue the investigations into Morrissey, who's a Democrat.
Exactly right. Exactly
Nailed
right.
it, Grant. Grant's on the money with that one. And hey,
Yep.
do you think it'll get personal now?
No, the opposite. I think that it will be the antithesis of personal. It started personal because Dustin Chow had this grudge against Morrissey dating back to 2015.
Oh.
Dustin Chow's the head of the Public Integrity Unit in the Boston DOJ. Now you will see it become just more political. And political means anything you can find to use against someone, they will. The Birchmore cover-up, the manipulation of some of the evidence in Aiden's case, the state police working with Kate Peter, all of these things are federal civil rights violations, in my opinion. And someone who wants to politically get a Democrat will use them to go after that person.
Boom.
Hey, listen, I got a question. You gonna stream any questions today?
No, I'm
No?
going to ask her the same question you just asked me. Do you have any comment on Josh Levy being replaced as the U.S. attorney, and how will it impact the ongoing probes?
I honestly think you'd probably get a better reaction out of David Giannetti.
I know anyone can answer. I'm just going to
Yeah.
ask them as a group. I'm not
Oh,
gonna be
okay.
overly critical. I'm going to
Yeah.
ask her for her reaction.
I just add Ted Daniels, and he's just expected because of the new administration type of a thing. He sees it like it's a common changing of the gods,
Well, yeah,
right?
yes, and it's so common that even if a president wins the second term, it's traditional for members of his own cabinet to resign.
Correct. You get rehired again. Right. I've heard of that. So it's not a big thing.
No, but I do think it will make the Boston DOJ more political in a different way than before. You have to remember, I think this is my most interesting universal theory about this. I think the reason Rachel Rollins got her job as U.S. attorney before she got fired for that nonsense with Ricardo Arroyo and Kevin Hayden
Right.
was because Rachel Rollins and Turtle Boy intervened in the 2020 Senate primary between Ed Markey and Joe Kennedy, right?
Okay.
And I think that the Biden White House wanted Markey to win that Senate seat so Joe Kennedy wouldn't run for president this primary cycle.
Yeah.
And I think Turtle Boy and Rachel Rollins helped the White House. And that's why there's so much politics involved in this. This DOJ in Boston under Levy was actually very close to the Biden White House. This new DOJ is going to not be that at all.
Yes, he's right.
Right.
He's right.
Yeah,
He's
no,
right.
Grant, I actually agree with you, buddy. I think you're real close, but absolutely.
See you over there.
When it
Yeah,
comes- when it comes down to the Republican Democrat thing, he's right on the money, Tom. Yep.
Coming
can't
here,
believe I'm-
8:45.
I can't believe I'm agreeing with him.
I know, huh?
Yeah.
It's not like he doesn't know, right?
Right. Oh man. Wow.
Hey, everybody in the chat, can you all just take a real quick second, hit the thumbs up and the like button there, or subscribe if you're really nice. We got 2,000 people in here almost.
All right.
So, I mean, it's
We
free.
should've
It's a little thing, you know?
I hope Busy has the post trial streaming. I know it's a Zoom, so all right.
Yeah, I hope-
Okay.
I hope her subscriber count jumped. That would be like just, I wonder, that type of smile is something that's priceless, you know?
I'm gonna see if Busy uses this. Oh, she's got okay. Okay, let's see if I can get Mizzy on this. Yeah, so it's at 9:15 today. If you guys follow Nikki, she's got it on her X account. Mizzy. There you go. I just sent it to Mizzy, so she'll be able to run it. Well, it's 8:35, so they should be coming soon, bro. It's funny, the Young Jerks does day trading too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, he does a lot of that.
Yeah, we talk a lot. We send stuff back and forth, and I don't physically talk to him. I just send him a text or something like that. Like, we're so right on the same page. It's funny, But we don't know. I just don't know what's going to happen with crypto when Trump gets in there. I mean, Bitcoin's going crazy, but that's another story. And one of the mods just texted me and said, "Yeah, we're going to be all set for the hearing inside, so we're good to go there too, people." So there's no reason to leave. Maybe the glare gets back within the next 20 minutes and pops on 9 o'clock. I have no idea. And Brian, I hope your tooth's doing better, bro. There's nothing worse than a toothache, bro. Oh God, I hate
Listen, I got an idea. Lauren, you know what I want to buy? See that dude's jacket over there, that winter jacket? They make different jackets that are heated.
Which guy? Which guy are you talking about?
The guy across the street, you can get the yellow jacket. Where you gonna park? Okay.
you talking-
I got front row.
Was it Karen?
Very close. Someone that's very personal.
All right.
Your mom.
This is our famous sirens.
Hey,
Yep. So Brandy
Make a
Church
hole.
gonna have it on too. Yep. Okay.
hey guys. Excuse me. Hey, you gotta make a hole. Gotta make a hole. Gotta make a hole.
Yeah.
Mother's getting dropped off right here. Yeah, perfect. But you
Mrs.
can get
Reed's
people
coming
getting
in.
dropped off, so
Yeah.
we need access so they can get out. And,
We need to rally up the security.
yeah. Aiden, looking great. Look at this.
Look at sharp, buddy.
Hey, how you doing?
Cold, mad brick.
All right, heads up, heads up. What? Get the door.
Like the old days.
Hey, Nathan.
Is this next door?
I'm building right now, actually.
Yeah, good. It worked out great. Perfect. Actually,
Good job, brother.
free Peter Murphy. Hey, how you doing, Peter? Good. Good to see you today. Yeah. All right. I got a feeling she's gonna have to walk a little bit further. They won't let her get out. Time is it? 8:38. I got 2 minutes. We'll catch them on the way out. But they're all dressed up, looking good today. See Aiden over there? He's all dressed up with Meredith.
Oh yeah, get an extra battery for the. Hey Tom, do you have an extra battery for your vest?
I get batteries.
You got an extra battery
Matter
for
of
the
fact,
vest?
I gotta grab one and plug my phone, and I'm 13%. It just dropped. Jesus.
No, I'm talking about your vest that you have going on.
Yeah, it's. Oh,
Someone says just to have your heated vest get an extra battery and have one charging all the time.
yeah.
I know.
Well,
What
the problem, the problem I have is the cold destroys batteries. It just chews it up. So
Right.
it doesn't matter, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Come on.
You all right?
My fingers just don't want to work, you know? Can you hold that for a second?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Don't forget, chat. We have a members only tomorrow morning.
Valley?
Just a heads up.
That's
For those of you who want to become a member,
Good.
I don't know how much it costs.
Thank you.
Come on now.
All right. %. So I went from 9% to 5% in my phone.
And that short of time? Wow.
Just like that. 4%. What the frig? And I'm still going down 3%. How?
What are you gonna
How
do?
the frick is that? It's on. I'm charging, guy, and I'm going down 3%.
All right.
2%.
Put the thing down your pants.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you. Yep.
Can you see?
Yep, I can see. Yep.
All right,
Yep.
because I got my screen all the way down. I can't see the screen.
All right. Yeah, we can see fine. Yep.
You're gonna have. I'm literally. Listen, Mike. My screen's black, so
Okay.
you got to literally guide me through this and what you can see and what you can't see.
All right. We got you're right in front of Scott McGinnis and
Yeah. Okay.
Erica, 2 minutes. Thank you for the $9.99 for Tom's dedication to free Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. You got it. No problem. So, yep, you're all set. We still got a screen.
Can you guys see that?
Yep, we can see it. Yep. Nice. Nice.
Thank you.
I think the cameraman there is looking for waiting for Karen to come in too, right?
Everybody is. I'm charging at 10 volts, 11 volts, 10, 11. So it's charging. It just can't keep up. That's how cold it is. And that's what the cold will do to a battery. There's no way John's phone was working if it was underneath him. Nope.
All right, so Will is scheduled for 9 o'clock. Looks like okay, cool.
Can everybody hit the lights before you all bail?
Well, yeah. So we have we're getting ready to get the
The streams, you don't have to leave. We're gonna stream it here too.
yeah, everything's gonna go. Yep. So yeah. Oh yeah. You know what, Tom? Can you get a solar charge for your batteries?
Not
Good idea.
happening too much. It doesn't give enough. I need a house. I need a whole roof of a house to do that. That's what
Right.
solar does.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
I mean, it
Well,
works. It's not.
she should be pulling up. She should be pulling up any second.
Yeah, what time is it?
8:43.
Okay, we're close. I just don't know which way they're coming from. You know what I
Well-
mean?
Yeah.
Oh, Tommy, where is she?
Good question, but she's on her way. She ain't driving, remember?
Yeah.
And everyone's a little bit slow today because of the cold, you know?
Some of us are here at 7:30.
Yeah, her.
Nick said 8:46 arrival. Maybe he's in the car with her.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? Because he's
You
got
know,
8:46 on money.
Are they coming from? Which way are they coming from?
Which way are you coming from,
Like-
Nick? Hold on. See if he answers me.
If he knows.
So then yeah.
He can either come from and he'll drive in front of. If he went straight, he either drives in front of the courthouse, or he's gonna come up and the courthouse will be on the right.
All right. I'll wait for him to see if he answers me. But he said 8:46, so he must
Yeah,
be
cool. Not far. Yeah.
2 minutes away.
And the lights are
minutes
really taking the light cycles here, Mike, are taking their time. So
Yeah. A lot of traffic out there in Dedham.
yep. I mean that's not mixer ain't moved far.
Can you see the screen or yet? Oh no, no.
No.
All right, yeah. So you're still good. Yeah, you're
Okay.
still good.
Did you get the name of the woman who played study?
Yeah, I heard it. I heard she's a very powerful woman.
I don't know her name. I don't mean to call her the woman.
But I don't know her name either. But I have heard good things about her.
How about it?
I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. She does her job. That's all that matters.
I'm talking about the way President Trump thinks.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't think he's hired a lot of powerful Democrat women. You know.
No, I'm not thinking about it like that. I'm saying how the DOJ is going to look under this, whoever the new attorney.
Oh, okay. I see. How he's okay. Yeah.
Didn't
he want to dismantle it?
Didn't show up for his court date. Yeah, Aiden was there.
Not
Yeah.
the Attorney General.
Right.
All right, so it's 8:46 right now. So she's got to be pulling up soon, dude.
Okay.
All right. If Nick is with her,
But I just don't know which way they're coming from.
yeah, I don't know either. So.
My eyeballs are shivering.
People are saying you're spending too much time with Grant.
It's all right.
I know. I don't know.
Harmless.
Oh God.
No. Definitely a different type. Definitely different type of Grant.
We love Ireland. That's right, man. It's 19 Fahrenheit out, Tommy. 19 degrees out there. Oh,
Yeah, the wind is a whole different animal, right? How's the
And
wind,
you're not-
Scott?
and you're not even on the sunny side. You're
I know.
over there. Yeah, I know.
The shade. Yeah, it's always windy here. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all in your bed under the covers, coffee, watching us nice and warm, because that's helping us right now.
It is.
And
Oh,
Dina
yeah.
doing what she does is a big thing, you know. So
And
It's a
it's a
good thing.
family all here. Good, bad, it doesn't matter.
my hands don't move
We're a family, right, Tom?
as much as we can be.
I know.
Right?
Exactly.
I mean, think about it. We're all different types of people, backgrounds, everything.
exactly.
Yeah.
Scott McGinnis, come give us a word of wisdom. What do you think about Levy? We know it was coming.
Yeah, I think he signed, knowing he was going to be ousted anyways.
Yeah.
I was hoping for him to give us a little nugget of something before he goes on the 17th. Something. Just give us a little bit of something. you know?
Talk about leaving your desk
Here we go. Hey, Dina,
for a successor.
that red van, the red Subaru, if we have court here again, I say we take them next 3 spots and we keep them for Karen. Reserve them 3
agree.
spots right there. So they'll always have parking. We're here before anybody.
Hey, Nick,
Yes, he
where are
is.
you, buddy? There she is. There she comes. Okay. All
Yeah.
right. He's here. Yep. Thanks, Nick.
Looking good with the beard.
Oh, is everybody sporting the beard now?
You behave. Don't make me come over there. Don't make me come over there.
Yeah.
Is that a state trooper helping her cross?
No.
Come on, really?
Morning, guys. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. People love the beard, by the way. They did a good job. I gotta put it on mute.
All right, buddy. I'm sure he's asking the tough questions. Oh, that's kind of cool that Nick had us on in the car on the way there with Karen and Alan and Yannetti. So they're all watching us. That's kind of funny. I kind of like it. Yeah, Alicia is coming today. Yeah, definitely. Yep. Because after Hank Brennan is finished asking the question, remember he had like an hour left, and so he gets a rebuttal, I guess, or he can refuse it. Tom's on mute. All right, just everybody heads up. PB and J13. I know. I hope we're the real deal. I know. I hope everything that we've been hearing about everybody getting re-interviewed, so to speak, with what I'm thinking. All right. So if the transitions happen on the 17th, if they're re-interviewing the people,
Hey, guys. Sorry I muted you guys.
I'm
Morning,
thinking
guys.
his replacement was there witnessing everything as well. You know what I mean? So she's not going into it cold, is my thoughts. Oh, we get the students with us and everything today, huh?
Everybody's here. Everybody.
Oh, wow. Here we go. Alan Jackson looking fly. Here we go. Well, I'm backstage though.
Yeah. Are you doing Happy New Year? Good to see you. How are you?
Good. How are you? Take care.
Morning, Coachy.
There goes Nick.
Can you hear me, Tom?
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Happy New Year, guys. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, guys.
It's Dr. Russell. Yeah. Oh, did Liza get a haircut?
Hi. How we doing, guys?
He's so nice.
Oh, cool. Good to see you guys.
Woo.
I like that.
Randy got them too. But
Where are they?
in the car, she couldn't take them.
That's sweet.
Mikey, all set. I just waited to get her full screen.
So I'm back up.
I'm gonna
Yeah, you
start
were up
heading that way.
before. You were up before you did. I just had the full screen for her up.
All right, cool. All right, good. Put me back up then. All right, cool. Thank you, Shelby. Awesome. Good job. Hey, did Liza get a haircut?
I don't know.
Tommy?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
All right.
I didn't see her.
Oh, I thought I saw somebody from the back that had short hair all of a sudden. I didn't know it was her or not. We'll find out
I
when we're
don't know
inside.
about, but everybody that's here, thank you for all being here. Hey,
Oh, there's
right.
Henry. It's Henry.
Henry's out. Yeah. Henry, a good boy. He's a good boy. Hi, Henry. He's a good boy. He's a good one. He loves everybody.
It was a
Good
lost
dog, huh?
tune. Okay. All right.
Love,
Cool.
love.
All right.
I'm surprised you got Henry away from Brian. Brian's here. Them two hit the dog and Brian Hale. The dog loves
Yeah.
Brian. Loves Brian.
Dogs know when they know good people.
Oh God, yeah.
You know.
You go. Where to go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys gonna take off to the diner while the live stream goes on? I mean, while the
You know
stream
it.
goes on. I know, Joe. He walked in with a briefcase that was like 3 feet. I mean, like 3 feet wide with a briefcase with rollers.
Aiden's at this court over here, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So it's 8:54.
Happy New Year, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that guy, Alicia, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. He's the shit.
Yep. You can just see it come out of him. He's just brilliant.
Mega nerd. Yeah. I would want a mega nerd on my team like that, man. I tell you.
Hello, my dear. What are you doing? Hanging out? We're gonna get breakfast. You want some? Let's go. You want breakfast?
Are you walking over to see Eden?
He already went in.
Yeah, stuff?
Yeah, he was here earlier. He's all dressed up, shirt and tie and everything. I mean, I was hoping to catch somebody. You know what I mean? Like cutting.
Aiden must have didn't.
Aiden went in, but I don't know if the other people did.
Right at 9:30.
Wait, he's on at 9:30.
No, I said he said 9.
9. Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm hoping. If you know, if you hear yet.
That's just for Lindsay Gattani trying to renew the restraining order.
And no, that and Kate and Tully. Yeah. Yes, I do. I know that. And I don't. Well, that's Kristen and Scott. Scott's earned it, and Kristen is just Kristen. Yeah, I don't see anyone coming up. Yeah, one time I did, not last time. But
I know. Like, this is a good day for like Bailey's Irish Cream and coffee. Yeah, if you're outside, yeah. But then it thins your blood out, and then you're colder. Not even more. You're colder than you were before. That's why I never liked to drink when I was skiing. Never. Always, I just smoked when I was.
Yeah,
skiing.
I don't see nobody walking up the hill.
Yeah, they're already inside, aren't they? Yeah.
Well, some people usually late.
Are you waiting for like Tully and those guys? Yeah.
Well, if there was a victim that wasn't real, that was fake, that was walking this way, possibly that would be somebody.
Just saw Brito walk in.
Yeah, Bradle walked in.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah. So, ladies, do we gonna have what? Split screen? Can we run Karen on one side, Aiden with closed caption on the other, muted?
No, there's no
Oh, there's no link on it?
there's no cameras in district court. This one. Only in Superior Court.
More. Absolutely more. More, and then more.
What are you talking about? Oh.
Coffee.
Don't forget at 9:15 you
Morning.
have the post commission on Mizzy's channel.
Yeah.
Remember that Howie Cox says Karen Reed is not going to be found guilty. So
Where's Scott going, do you say?
no, I don't, Kendra. I don't think this audio
flag
feed is
inside.
here. No. Well, we got girls from Australia.
Oh
Much
my.
warmer down there. Yeah. So we're getting ready. Well, you know who's going to be late is Auntie Bev. She doesn't usually show up till like 9:20.
Yeah, she does. She just does show a little late sometimes. But there were some times in the summers that she was there.
Yeah.
The
Well, she
people in
wanted-
New York are kind of like amazed that she cuts out at 4 o'clock. They're shocked at that. You don't get anything
What?
done. Yeah. See, we're conditioned to that, Mike. We're conditioned to judges leaving at 4 o'clock, not staying until 5. Right? Why is that?
Okay,
Why?
so Court TV is live with the mic on. Okay. Someone's saying, I don't know. It mods, if you want to check that out. I don't,
Yeah.
who knows? You guys are better at it than me.
Everyone that's here, please hit the like, subscribe button. We like that. It's always good.
Yes. Yeah. How many people are watching, Tom? You see it?
1,700 now.
Holy shnikes.
Yep.
And we have, I'll tell you who's on, we get 585 on Twitter.
Wow. I have Instagram, right? I should
Oh,
share
yeah.
it there. I got
Yeah.
TikTok. I should share it there.
Yeah.
Oh, the United Kingdom. My pleasure.
Wow. 918 is the over-under on Bev showing up. I like that number. That's a good number.
Nice. Yeah. Has anyone become a member today, Mike?
We have some bunch of members in the chat, but I have
'Cause we're
not
doing-
seen too many. Yeah, members only
We're
tomorrow.
Doing members only tomorrow.
I know.
Right?
Hey,
Yeah.
you don't want to miss out on some big hitting news. Josh Levy might be releasing some stuff. Who knows?
You never know.
How much does it cost to be a member? $2.99.
Yes.
All right, $2.99, and you get $2.99. You get full access to Tom's CPU, folks. I mean,
Well, you got to go through. You got to go through the vetting process. I got a bunch of girls who call mods that you got to get through first.
oh, trust me, I know
This
what
one's
they were.
right here. You got to get
I
by
know.
her.
Bodyguard.
She's the bodyguard.
I know. I had to go through them all. Remember, I came
Yeah,
over the house.
you did.
I had to sit at the table, and they just wrapped up questions to me.
You
was
needed to be
cool.
blessed.
Tom is well protected. I can tell you that. He's got a semi-pro boxer on his side.
Yep.
He's got
My man.
He has 5 or 6 women that will just destroy you. Oh God. Hey,
I'd rather have I'd have the boxer over the women any day.
He's a good guy though. He's in it to make money. He's not out to beat up people. On the street, you know what I mean?
Yeah. He's manning her post.
Whatever happened to Carrie yesterday? She jumped off yesterday.
I want to get to Tom. You
What, Mike?
through me.
What happened to Carrie yesterday? She jumped off. We never said goodbye to her.
Yeah,
She didn't feel good.
Yeah.
She's not feeling good. Okay, all right.
No,
Yeah.
I just
Let's go get warmed up.
I just wanted to see,
Hello from
Hello from
Melbourne, Australia. Wow.
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 Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you need to become a member, Shona.
Awesomeness. Wow.
I don't want to call it a donation. I call it a contribution just to help the channel keep going. You know what I mean? That's more in line with what's going on. Hey, John Baggs.
Well, yeah. Because the StreamYard costs money every month.
Yeah, did you see the Mary
Right.
Bagwell? One of Lindsay
They're
G.
doing the small courtroom
Okay.
for Karen Reed.
Of course they
Oh
are.
wow, I'll have to check
They
that
just
out. Yeah,
chose to do a
definitely.
small courtroom for Karen. So all the people
Oh,
that came here to go inside won't be able to go in. They did it on purpose.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I think breakfast is going to be busy. Dude, you better head down there.
We're ahead of the curve.
Yeah, you get down here for breakfast. It's going to be jammed out there.
Yeah.
Hey, do we still have any more Seeking Justice hats left?
Yeah.
We
I
should
think we
bring some
got
up.
they're really warm. I'm wearing one right now. Very stylish, very sleek, very modern. You know?
Yeah. You should give one to Scott if you have one in the car.
Yeah, we got this. We got
All
somebody
right, so
knitted duck. We have knitted ducks. They're real
so
ducks.
LTL has got the live stream going on inside the court right now. I don't know if how we can get it up, but we do. He does.
Brian,
So
smile like that.
I don't know what channel he has it on. Like someone to scoop over there if we want to do it. Well, when you have breakfast, so we just go right to the live stream and then you can have breakfast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can you
So-
charge your stuff up when you're there or no?
Yes, because it's in the heat.
All right, cool. Oh, there you go, Shelby. Thank you. There you
Bang.
go. All right. Awesome job, mods. Awesome job. So whenever you're ready to go in, Tom, go ahead. Now you want to jump back on, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'll just stay up in the corner.
All right. And
I just mute. They can mute
yeah.
me.
Yeah, if you want to have conversations and stuff, whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, this is
Anybody
Wow.
that's down and outside that can't get into the courtroom, which is like nobody. So come on down and have breakfast with Tom and Scott and Dina. All right.
because
And hey, they have a good breakfast down there? What's the name of the place?
the Grateful Diner.
The Grateful Diner. All right. Is it after the Grateful Dead?
Yeah,
Is it really?
yeah.
Oh wow.
That's really nice.
I wanted to let Melanie Little know that Boston Calling, which is a 3-day festival up here in the summertime,
Yeah.
Dave Matthews is coming to play.
Yes,
on
I
the
saw
31st.
that. I saw
You gotta
that.
get- yeah.
So you got to let
So-
Melanie. Maybe we can acquire a set of tickets and maybe see if she wants to go.
Oh yeah, I'm going. I go every year.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
maybe you should talk to Miss Melanie Little and see if she wants tickets.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
I know she's into music. I mean,
It's
music
3
is
days.
life.
And it's cool. It's 3 days and it's in Harvard Stadium. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool.
They look at me and they smile. Good to
Yes,
see you,
Pete
ladies.
Rose.
Happy New Year. Listen, we got people coming, so get ready.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
that's a good point. People can go over to the Turtle Boy hearing and get warm too. You know that?
Yeah, that's right. Go over to Aiden's here, and that's right.
Yeah. Good point. Thank you for pointing that out.
Ah,
Will Paul O'Keefe be turning up to watch Karen? I don't know. I don't know if anybody's going to show up on that side. I mean, it's
I don't
clear.
think so.
Yeah, it's wide open on that side over there, though. There's nobody over there. He was there for the last one, wasn't he?
Yeah.
There's literally nobody sitting on the
You know, please.
on John O'Keefe's side. Yeah. You got a nice table and everything.
This is our table. Oh yeah, we own this.
Oh, really? He was your neighbor, RVA, and wow. Yeah. You got to check out Boston Calling if you haven't been to it yet. It's not that old. It's been probably going on for the last 10 years or so, and it's just grown and grown and grown and grown and grown. I saw Chapel Row there last year for the first time. Was going to live shows. It was kind of cool. I saw the Killers there last year. It was cool. It's a good time, man. You just sit down on the fake grass and there's all kinds of stands. You get whatever you want to eat and drink and good music. I suggest not to drive in there though. There's nowhere to park really. So if you stay in the city, you just take an Uber over. But they just announced the lineup for all 3 days of the Boston Calling. It's online.
Freaking sweatshirt on. I'm still cold.
Oh, it's Kristen.
Yeah, Kristen. Oh, what happened to the screen here?
Hey, girl.
I lost my screen. Oh, shoot.
Oh yeah. Okay. So the other side just showed up just now. They all just walked in. So I don't think. I wonder if anybody said anything to Lally as he was walking in. So Nick Rocco's sitting behind the reeds. I'm not sure who everybody else. Oh, it looks like some of the college students might be sitting there as well, because they're in the smaller courtroom. Yeah. Girl from us. It's -7 Celsius in Maine right now. Oh my gosh. That's almost too much cold to. No, that's all right. You still skiing that. Yeah.
I'm trying to fix my screen, Mike.
Yeah, you're good, bro. You're good. So if you want to just zoom off, go ahead. It's 9:08, so we should be starting any second now.
Breathe.
I'll be right back, Tommy.
Yeah, bud, I'm here. So everyone that's here, thank you, everybody. Please hit like, subscribe. Yeah. Oh, to my friend that calls me, I need him to call me again. Not right now, later on today. The gentleman I spoke to last night, guy that keeps blowing my mind. I need to speak to you again. I went direct to the source. We're good. How many people is that? 17. Yeah. See what I did today? Get that today. I have a source.
School is now open. You may be seated. Judge 22-117, Carlo versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves starting with the claim?
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan, along with Attorney Adam Lally and Attorney Laura McLaughlin.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan. Morning, Mr. Lally. Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Lessie.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Janetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, is Dr. Russell in the courtroom? All right, so why don't we have Dr. Russell take the stand?
Doctor, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
All right, Good morning, doctor. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning.
Dr. Russell, it's fair to say that your opinions have changed between the time when you first testified at the voir dire to when you testified at the trial and then at our last time we met at the Lanigan hearing.
They have not.
Do you remember we spoke about when you testified at the voir dire hearing, you had uncertainty about what had actually caused the wounds?
I did not.
Do you remember using the words like most likely a dog?
No.
Let me remind you, in the voir dire, do you remember the court asking you what kind of animal caused the wound? And you said most likely a dog, a large dog?
May I see that?
Yes, you may. Counsel, page 51, line 18. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm showing you a copy of your voir dire transcript. I'm going to ask you to read it yourself when you're done reading it. When you're comfortable with that time, I'm going to ask you the questions again. You can look at any part of that you would like.
The question had that word possibly in it. I didn't say,
I'm sorry. You can finish, please.
I didn't use the word possibly.
You were asked, does this appear as a pattern of injury that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said yes. Do you remember that?
Can you show that to me again?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's read it together.
That's a good idea.
Your Honor, may I make a suggestion if I could, please? I realize it's crossed. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed that with regard to transcripts and the use of them, I have as well. Given that we've agreed for transcripts being in evidence, can the witness keep the transcripts and look
Do
at
you
them?
have an extra copy for her?
The answer, I don't know if they do, but I can give mine
Okay.
so that she
Problem
can
with
have
that,
it.
Mr. Brennan?
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Is this your only copy?
It is. It's okay. I know what they say.
You have an extra copy? Well, you might as well, I'm gonna go through a lot of it, so you might as well give her the whole trial transcript.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Mr. Brennan to make a copy of mine. All right, so that we can continue. You can give yours to the witness for a few minutes, and then when these are done, you can have yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Jim.
No problem. Probably gonna need- Yes, sure, she's gonna need both. They're both yours. Yes. I think we did. That's the 20.
Why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. Brennan, Mr. Alessi, why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. McDermott will be back with clean copies of the transcripts that I have as part of your exhibits.
Thank you very much.
And the witness can
So Mr. McDermott doesn't have to do it twice. Mr. Brennan has just indicated to me he's going to go back to the June 18th. So is Mr. McDermott going to copy the June 18th and the June?
I have the voir dire and the trial testimony. So take 5 minutes, please.
Thanks very much.
All right, please.
Mikey, you're muted.
Hanky Panks unprepared again. Peter Alisi on his game. I love it. I love it. Oh, God, man, what an asshat.
He makes himself look so dumb.
He does. Just with the paperwork and just the process of it all. Like, he only has one copy, and he doesn't give. He purposely didn't give Dr. Russell a copy. You know what I mean? Like, just give me a copy of what I said a year and a half ago, so I can reflect on it. Because everybody else has a copy. Why can't I have a copy? And then he's like, "No, we can read it together." And Peter Alisi just stood right up and said, "No, that's not what we agreed on." So now Jim McDermott's downstairs making copies of the voir dire from last year and a copy of this new one right now from the last time they had the Davard hearing.
Well, now that
fucking
gives
crazy.
Lolly some time to get Hanky Panky some lemons for his water.
Oh, is he sitting next to him, or is he?
He's there. I can see his bald head.
They're all running around looking at people. He's just walking around saying, "Hey, how's your weekend? Hey, what's going on?" Hey, you get an extra
He's
cigarette?
making orders for everybody.
Yeah, well, so you want Starbucks, right? Okay.
Starbucks fish boy from prosecuting the the biggest trial of this century right now.
Yeah. Now he's on the bench.
Serving Starbucks.
Yeah. He's got a little thing on his arm, walking around taking orders. Calling. He's actually on his.
A latte with non-fat milk.
He's got his app open. He's taking names. Okay, what was that again? It's like this. It's like I was the best pitcher in the league last year, and now I'm riding the bench. Oh man. I don't even know if in my head, do I actually even want to be in this? Do I want to do this again? If he was the same prosecutor again, so it's like you're gonna get the same bullshit again. He's just gonna play hide the ball. I think it's like getting your whole work nitpicked again. Like, he's bringing back Mrs. Russell. He's gonna bring back Mr. Green and try to ask different questions and things like that. It's like it's just fruitless. It's just what are you doing? Like. I mean, Dr. Green from Celebrate, he's done over 2,000 testimonies. How do you not let that guy in?
Like we said, and we've been saying, Hank's not here to prosecute. He's here to defend the Commonwealth. And it's disgusting.
Yeah, and the McAlberts. Yep. Like I was saying to Tommy earlier, I've never known any witnesses in a trial that have hired their own personal attorneys, like Jen, like Brian, like Colin, have hired their own attorney, and Brian Higgins have hired their own personal attorneys to make sure they don't say the wrong thing. It's fucking crazy. Just go up there and tell the truth, but they can't. It's so far.
They make themselves look more guilty by doing that.
Right.
And it's great. It's like you guys say we're not guilty, we're being intimidated, blah blah blah. You make yourself look guilty.
Yeah, you hire your own personal attorney and your own witness. All you have to go up there and tell the truth, but you have to hire an attorney to make sure you don't say the wrong thing. What the fuck? I've never heard.
Telling the truth.
Yeah, it's so like exactly like you know what I mean. Like when Higgins' lawyer came in last year and said, you know, I gotta, I can, you know, I can't have a conversation in 22 seconds. And the attorney comes in and says, I just need 10 seconds to talk to him. I can get it done. You know, it was kind of funny. Like I don't know if you remember that or not, but like Higgins had his own lawyer come in and stop the questioning. It's fucking crazy, man. I've never seen anything like it. I'm Karen's tweeting me. Hold on. I'm kidding.
Like what?
So Karen's tweeting. Hold on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
she's got her phone in her hand. I noticed that.
Yeah,
now.
I got to answer it. Lally's asking her what kind of coffee she wants. Right now, Unity's like, I want a latte, not a venti. I want a latte. I want to make sure it's whole milk. All right.
Very little foam though, just on the top, not all the way up. Too much foam.
Hey, Shelby, people are asking where to join for the membership button. I don't know. Can you do it on your phone?
If you are on an Apple or on an Android. Android, it should be. Hold on, I gotta look on my phone now. Right. If you go to the Seeking Justice page, you should be able to just say join.
Oh, if you go to our YouTube channel and then go to our page, you can join there.
Yep. There's a like scroll where it says home videos. You can scroll to the right, and at the end it'll say membership. You can join there. I can put the link in.
Yeah, drop a link. That'd be awesome.
I got the link there, and then if it doesn't work for anybody on the YouTube app on Apple, go try going to Chrome or Safari.
All right. Okay. Bottom right $sign on mobile. Okay. All right. I don't know. Yeah, because tomorrow is a members only. Yeah, and you don't want to miss that because you know crazy things going on. Look at that dream team right there, like that. Yeah, Alicia, Jackson.
Well, it's going to be the after what happened today too. So you guys don't want to miss that. It's going to be we're going to hash out what happened today.
Yeah. Oh, I shaved my beard. You know, I shaved my beard just because I didn't want to take all the attention away from Jackson. I just, you know, I was rocking a beard too, so a lot of people were loving it. So I shaved mine just so Jackson.
You need the handlebars. You need the handlebars.
I'll do something. Yeah, definitely.
Seriously, I would die.
So the handlebars come down and go down like this, down the bottom, like okay.
You don't shave the bottom. You don't shave the chin. You just come down and then
Okay. I'll see what I can do. Way better without the beard. Yeah, both. Yeah, thank you. It's different. It's different. I tell you. I wake up in the morning like, whoa. But I haven't shaved yet. So, hey, when you put the membership in, it just said membership, no link. Just so you know. Oh,
yeah. I know.
Okay. Cherry. I think Cherry. Yeah, Cherry just did it. I think though. YouTube Seeking Justice.
Woman.
Took 10 years off my life. Thank you. Yeah.
She's like the YouTube queen when it comes to this stuff. She's the YouTube
awesome.
queen when it comes to this stuff. If I have issues, I literally am DMing Cherry like, how do I do this? I'm not kidding. Right. Cherry, what am I doing?
I don't know. I don't know what she's got to join Team Mini Eggs. I don't know what that means, but is that a shot at us? Mini eggs? I don't know what that means.
So last year at court, everybody kept giving Tom Cadbury mini eggs.
Oh.
So he had a plethora of Cadbury mini eggs.
Jackson's giving me his order right. Jackson's giving me his order right now for Starbucks. Hold on. I gotta forward it off to Rally. He wants.
Looking at him like, you really want that?
No. She's like, get me the egg and sausage cheese. I'll take the biscuit. Okay. Oh my God! Stop it.
Bill's over there like,
All right.
where's mine?
There's Rocco. There's Nick. There's Nick. Yeah. Nathan's like, all right, I got my phone out. Let me get here. Let's see what I got here. Dad, you want something? All right, hold on. Hey, those must be the law. Those two at the end must be the law students right there, with Peter. At least he's
Yeah,
talking
that's
to him.
what
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, here comes trouble. Oh, he's muted.
And why does it always go to that picture? Do you know?
I don't know.
Trisha, thanks for slipping in, man. I'll talk to you later. Yeah. Dunkin' Donuts. Cherry's a Dunkin' Donuts guy. Okay. I make my own at my house. I don't go out. There is a Starbucks right down the street, though.
Very rarely. Very rarely.
Starbucks like jet fuel. Oh. Yeah,
It goes right through me.
I appreciate the link, but it keeps bringing me back to the homepage. I'll keep trying. Okay. See it from me. I don't know. I can't help you. I apologize. But maybe
I can't help. If I could share my screen and show you guys how to do it, I would, but I can't because of court.
Right. Gotcha. I think Alan Jackson's going to go with the egg and cheese. He's texting me right now, so hold on. Okay, yeah, he wants the egg and cheese. He wants Swiss. Okay.
He said no meat. No meat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Okay. So, okay. You want guac? Okay. Okay. Ted Daniels is good morning from Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham, where I am seated with other reporters in the jury box for a pretrial hearing in the Karen Reed case. We are in the same courthouse as the first trial. The bulk of today's hearing will be focused on Dr. Marie Russell's qualifications and credentials. Come on, people.
Oh, since we're in the same courthouse, I wonder if we're gonna get the fan.
We did take a 5-minute break, and we didn't get the fan because you know why? The jury's not in there. Because they went to the jury right? Am I right?
Yes.
Let's say Starbucks has none. Okay, yeah. Swiss. Tom CPU. Federal prosecutor. Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah. I saw that. Yeah, yesterday. Yeah. Oh yeah. Pieces. Yeah. On his campaign money. Yep. I mean, they've been busy, man. The DOJ. They've been busy, man. Maybe because we just pay more attention to it now too, though. You know, I typically years ago I wouldn't pay any attention. All right, here we go. Game on.
Oh.
You are now unmuted.
I'm not muted, so it's them.
No, I'm just saying. Here we go. I'll mute myself. Yep. We're back in session. You can see it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just conferring if Your Honor's permission, Mr. Brennan, I want to make sure.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time. I don't know. All right, so you were speaking to me, Mr. Leslie. I think Mr. was speaking to his co-counsel. No, that's okay. I just
wanted to let you know what we were doing. Mr. Brennan and I are just conferring to make sure we maximize the chances of the exhibits being right. So I've offered to Mr. Brennan something he wants to consider and look at what he has to make sure we do this efficiently.
okay. So the copies that Mr. McDermott made are the attachments to the motions that were filed.
I'm going to provide a copy with the court's permission of the voir dire testimony, the trial testimony, and the Lanigan hearing.
Sure. Okay, I did not have Mr. McDermott do a copy of the Lanigan hearing.
I've had an extra copy that I've given to Ms. Russell. I'm sorry, Dr. Russell.
Okay.
And if I may, can I write on the top of each transcript which each one is. That way it'll be easier for.
Is there a problem with that, Mr.
No
Lissy?
problem.
Okay.
May I again approach the witness?
Yes,
May I speak, Your Honor?
yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm handing you two documents. You have a third. The one before you is a transcript of the last hearing called the Lanigan hearing that you attended. This is a copy of your voir dire testimony. I've noted it on the top right for you, and also trial testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
I had asked you if you had expressed any uncertainty in the past about your opinion as it relates to the opinion you gave at the Lanigan hearing, at the last hearing, whether your position has changed or evolved is what I'm getting at. And you said that your position has not changed. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were asked at the trial about the injuries and how you think they happened. I want you to turn to the trial transcript. If you turn to page 19, line 21. Page
Line-
19, line 21, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So the page number is here?
Yes.
And then line would be. Okay. Sorry. My apologies. This one is the trial. Okay. Do you recall at the trial, you were asked about the injuries, and you said, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of injuries? Do you remember saying that?
That's not here in front of me.
But I'm asking you, do you remember saying that at the trial, that you believe the injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog?
Something to that effect, yes.
And when you said that, you used the word possible because you weren't certain, were you?
Can you show me where that is?
Well, I'm asking a question, not asking about the transcript. The reason why when you were asked and you said it was by an animal, possibly a large dog, is because you were uncertain.
You know, Mr. Brennan, I think I explained that before, that in medicine, there are no absolutes. And that's what, physicians are ingrained to think, is there are no absolutes in medicine. So that's why I expressed it that way. But
Yet
I was certain that it was a dog.
Yet you were testifying as an expert witness, weren't you?
Yes, I understand that, but I was thinking like a doctor.
I see. And you understood as an expert witness that you were asking the jury to rely on your opinion. You were trying to be as accurate as possible, weren't you?
Yes, I usually do, yes.
You were trying to be precise in your testimony under oath, weren't you?
Yes, and I don't see a difference really between those.
And when you use the word possibly a large animal, that's different than an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In this witness's view. She can answer that.
That's not what the transcript says that he's referring to.
So he's not asking about the transcript. I'm going to allow the question.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
When you chose the word during your testimony to precisely describe what you thought, and you said possibly a large dog, that is different than to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
You were asked whether or not you could tell what type of animal left these marks, and you said you couldn't with 100% certainty. Isn't that true?
With 100% certainty, that's correct.
And the reason why you don't have certainty when you first testified is because there really is no methodology in identifying dog bite wounds, is there?
That's incorrect.
I see. When you talk about methodology, is there any standard you're comparing your comparisons to?
There are multiple published peer-review articles that describe what dog bites and dog injuries look like.
Is there any standard that you use? Is there any particular things you look at with specificity that you compare to a standard model?
The pattern.
The standard model of patterns, where do you get that from?
Pattern recognition is used throughout medicine. And, it's something that I have been trained on since actually before medical school, but certainly in medical school.
Pattern recognition, you understand, is different than a standard of comparison. You understand there's a difference between those two things, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Okay, we'll talk about pattern recognition analysis in a minute. But what you're saying is that there's a methodology in identifying dog wounds. I'm asking you, where does that standard come from?
It comes from multiple published peer-review articles.
Okay, tell me one.
Munich.
I'm sorry?
Munich. We talked about that one last time.
The gentleman who studied human teeth.
No, he wrote about dog bites.
Okay. And what's the name of the article that you've relied on?
The name of the article, I have to refer to my report, but it's something to the effect of forensic evaluation of.
Do you have any specific memory about what you're relying on as a standard of comparison to identify dog bite marks?
Yes.
Okay, share that with us.
Again, the standard would be what the wound looks like, and the pattern recognition that goes along with it, along with the configuration of the wounds. It's a multifactorial process.
I'm trying to have you assist us in distinguishing between pattern recognition analysis, which we're going to get to, and when you're looking at a wound, the standards in the science, the methodology you would actually use to look at it and see if there's points of comparison, to see if there's similarity. What standard are you working with?
I'm not so sure I understand what you mean by standard then, because I know how I evaluate wounds.
You have personal experience where you've treated dog wounds and you look at it and you're simply deciding whether or not to you this looks similar. You're giving your personal aside, aren't you?
I actually find that offensive.
Oh, okay. Well, is that what you're doing?
No.
So if you're comparing it to an actual science, a standard, a methodology, I want to learn that methodology from you. So what I'm asking you is tell us, where does that come from? The methodology where you have a point of comparison, where you look at a wound and you compare it for similarities to another item.
There are several published peer-review articles that describe what to look for, how to observe, evaluate, and then sometimes treat wounds, dog bite wounds.
Okay.
There are, several authors that have published similar things. And in terms of there being an organization that says, here is the standard for dog bite wounds,
Right.
I don't think that there is one.
When you say you don't think there is one, if you're an expert in this field, you would know that there is not one, is there?
There is not one that I know of, correct?
Well, you're not guessing there might be one you don't know of.
I don't know of any published standard by an organization.
So it'd be fair to say, when you are giving an opinion, what you personally believe to be a dog bite wound, there is no standard in dog bite science that shows you what the standard is. There's nothing to compare it to.
again, it's based on a combination of the experiences that I've had over the last 30 years, observing, evaluating, and treating dog bite wounds, plus the numerous articles that I have read on dog bite wounds, their characteristics, morphology, patterns, and other things like complications, et cetera.
Okay, so to get back to my question, I know that you're using your experience and your memory, but there is no standard of comparison. There's no methodology that is accepted as a practice.
I disagree.
Okay. Can you share with us one of those articles that you've been relying on to combine with your personal experience to come to conclusions in dog bite analysis?
Well, there's the Munich that we talked about.
I didn't talk about. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, please.
Okay, would you like to go through it together?
I'm asking you to tell us about what you're basing your opinion on, and you said it's Munich, so I don't know much about.
Okay, that's one of them.
Well, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, well, in that article, the authors described a fatal case, but also described what some of the characteristics are in dog bite wound cases. What types of wounds you see, their appearance, their distribution, their configuration, different aspects like that. Many of them are parallel. Things that would affect the appearance of wounds that physicians know about, such as elasticity of skin and other ways that wounds can be distorted from one to another wound. So you have to know a little bit about wound characteristics and basically things to look for in the forensic evaluation of dog bite wounds.
Did that article lay out a standard of methodology?
I guess I don't understand what you're getting at.
Rather than having a particular case study where that article talks about a person that was attacked by a dog and deceased, correct?
In that case,
Yes.
however, it referenced.
And
I'm
it's,
sorry, Your Honor, if you could finish the question.
Yes, I'm going to let her finish.
please.
And Mr. Lessie, for objections, just simply objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I will, thank you.
Okay. That article, it was a case report, but it was also a review of previous literature.
Okay.
So in the review of the previous literature that had been published, they came up with recommendations. So yes, there are recommendations in that article.
In that article, it talked about a wound to the neck where the deceased bled to death, correct?
Yes,
Okay. It didn't talk about pattern recognition analysis
I
in that article.
disagree.
Okay. And did it talk about a standard of practice of methodology?
Recommendations.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, did it have a standard, a methodology that it discussed?
These were authors that were practitioners, and I don't believe they were in a position to create a standard.
In fact, you can't point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites. You can't point to one article, journal, book.
That's correct.
And so because there is no methodology or standard for you to look at, it involves a great deal of your subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street. I have at least 30 years as a physician, and I use that information in helping me form my opinions about wounds. I've seen all types of wounds.
Okay, so my question was, because there is no methodology, because there is no standard comparative analysis, you need to rely almost virtually on your personal experience treating wounds.
No, I believe you're again mischaracterizing it. I'm relying on my personal experience plus what I've learned from these numerous articles.
And so because there is no methodology and standard to compare to, you've introduced the idea that you have used a process known as differential diagnosis.
That's one of the processes used.
And as far as differential diagnosis, what that suggests is when, as a doctor or a person looking at symptoms, you try to rule out other conditions that have similar symptoms.
Correct.
Okay. And so you said, although that's traditionally used in a doctor assessing a cause of a patient's symptoms, you're using that in identifying dog bites, this differential diagnosis you speak of, right?
I used it to assist me, yes.
Okay. And so when you're using differential diagnosis, it means that there are many other ways or reasons why the same symptoms can occur.
Not always. Not always. It could mean that there's just one or two other conditions that would
Okay.
resemble this,
Okay.
but it's a process that a responsible physician would go through.
And in this case, you went through differential diagnosis to exclude other causes of these abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
I did.
If you had used your training and experience and you were certain to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were dog bites, you would not need to go through differential diagnosis.
Oh, that's so incorrect.
Okay.
I'm not perfect. I'm not 100% perfect human being. And so so I have to, as a responsible physician, in every case, go through a differential diagnosis to make sure I'm evaluating and treating the right thing if there's treatment involved.
When you chose to go through differential diagnosis, you recognized that these abrasions could be caused by a lot of different mechanics of injury, didn't you?
I considered that they could have been caused by others, but I went through the process.
Well, you were uncertain, weren't you?
No.
Yet you went through this process of differential diagnosis anyways.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And when you did that, you decided that you should focus on car accident.
No, I didn't focus just on car accidents.
Well, what other subjects did you focus on in differential diagnosis other than car accident?
Could these have been self-inflicted, for instance?
You went through that process?
I did.
I didn't see that anywhere in your report
It's in
whatsoever.
my head. I didn't write it down.
Well, aren't you supposed to report the process you go through before coming to conclusions? Isn't that why you wrote a report in discovery and disclosure?
Yes, but
Okay. Is there anything else in your head that you thought about that you didn't put in the report or tell anybody? So we have car accident, we have suicide, we have dog bite. What else did you think of in your differential diagnosis?
well, I thought, could it possibly be road rash?
Okay. What else did you think?
Oh, I don't remember all the things I thought of at the time, but it wasn't a very large list, but it was a list, and it was a differential diagnosis.
Well, if it was important enough to think about and distinguish and go through differential diagnosis, can't you remember what it was that you thought it could have been the cause other than suicide, road rash, car accident?
Well, of course, I mean, there were some things I thought of and immediately ruled out. Were these stab wounds inflicted by someone else? No.
Okay.
So the list, there was a list that I went
Okay.
through in my head. Would it be worth writing down? No, I don't think so.
Well, was there any other significant causes that you went through and vetted through differential diagnosis that you didn't write down?
Not that I remember at this time.
And that's why it helps to write it down. Okay. So one of those causes of these abrasions that you went through differential diagnosis for was car accident, wasn't it?
Yes,
In fact, when you first met the defense attorneys, you had an interest in this case, didn't you?
I thought I could clarify the issue of what those wounds were caused by.
So you were learning about information about the case publicly before you got involved in this case,
No.
didn't you? Well, you knew there was an issue.
I heard, yes, I did know that there was an issue. I saw something in the Boston Globe, and Mr. Brennan, I wasn't following the case at all. I don't even subscribe to the Globe for information about this
You don't-
general region.
You don't have to be defensive about it. I'm just asking you.
Okay.
You knew
Just
enough
clarifying.
that you wanted to get involved and you made some phone calls to offer your services.
I didn't want to get involved, but I thought that I should.
I see. And so you learned enough through your study or the Boston Globe or television that you knew generally that there was an issue about the abrasions, correct?
I knew there was a question, yes.
You knew that the defense was claiming that a dog caused those injuries.
I wasn't even sure who was claiming what at that point.
So you didn't know much about anything, but you still made phone calls to introduce yourself to get involved in the case?
Again, I know that there are very few people in this country that have the combination of experiences that I do, and I thought that I could just clarify the issue and maybe, help people move along in the case.
Before you decided that you were going to offer your services, what did you know about the case?
I knew that a police officer had died. I was a former police officer, so I knew a police officer had died. And I knew that there was a trial, and I didn't know details really. I just knew that I believe I read that there was something about a car accident versus dog bites. That's about all I knew about the case.
Had you seen any photographs?
No,
And so just generally knowing that there was an issue, you thought you could help because of the word dog bite in your experience?
correct.
Okay. So when you ruled out motor vehicle accident, is it fair to say that your perspective was a motor vehicle accident would have caused injuries to the other parts of the body, and that's why you considered car accident as not part of the cause of these abrasions?
That was not the only reason.
That was one of the reasons?
Yes,
Did you look at the wounds and you thought based on the accident, there would have been broken bones or other injuries?
that was one of the reasons.
Okay. So based on those two reasons and other reasons, you decided to exclude car accident as the cause of these wounds, correct?
Correct.
And when you made that decision to do that and exclude car accidents, you didn't really have the experience in car accidents to decide whether a car accident was the cause of these injuries, did you?
Mr. Brennan, I've seen thousands of car accident victims through my emergency medicine career. So I had plenty of experience.
Had you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No, I'm trained as a physician to treat car accident victims.
But that's not what I asked. What I asked you is, you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No,
Have you ever taken classes and certifications in accident reconstruction?
no,
Have you ever gone to a scene of an accident and been asked to give your opinion and help reconstruct the accident?
no,
Have you ever served as a witness in court as an accident reconstructionist?
no.
In fact, when you decided that this accident couldn't happen, you hadn't even read the investigative reports, had you?
No, I didn't decide that an accident didn't happen. What I decided was that those injuries were not from a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, she was done.
Hold on, Mr. Leslie. Next question, please.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, excluding car accident, you had not even read the investigative reports in this case, had you?
That's correct.
Yeah. And when you were asked about materials that you reviewed to give your opinions, you said you were just trying to focus on the wounds and you hadn't read those reports, right?
That's correct.
Have you read the reports to
Yes.
date? You now have read the reports.
Yes.
Okay. When you excluded the car accident, did you know anything about this collision between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Did you know anything about it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that question, Dr. Russell?
Did I know anything
Yeah.
about?
Did you know anything about how it happened?
I was, somehow I knew that, well, I believe I knew that the car was backing up. That's what I was, somehow I got that information.
So when
Car
you were
backed up.
excluding the collision and this differential diagnosis, did you know how fast that Lexus was going back when it struck Mr. O'Keefe?
No,
Do you know how far it traveled when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection, Your Honor.
So it's a question, the question's proper. Let's see if she can answer it. She may not be able to answer it as asked.
Do you know how far the Lexus traveled backwards when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the.
I
the assumption
understand. I understand, counsel. Can you answer that question as asked, Dr. Russell?
as asked, no, I don't know.
When you excluded this collision as differential diagnosis, did you know the angle of the collision between the car and Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm going to see counsel exactly.
May I?
Yes.
When you engaged in differential diagnosis, excluding a car collision as the cause of these abrasions, did you know or learn any information about the angle of the strike between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
No,
Do you know whether or not the person, John O'Keefe, who had these abrasions on his arm, do you know if that person used his arm in any way to defend himself from an oncoming vehicle?
I considered that.
You did?
Yes.
And in considering that, did you consider the body position of John O'Keefe?
Oh, yes. I considered various possibilities.
Okay, what was his body position at the time the car allegedly collided with him?
Objection, Your Honor.
You used the word allegedly. I'm going with
What was his body position?
I considered several possibilities. I considered if he was standing, if I considered if he was kneeling or sitting or even lying down. I considered multiple possibilities.
Was he standing?
I don't know that. I don't know, but I considered all of those possibilities.
Was he kneeling?
I don't know.
Was he lying down?
I don't know.
So you considered all these things, but you have no information, fact, or understanding of what body position he was, do you?
I went through the process of what the wounds would look like in those various positions.
I see. So if John O'Keefe was trying to defend himself, pulling his arm up to brace himself, what would the injuries have looked like?
Well, if they penetrated his clothing, if there was penetration of his clothing, from broken parts, for instance, they would have been quite irregular. They would not have been multiple parallel abrasions and punctate wounds that were seen in those pictures.
How do you know that?
From my many years of experience.
Okay. Did you do any comparison analysis of the broken tail light in Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Actually, eventually, I did.
Before you gave these opinions, did you?
I didn't need to because I've seen thousands of accident victims.
Every accident is dynamic and changes, isn't it?
Yes, but I also had that in consideration. That's why people train for the number of years that I trained.
Every accident is different, isn't it?
Yes, probably.
And so you can have a number of people in an accident and they can have different injuries from the same accident, can't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? If a car drives down the street and runs into 20 people, they may all have different injuries.
I agree.
Same car.
I agree.
Might be the same speed. But they could hit people differently. Some people, unfortunately, they could kill, right?
Yes,
Some people could be catastrophically injured but still alive.
correct.
Some people could have scratches and bruises.
Correct.
Some people could be in that type of situation, bounce off the car and escape without a scratch.
Possibly, yes.
Right. So there's no science or standard when you say car accidents would have had a certain result. The truth is you don't know.
I disagree with you.
Okay. And so when you were excluding these causes, you have no idea his body position or angle, correct?
I went through various scenarios in my head.
But I'm asking you, not the scenarios in your head, Dr. Russell. I'm asking you about detail, fact, science, okay? I'm asking you, do you have any idea the position of John O'Keefe's body when he allegedly was struck by the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going with that.
I considered multiple scenarios.
Tell me the facts you have. Tell me the facts you have. You can tell us how is his body postured on fact. What facts do you have?
Again, I considered multiple scenarios.
When you, did you go to the scene of where Mr. O'Keefe was found lying on the ground? Did you go and visit the scene?
No,
Did you take and look at photographs of the scene?
I looked at some photographs.
What did you see in those photographs?
They were very difficult. It was very difficult to see much useful information in the photographs.
When you're engaging in differential diagnosis and you're excluding causes of abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, wouldn't it be important to either go to the scene or look at clear photographs so you could see all the debris and the land and the turf and see what it looked like? Wouldn't that be important?
No, in the 30 years of or emergency medicine experience I've had, I've never gone to the scene of a car accident victim that was brought into the emergency room.
And you've never gone into court and testified as an accident reconstruction expert?
A reconstruction expert? No,
You
but I've
never-
testified about vehicle
And
accidents.
you've never gone to court and testified as a dog bite expert before this case? Yes?
I was never asked.
And so when you say what you used to do, you treated people who came in with injuries. I'm talking about when you're going to exclude something as a cause. I'm asking if you have any experience in actually going out and looking at the facts and using science to exclude something fairly.
I used medical science.
Do you know what the ground looked like where Mr. O'Keefe lay that morning?
There was snow.
You know how many inches of snow were under his body?
Under his body?
Yeah.
No.
Do you know what the ground was? Do you know if it was smooth like a turf football field or frozen jagged like dirt tends to do in the Northeast during the cold winter?
I considered several different possibilities: grass, dirt, asphalt. So I considered several different possibilities to see in my differential diagnosis.
You considered all these different possibilities, but you never even went and looked at the scene to see what it looked like, did you?
I didn't have to.
Do you know if there was twigs or roots or a brush nearby?
I don't know.
Do you know if there was a fire hydrant nearby?
There was a fire hydrant nearby.
Do you know if there was a curb nearby?
That I don't know.
So you have no idea really, other than a fire hydrant, what this area of impact, alleged impact looked like, do you?
Well, again, a curb would not have caused those wounds. So that's irrelevant.
You have no idea.
I disagree.
Okay. Did someone tell you what it looked like?
No.
Okay. You said that you ruled out car accident or collision in part because there were no broken bones. Yes?
In part.
And we've
Except
agreed.
for, excuse me, except for no skeletal broken bones.
And we've agreed that car accidents are a dynamic process. Not all car accidents result in broken bones, do they?
That's correct.
It depends on how and where and a number of other factors in the collision. Yes?
That's why it was only one of the factors I used.
Well, it's one of the factors you excluded. Do you know the difference in force between head-on collision and a side swipe?
I have a general idea.
Is there less force when someone is hit on the side of the car as opposed to being run over?
As opposed to being run over?
Yeah.
Generally, yes.
Right. And I'm sure in your thousands of treatments, you have treated people in the hospital who have come in contact with a car who did not have broken bones.
Oh, yes.
Plenty of times.
Excuse me?
Many times.
Yes, but they weren't dead.
What's that?
They were not dead.
Right. Okay. Well, you don't know when Mr. O'Keefe died that morning, do you? Do you know what time he died?
I have I have a range.
You didn't think he died from the abrasions on his arm, do you?
No, he did not die from the abrasions.
Okay. He died from a break in the back of his skull from hitting the ground, right?
Oh, he died from a skull fracture and brain injury and
Yes.
hypothermia.
Hypothermia.
Yeah,
Oh.
not from an abrasion to his skull.
Right. The abrasion for his arm had nothing to do with his death, did it?
It did not cause the death.
Okay. And so is there a difference between the force when a car hits somebody directly on or hits them on a side?
Generally, yes.
Right. And you've seen many times somebody has been in contact with the motor vehicle with no broken bones, many times.
I have seen that, yes.
I mean, there's a difference between being run over and hitting the side of a car, isn't there?
That's correct.
So if someone didn't hit them, they just clipped them, that might be different than being run over in the middle of the crosswalk in the middle of the car. Yes?
Yes, that'd be correct, but you have to put it in context.
Now, you said in addition to your experience treating injuries, you also have experience as a police officer.
Yes,
Yes. And you've responded to many car collisions as a police officer, didn't you?
I did.
And when you respond to car collisions, whether it's a pedestrian or another car, there are certain things as a detective you detect that are in the street, right?
As a detective?
Yeah, a detective or a police officer, as you go to a scene
Mhm.
and there's a collision, you certainly see things often as
Yes.
a result of the collision, don't you?
Yes.
Tell us some of the things that you'll see as a police officer after a collision. What do you
Oh,
see?
After a collision, you oftentimes see debris from the car,
Right,
from the
debris from the
vehicles,
car.
yes.
You can see rubber, right?
Probably, I don't know if I have, but yes,
Sometimes metal pieces, parts of the car.
right.
And sometimes when there's a collision, maybe often, you see glass, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, glass breaks when a car collides with something, oftentimes, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so when you were doing this, engaging in this differential diagnosis, did you consider the circumstances, the physical evidence at the scene from where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I considered the possibilities, yes.
Okay, well, there's a phrase, getting knocked out of one's shoes. You've heard that phrase, right?
I've heard the phrase.
Well, you've heard the phrase in relation to car collisions, haven't you? A person getting knocked out of their shoes.
And other things, yes.
Yeah, but not other things. We're talking about car collisions.
Okay.
That's what we want to talk about today.
Okay.
You've heard the phrase knocked out of one's shoes in car collisions, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, because the force is so great when a car hits a body, it moves the body, and the shoe from friction on the ground can sometimes be left behind. Yes?
I don't know the actual causation, but yes.
Well, you did know when you review this case that at the very area where that car backed up and Mr. O'Keefe was found, one of his sneakers was found next to the curb on the street. You know that, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you aware of that fact?
No.
Okay, next question.
You were never given any of the information, physical evidence at the scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found to help you engage in this differential diagnosis?
I eventually saw reports.
So you do know. You do know about the sneaker.
I also, well, I don't know that. I don't know where the sneaker was found. No.
Well, what do you know about the sneaker? It sounds like you know a little bit about the sneaker. Tell us
No,
what you-
well, I know that in hypothermia, there's a condition called paradoxical undressing, where people are sometimes are found without their clothes and shoes.
Was
Because
Mr.
and in this case, there was hypothermia.
Do you have any opinion that Mr. O'Keefe undressed his shoe before he died?
I have no opinion about that.
Do you have any information, evidence to support such a comment like that?
I'm just advising you that there is a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing. So that is possibly a cause.
In that phenomenon, does somebody take off one shoe and leave all their other clothes on?
It's possible they
Yeah.
could, yeah.
Right, and you have a case that you've seen
No,
just like that?
I have not.
No. Okay. And so in this case, at what point did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was knocked out of his shoe?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did-
Phrase it differently.
At what point in this case did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe's body was about 7 feet off the street, fully clothed, not undressing himself, and that his sneaker was on the roadway right next to the curb?
Objection, Your Honor.
So, did you learn that fact?
No,
Next question.
So as you sit here and testify today, you didn't know that?
that's correct.
When you're ruling out car collision in your differential diagnosis, wouldn't it be helpful to know a little bit about the physical evidence of where it was found at the scene?
Again, my focus is injuries. The injuries caused by car accidents, not the scene itself,
Right.
injuries. So, so that's what I focused in.
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
Excuse me?
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
I don't think so.
Okay. When you are excluding car collision as the cause of these abrasions, and you consider circumstantial evidence as a police officer. If there was trace evidence on that shattered taillight, would you want to know about that?
Yes, I would.
Yes. And DNA is a form of trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a pretty sound piece of trace evidence, wouldn't you say?
Yes, if collected properly and chain of evidence, yes.
Right. One of the most formative pieces of scientific evidence that is used in medicine and science, isn't it?
In forensics, yes.
Yeah, forensics. And so when you used differential diagnosis and excluded the car collision as the cause of the abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm, did you know that there was DNA on the taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not know that.
Would you want it to have known if there was DNA? Particularly, would you want it to have known if the DNA on the taillight of the shattered taillight was John O'Keefe's DNA? Would you want to know that in your differential diagnosis?
That would be helpful. However, again, that the car accident did not cause that configuration of wounds.
And when you're considering the cause of the wounds and you're trying to rule out car accident, you know that that taillight had been shattered, leaving glass and jagged edges. If you had known there was John O'Keefe's DNA on that taillight, would have you wanted to have taken a closer study of the taillight casing and the broken glass?
I don't think it was necessary. Those wounds are so characteristic of a dog attack.
Do you know there was other trace evidence on the back of Miss Reed's car that morning?
Such as?
Hair?
No.
You didn't know that one of John O'Keefe's hair was left on the bumper?
No.
And engaging in your differential diagnosis, considering the mechanic of injury, wouldn't it be important to know that the trace evidence coming from John O'Keefe was left not only on the defendant's car, but in the particular area where the damage to the car, the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Were you aware of that fact, Dr. Russell?
No.
Next question.
When you were excluding a car collision as the cause, did anybody share with you the digital forensics, the black box information showing and demonstrating where the car was, the speed it went back and the distance? Did anybody share that with you?
No.
Did you know that John O'Keefe had a cell phone?
Not surprised.
And do you know that at a certain point when that car left, his cell phone, which was found near his body, never moved? Did you know that?
I read that, yes.
Okay. And when you were using differential diagnosis and thinking about the potential causes of abrasions in the arm, did it seem important to you that all these facts coincided? The car reversed, the damage, John O'Keefe on the ground, the phone under him?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that question.
Did you consider those things, Dr. Russell?
As I mentioned earlier, I considered various possibilities of a car accident and a pedestrian accident, I should say. And I went through many scenarios in my head, and no car accident scenario could create that configuration of wounds that's on the arm.
You've done advanced studies on wounds related to car accidents and broken taillights?
I've seen thousands.
Oh, no. Have you done any studies? Do you have any journals that you rely on to say that there's a expected pattern that's going to happen when a taillight intrudes through a sweater and into one's skin?
Yes, there are many textbooks that I have relied on. It's a fundamental area of study in forensic medicine and emergency medicine. And in fact, the examination of the exterior of the body in a motor vehicle accident case is emphasized, and special lectures are given about that topic to the forensic doctors.
You never examined John O'Keefe's body.
By photographs, yes.
You never examined his body.
Personally, no.
No, personally, you never examined his body.
I never touched his body. I examined
No,
the
no, you
photographs that
didn't.
were taken in the hospital and in the coroner's office, medical examiner's office.
When you're treating at the hospital and people are coming in telling you there was a dog bite, you're relying on that reporter's history, aren't you?
Usually, yes.
Or an eyewitness who saw it and told you about it.
Correct.
When I asked you before, when we were here the last time, about any cases where you had to make a diagnosis without information, you couldn't point to one. I asked you to give me one example, and you couldn't give me an example, could you?
I don't remember patients' names.
And so when you rely on the reporter as a medical expert, you take what they say, right? And you assume it's true.
Oh, not always,
I
no.
see. You
No,
look and see if it's
absolutely
not.
One, excuse me, one person speaks at a time. Let
Please.
her answer, Mr. Brennan.
No, I don't always take what they say is true because there's many reasons why people do not tell the truth.
Did somebody ever come in and say it was a dog bite and you did differential diagnosis and pattern recognition analysis and determined they were lying, it was not a dog bite?
No,
In all the hundreds, thousands of cases, never has anybody reported to you a dog bite and you determined independently through your powers that it wasn't a dog bite.
not dog bites, but other wounds, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, many other kinds of wounds. People report that they occurred a certain way and actually they have occurred a different way.
With respect to dog bites,
Mhm.
every time you've treated a patient, they've either told you what happened or somebody with them has told you what happened.
Or they didn't know what happened.
Okay. In this case, when you were excluding the collision as the cause of the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you look at witness statements?
As far as I know, there were no witnesses to the event.
Okay, well, did you read the testimony of Officer Sarif? Because the witness who talked to him was Karen Reed. Did you read that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So ask the question differently, Mr. Brennan.
Okay, did you know that Officer Sarif reported that Karen Reed said, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you consider that or know about that when you made your differential diagnosis regarding the collision?
At some point, I did know that there was a statement like that.
Not like that. Did you know about this statement? "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you know about this statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that statement? I'm allowing a question.
No.
Let's move on.
Did you know
Mr.
about the statement to Mr. Flamati? I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him." Did you know about that statement?
Not that statement, no.
Did you know about the statement that she repeated repeatedly? "I hit him. I hit him." Did you know about that?
I learned that there was some question about whether there was a statement or a question, did I hit him? I learned that, but that doesn't, I mean,
Where
okay,
did you learn that from?
I don't remember.
Okay. You said that you had domestic violence cases? Okay. Did you know that the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe got in an argument shortly before this happened?
Yes, I know that.
When you were considering the cause of these injuries, did you consider Ms. Reed's statements herself to not just witnesses, but to the public, to national magazines and programs? Did you consider any of that?
I don't read the national magazines.
Well, would it help you if you knew she told Boston Magazine that maybe John hit the back of her car, telling her to stop, and then she ran over his foot, or she clipped him in the knee, and in his drunkenness, he passed out? Would that help in your differential diagnosis?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It wouldn't help because those wounds were caused by a dog.
Well, if you believe that statement that she said about running over his foot and clipping him, it would help you conclude that it wasn't a straight-on accident, that it was on the side, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Even if it were on the side, the car did not cause those injuries.
And we talked about when someone's hit on the side, they could brace or defend themselves, correct?
Oh, correct.
Right. And did you know that if John O'Keefe was standing up and his arm was bent, it would be about the same height as that taillight?
Yes, that I understand. I've been hit on the side. I know about side injuries,
Uh-huh.
side swipe injuries.
Yeah, a clip. It's different, right? And so knowing that his height matches up with the taillight, what other evidence would you want to know before you excluded the taillight as the cause of injury? To be thorough, what else would you want to know?
Well, I see pictures of the fragments of the taillight, which I eventually did. And were there any pieces of metal that had the configuration, anything that could cause those parallel lines with the punctate injuries in between?
How about taillight fragments?
Yes.
Little pieces of glass, right? When glass shatters, it shatters randomly, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on what kind of glass. So
How about, I'm sorry, please.
it depends on what kind of glass.
I want you.
Well, motor vehicle glass, a lot of motor vehicle glass is tempered glass, and that shatters a certain way.
Okay.
And creates a characteristic injuries.
Okay. Tell me about your experience in Lexus rear taillight coverings. What is the pattern injury on that?
I'm not aware of any pattern injuries.
And are you aware when the rear taillight of a Lexus breaks, the different pieces it breaks into? Is it random or is there a standard in how it breaks?
I'm not sure, but I have an idea.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you look at any photographs of the scene in the debris field showing the different size taillight fragments at the very scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the ground? Did you look at any of those photographs?
I attempted to, but I couldn't see much detail.
Okay,
Photographs were not good.
Okay, so you don't really have a command of what the debris field looked like relative to the taillight fragments that were on the ground that morning.
Again, I imagine various scenarios of what broken glass and like. And again, I could not come up with any scenario that would cause those parallel marks and the pattern that we described.
Well, I don't need you to imagine a scenario. I only want to talk about one scenario. That's the scenario that led to the death of Mr. O'Keefe that morning. That's the scenario I'm asking you about. And the debris field that actually existed that morning. So what I'm asking you, when you engage in differential diagnosis and you take the position that this couldn't have happened, I need to understand what you actually know about the physical evidence that's at the scene. So that's what I'm going to ask you about, that scene. If you don't know, it's okay. But I want to ask you about that scene that morning. Do you know how many pieces of taillight were found on the ground where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
No.
Do you know the shapes and sizes of the shattered parts of the taillight that were found in that debris field where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I've seen a picture of various pieces of taillight, yes.
And if you've seen that, you would see that there are a number of different pieces of shattered taillight, yes?
Correct.
Of different sizes.
Yeah.
Of different shapes.
Uh-huh.
Different diameters, right?
Yes, they're irregular, very irregular.
Different, irregular.
Yeah.
Irregular. Many of them sharp.
Yes,
Perhaps almost all of them. Yes?
possibly, yes.
Well, you say possibly because you never actually have looked at the physical evidence. You just looked at a couple of photos.
I looked at photos, correct.
And as far as the housing for the taillight, what is that made out of?
I believe it's made out of a plastic, and there's a metal around it.
It's metal.
Yeah.
What's the shape of the metal around it?
What's the shape?
Yeah, what is it, when you're describing the metal that you saw, what does it look like?
Well, it looked like there was some curves in it.
Curves?
Yeah.
Any straight lines in it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Any jagged parts of it from the breaking?
Yes.
Okay. And inside, were there other parts other than just the casing, like wires or metal sticking out?
Yes.
How many pieces?
I don't know how many.
Did you ever measure those angles or study the angles of the pieces of metal and the casing?
No.
And you never studied the angles or took measurements of any of the shattered taillight, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, sharp objects can cause puncture wounds, can't they?
Yes.
Sharp objects can go through clothes and tear a, no, let me finish, you can answer. Sharp objects can puncture a hole through something like a sweater, can't they?
They can.
And if that object comes back out, it can pull the threads back out with it, couldn't it?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. And a sharp object like glass can poke or push a hole in a tear in a sweater and then rub up against the skin, causing an abrasion, couldn't it?
And, well, yes. Yes.
And if the glass and the angles and the shattering is irregular, it could cause irregular type abrasions.
Not like that pattern, no.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, can irregular glass that penetrates a sweatshirt or a sweater and rubs up against the skin, can it cause irregular looking abrasions?
Yes.
And if there's two pieces of metal or glass that are straight, could it cause a linear abrasion?
Yes.
Would you agree with this statement? In a car accident, linear wounds are most commonly caused by contact with shattered glass from the windows, particularly tempered glass, which breaks into small, sharp shards that can create linear cuts on the skin when the body impacts it during the collision. These are often referred to as dicing injuries in forensic medicine.
Yes, and so they're not really very long, linear. They are tiny linear abrasions or lacerations.
Abrasions come in all different sizes.
Right, but the ones that caused by tempered glass are very, very characteristic.
Does glass cause a slicing pattern?
It can.
And it can cause a linear abrasion.
Yes, but there's a specific pattern with tempered glass.
I understand that you have an opinion.
Oh, no, it's fact.
Okay.
It's in textbooks.
Yeah, it's in textbooks that glass can cause linear abrasions.
The tempered glass pattern is in textbooks.
Glass from this broken taillight could cause linear abrasions.
That probably, yes, I agree.
Okay. So the glass that was in this debris field that you got a little look at, it had sharp edges, some of it, right? Yes?
Yeah, I imagine so. I don't know for sure.
Okay. Do you know if it had parallel edges?
Parallel?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you're looking for trace evidence to see if something caused an injury, you look for remnants of that evidence, don't you?
Yes.
In this case, you didn't do any study of the clothes and you didn't do any study of the actual Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
I did not have hands-on study, correct.
But you did learn that there was something remarkable in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, didn't you?
Can you be more specific?
I can. Glass shards or broken taillight plastic shards. You understand they were found in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, right?
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know it doesn't surprise you, but the question I'm asking you is when you decided to engage in differential diagnosis and you decided to exclude collision as the cause of this abrasion, didn't you want to know all the facts and information in considering whether it was the taillight that caused the abrasion? Didn't you want to know that information?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were considering that information, did you know from the criminalistics reports that shards of that broken taillight were littered in his sweater?
I did not know that.
When's the first time you learned of that?
Right now.
Right now. And so when you've prepared for this case and you've received materials from the defense, nobody has ever sent you, ever, the criminalistics reports that show taillight shards were in his sweater where the abrasion was. No one ever showed you that?
I don't recall seeing that at all.
Oh, boy. Wow. Talking about being a detective and using circumstantial evidence and trace evidence, I want you now to consider this new evidence that you didn't know before you testified at the voir dire in the trial in the first Lanigan hearing. I want you to,
I'm sorry. So let's hear the question first.
when you were ruling out the taillight as the mechanism of injury, when you excluded it in your differential diagnosis, and you said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these injuries that you looked at were caused by a dog bite. Now that you know that there's a debris field of shattered taillight right near the body of Mr. O'Keefe, And now that you know, in his very sweater, with the abrasions, the same arm under them, is littered with shards of taillight from that Lexus. Does that in any way change your analysis in your differential diagnosis, excluding the car as the mechanic of injury for that abrasion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that minus the police officer, the detective part.
No, it doesn't change my, my conclusion that those injuries, those abrasions were caused by a dog bite.
How do you think the shards of taillight got into his sweater?
They could have got into the sweater from an accident, correct?
From an impact with the taillight, yes?
Could be.
Right. And when the taillight breaks and there's jagged, irregular, linear, sharp edges from that break, what do you think is going to happen to the skin when those shards impact the skin?
They could cause injury, yes.
They could cause puncture wounds, couldn't they?
Yes, they could,
They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
but not in that configuration.
I need to ask you the question so you can answer my question. They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
They could cause scratches.
And you have no studies on how abrasion looks after an impact with a taillight that is shattered. You don't have any studies or comparative analysis there, do you?
I have no studies. I just have my years of experience.
You know what wasn't found for trace evidence in that sweater? DNA of a dog.
I understand that.
You know when dogs bite, saliva, foam, sweat in their mouth, correct?
I also understand that there were issues with the collection.
Well, we're going to get to your claims and see if there's any basis for it, but that's not the question I asked you, but I will invite you to talk about that in a second. Looking forward to that. What I'm asking you, you know when dogs bite, they can froth at the mouth,
Yes,
sweat,
probably.
yeah, saliva,
Saliva, yes.
right? And when they get active and aggressive, it increases the production of those viscous materials, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Well, it's in some of those studies and reports and books you've studied all these years, isn't it? That that's exactly what happens?
That they increase their production
Yes.
of saliva? No, I haven't seen that, but
Okay.
it makes sense.
And so when the dog bites a person, if they're biting through material, that saliva naturally could be embedded in the material, couldn't it?
Could be, yes.
Yeah. And something like a sweater, right? It traps liquid, doesn't it? Been out in the rain in the sweater. You don't want to wear a sweater in the rain. You'd be soaking all day, right?
That makes sense,
Yeah.
yes.
There was no dog DNA found anywhere on the holes in that sweater, was there?
No,
You understand that the crime lab took swabs of every one of those holes, right?
I don't know how many holes they took, but
Well,
yes.
Before you
multiple.
discount or allege a conspiracy about DNA taint, wouldn't you want to know what they did before you criticize them?
I know that they took swabs.
Okay. Do you know that they took swabs of every hole?
No,
Do you know that they then packaged them and they tested and they sent them to UC Davis?
I know there was an interval of time
Well,
between the,
people are exonerated.
Your Honor.
Hold it, I just need to hear the answer. Next question. please.
People are exonerated decades after they've been wrongfully convicted based on DNA. Yes?
yes,
DNA lasts for a long time sometimes, doesn't it?
it can.
Okay. And so you know that the DNA or the samples that was swabbed from the sweater was sent to UC Davis. You know that.
Yes,
And you know when they did the analysis, there was no dog DNA,
right,
right, on any of those holes.
right.
And you've opined that these are bites, teeth going in and out of those holes all the way up and down the arm.
Yes,
Now, it is remarkable that there is no dog DNA on any of those holes in the sweater, isn't it?
again, there's an issue with the collection and transportation of that.
I'd love to talk to you about that. We're going to, but you got to get through my questions first. It is remarkable as a doctor, as a scientist, that there is no dog DNA in any of those swabs or holes. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Remarkable would not be the word I use.
Extraordinary.
No, I disagree.
Hard to believe.
I disagree.
Okay. Now, there is no dog DNA. Do you think somehow that hurts your cause or your case, for your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you think that in somehow challenges your opinion that there's no dog DNA?
No.
Because many times you've interrupted and tried to talk about a suggested or a supposed taint that doesn't exist. And I'm just curious, why is it so important for you to discount dog? Why is it so important for you to discount the fact that dog DNA does not exist on any of those holes?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going along.
I'm aware of the many of the steps that are involved in the collection, preservation, transportation of evidence. And there are multiple places where that can go wrong. So the absence of the evidence is not as remarkable as the presence of the evidence.
What training and experience do you have with regard to DNA evidence? Your answer, not very much. Does that still stand today?
Correct. I've had lectures, but I'm not a DNA person.
Not very much, right? And so now you're suggesting, without any fact, that many things could have gone wrong.
Absolutely, with any specimen.
Right. So you're willing to come into court and just float an idea without a good faith basis or fact?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What went wrong in the collection of this DNA? What went wrong in it?
I can't tell you what went wrong, but I can tell you that there were possibilities that there were errors at various steps.
Okay, well, if you want to claim and allege an error to demean or discount the evidence, tell us what the error was that happened with the production, the preservation and testing of this DNA. What was it?
I can't tell you the exact error, but there's, first of all, the decedent was in the snow for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So it may have washed off some of the evidence.
What evidence do you have that it washed off?
I don't have any proof, but you asked me possibilities.
No, I didn't ask you possibility. You're raising possibilities. I'm asking you what evidence, what fact do you have that DNA was degraded or taken from that sweater because he was lying in the snow? What evidence do you have?
I don't have evidence. I'm considering different possibilities.
Uh-huh. What about the preservation of it? What evidence do you have before you make such a claim that somehow there was an irregularity or a taint? What evidence do you have that there was something about the accumulation of this evidence, this item that was tainted?
I didn't say, or I didn't mean to say that there was a definite error in the process. I'm telling you that there could be. So that's why a negative finding is not all that remarkable.
When you're in a courtroom, you know as an expert witness and as a doctor, you can't speculate. That's not a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is it?
I'm telling you, with a process, just like when blood is drawn from a patient, for instance.
This is coming from somebody who says they don't know very much about DNA. You're floating an idea that you have no factual basis for.
I'm talking about a specimen in general.
I'm not
specific. It doesn't have to be DNA specimens. Specimens in general there can be errors in the process.
But we're talking about DNA here because you brought it up last hearing. You suggested that there was an irregularity at the last hearing.
There could be. You asked, for an explanation why DNA was not found. Well, that's a possibility.
So when you're using words like something could have gone wrong, you're not suggesting in good faith and in fact that you believe something went wrong, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it. Are you suggesting that, Dr. Russell?
I'm suggesting there's a possibility that something could have gone wrong.
Oh, but you can't tell us what that was.
No, there are multiple steps.
Tell me one of the steps that went wrong. Tell me anything.
No, I can't tell you definitively that anything went wrong on a particular step. I'm telling you that there are multiple steps where error can occur. That's all. So and any physician, even not only scientist, but physician knows that not all test results are 100% accurate.
All right, let's wrap this up. So
Okay.
You've been through the UC Davis report.
Yes.
You've been through the now you know there's a criminologist report and they swabbed all the holes, right? There is an absence of dog DNA. We agree about that, right?
That's what you tell me.
Right. And we also agree that you have no actual science, medicine, or fact to suggest that there was anything wrong whatsoever with the collection, preservation, and testing of this dog DNA.
I have no evidence. That's correct.
Okay. I want to now turn to the actual exhibits and photographs and ask you some questions about the photographs and about some of the statements you've made prior about those.
Okay.
Okay? Can I have exhibit 5, please? You've seen this exhibit before.
Yes.
You've testified about it a number of times.
Yes.
And you understand this is a photograph of Mr. John O'Keefe's right arm.
Yes.
You've described different abrasions on that arm on different dates in court, haven't you?
Yes.
I want to start from the left to the right. And although we haven't used numbers, I'm going to characterize it as a number so we know which wound we're talking about, so that we can discuss the different statements you've made about each wound. The wound closest to the shoulder, you see that wound?
Yes.
I'm going to call that wound number 1, if you don't mind.
Okay.
When you look at the wound closest to the shoulder, is it fair to say that you've given different versions or statements about what you think was the cause of that abrasion?
Not that I'm aware of.
Remember testifying in the voir dire in this case when you first came in before the trial?
Yes.
And you described that that is a pattern, saying there are 2 wounds with potentially a scratch in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember saying in that voir dire that they were consistent with teeth marks?
With teeth marks?
Yes.
I believe I do.
And do you remember when you first testified in this case at the voir dire, you said they could also possibly be consistent with nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were looking at this, and isn't this an example of no methodology in dog bite science? Because when you're looking at that, there's a very big difference between what teeth would have caused and what nails would have caused, isn't there?
No.
Oh, teeth on a wound start with a puncture and then pull down, or the bottom teeth puncture and then pull up. Is that fair to say?
Not always.
And a nail, the dog's nail shaped kind of like a horseshoe, right? The nail. And so when it pulls, it's going to leave a very different pattern than a tooth, isn't it?
Not necessarily. It depends on how deep the contact is between the nail or the tooth and the skin.
Suffice to say, when you first testified under oath about wound number 1, you expressed uncertainty whether it was teeth or whether it was nails.
Yes.
And so you didn't have any standard criteria to look at the wound to try to match up a comparative analysis. There's nothing specific where you would have a standard where you would say, well, this is what I would need to determine it's a nail, and this is what I'd need to determine it's a tooth. You didn't have that, did you?
There is none. And in the literature, authors have mentioned that it's very difficult to tell the difference between a claw wound and tooth mark sometimes.
When we look at wound number 1, when you originally said it was either teeth or nails, you then testified at trial, and you said the same consistent thing at trial, that this could either be teeth or it could be nails.
Would you repeat that?
After the voir dire, where you said that this wound, number one, could have been caused by a dog's teeth or a dog's nails, you then testified a few days later at trial. And you said the same thing, didn't you? That this wound could have been caused by teeth or nails.
May I look?
You don't remember?
It sounds right.
Okay. Well, I want you to look and be sure. It is trial transcript, page 20, line 3. Thank you. Page 20. Sorry, line 3. Yeah, right there. Okay. Dr. Russell, do you have the same transcript as us?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking about the number of patterns, you started with the upper part of the arm, you talked about the parallel lines, and you said they were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks.
Line 3?
Well, start at line 3. Teeth or claw marks is actually line 5.
Line 5 says the word photographs here.
Okay. You must have a different version of this.
Are you talking about the trial?
I am, so you have a different copy than we do. My apology.
20, line 3?
Mhm. Now, I'm gonna have to show her my copy only because there's different versions of the transcript going around.
All right,
It's not
so
gonna reconcile.
what I have that Mr. McDermott copied on the trial transcript is what you just read from page 20, starting at line 3.
And that's what we have, but it's not the copy that Dr. Russell has. So if the court would allow me, I'll show her my transcript.
All right, I thought Mr. McDermott's copy went to Dr. Russell. Okay. Sure, go ahead, Sherry.
If I may, I believe one copy has the sidebars and one copy does not.
Okay.
That's what-
Okay.
Do we have a second copy of this trial transcript that I can give her? Sure. Thank you. Here you go. So at trial, you similarly said that this was caused by either teeth or claw marks.
Yes.
Okay. And so there was obvious uncertainty by you whether this was teeth or claw marks when you testified at the voir dire and when you testified before the jury at the first trial.
Yes.
You told counsel when you had your direct examination on the last case that between the time of the trial and between your testimony at the first hearing in this Lanigan hearing, you had not reviewed any further materials.
No, I don't think I said that.
Oh, you did review further materials,
In the process of writing my report,
which Mr. Lisi helped you with, yes?
Objection, Your Honor.
in the process of writing my report, I did review articles. I re-reviewed the photographs, and and my opinion even became a little clearer.
So when you testified in front of the first jury, expressing an expert opinion, you weren't very clear?
No, I was certain that these were either teeth or claw marks.
Okay, but things have evolved, haven't they?
Yes, I have, in the course of reviewing and also being challenged, I'm being challenged, so I need to re-review everything. Yes, things have evolved.
So things have changed.
Changed? No.
Well,
It's one of the, I said teeth or claw marks.
well, it's not one or the other. You're supposed to testify with specificity.
Again, in the articles, in the literature, medical peer review literature, it's mentioned that it's very difficult in some sets of marks to determine what's a claw mark and what's a tooth mark.
So based on your reading of literature that tells you it's very difficult to distinguish, you nevertheless then come into the hearing and you change your testimony and distinguish, because what you said now at the last hearing is this wasn't claw marks. Your position now is that these were teeth marks, not claw marks.
I also mentioned that I saw some punctate wounds up here, these two little wounds up there, and that helped clarify.
That picture hasn't changed since you looked
Yeah.
at it before voir dire.
Perhaps I didn't see them the first time. They're very faint.
You made a mistake.
No,
Oh.
either teeth or claw marks included, both of those.
So because you overlook certain things, your opinion you gave to the jury was not an accurate opinion.
At the trial?
Yes, at the trial.
Is this the trial?
Yeah.
This is the trial. It is inaccurate. It's
Well,
either teeth or claw marks.
Well, that's not what you're saying now. Now you're saying it was teeth, not just teeth. You're saying it was canine teeth.
Yes, I believe now
Right.
that they are more likely canine teeth.
Well, you didn't say more likely. You said to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well-
Is it more likely or is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are now dog bites.
those are, teeth marks.
These right here.
Correct.
All right, and to a reasonable degree of,
It's my opinion that to the reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are marks made by teeth.
and the teeth that you claim that these are now made are the canine teeth.
Yes, I believe so.
Well, not you believe so. I want to know if you're certain about this, a medical certainty.
Yes, to a reasonable degree of medical
Okay.
certainty, those are made by canine teeth.
Okay. And so your opinion from the time when you first testified at trial, the opinions you gave to the jury, it's now different.
I don't see it as different.
Okay. What else did you overlook in this wound when you first gave your opinion to the jury? What else did you miss?
I don't think I missed anything. There's another abrasion in the middle.
Well, no, we're not going to move on. We're going to stay right here in one until we're done.
Excuse me.
Staying
I
on
mean,
this-
there's an abrasion right there in the
Right.
middle.
What's that caused by?
It could be caused by one of the incisor
Well,
teeth.
when you say it could be, I want you to use science and not just speculate. How many incisors are on the top row of a healthy dog?
6.
And the bottom?
6.
Okay. And if a dog has healthy incisors that are not irregular, that are even, you know it's not going to have one incisor leaving a scratch and the other one's leaving no mark.
No, I disagree with that. It's very possible. Skin is very elastic.
Mhm.
And teeth are not always the exact same
Right.
height and have the exact same configuration.
And if they're irregular, one's bigger or missing or there's a gap, it could leave an irregular mark. Could.
It could.
But you don't know that. You don't know anything about the dog that is claimed to have caused this wound, do you?
I don't know about his specific teeth. No.
And do you know whether there's any irregularities in Chloe's teeth that would cause this irregular scratch by the incisor in the middle and leave out any other marks?
Even if there were no irregularities, the fact that skin is elastic and that that it could mean that not all teeth made contact.
Do you know anything about Chloe's incisors on the top and whether there's any irregularities or missing incisors? Do you know?
I don't know.
Would it help you to know that?
It'd be nice to know, but
When you say
I don't
nice,
need
when you say nice, is that a medical term of yes, it would be helpful to know that?
it could be helpful.
And so when we look at wound number 1 that you now say is a bite mark, not a scratch mark, caused by canines, how many canines do you think caused these 2 linear lines?
I believe that those are caused by 2 canine teeth.
Okay, so did the teeth start at the top and work their way down, or did they start at the here and work their way up?
I can't say.
Well, wouldn't you, if you're going to say the canine teeth, wouldn't you want to look at the wound and see where the puncture starts and then where it tears from? Wouldn't you want to know that?
You know, excuse me, there is no puncture.
Uh-huh.
There was no puncture in this wound.
Right. And when a dog bites, the bottom jaw with their canines grabs and anchors, and then the top pulls and tears. That's how a dog bite works, isn't it?
Sometimes, if both the upper jaw and the lower jaw actually make contact, but not always do both jaws make contact.
It's a third prong lever, a jaw, the way it works. It traps and pulls. Yes?
If there's contact, yes.
Right. And so
with both jaws.
Most animals don't just bite with their top teeth and drag.
It happens quite a bit.
What happens with frogs, right? There's
I don't know anything about frogs.
It doesn't happen with dogs. Dogs bite and pull.
They try, but they don't always contact with their lower jaw.
Did you look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm to see if there was any punctures or abrasions as an anchor that would allow the top canines to pull on this?
I did.
Yeah, and what'd you see?
I didn't see them.
And so what would have had to happen in your version of events is that the dog would have had to not create a puncture, but just scrape with its top two canines and not anchor into anything else.
That happens often.
Uh-huh. And you can't tell whether the canine started here or started here.
That's correct. I'm not
Right.
sure.
Well, here is not a puncture, but it's a rounder wound. We're still on wound number one. The right linear abrasion, it's wider and rounder, isn't it?
It appears to be.
Okay. And this is a little more narrow up here than it is down here.
Correct.
Right? But there's no way the canines from the top mouth could have started here and worked their way down here. There's no way that could have happened, right? Because this arc would mean that the dog's mouth is backwards. The dog's mouth is backwards if it went this way.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
You see that this here, two teeth, if the dog's canines started here and worked their way down this way, they don't line up. They're not even. It's backwards.
It would be an odd configuration.
Well, odd, it would be like Ripley's Believe It or Not. The dog would have to have their teeth the opposite way.
I could see how that could happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And these two scratches, there is no puncture, you say. You don't know what direction it's going in. There's no anchor on the bottom. But yet, your opinion is that these are dog bites.
I believe they are, yes.
Based on just simply looking at them, and you've seen something before in your experience that makes you think it looks similar.
Again, based on my 30 years of experience.
But you don't have any comparative sample or any type of model where you're looking at this and matching up particular points of interest with specificity, like a fingerprint, a swirl, or a whirl. You're not looking at this and saying, well, this is endemic of a dog bite or a canine. There's nothing about this that is particular or specific.
The pattern is fairly specific. It's highly specific, actually.
This pattern here
The
can only
pattern
be
of
caused by
the whole configuration, the whole arm.
Let's start with this one, though.
Yeah,
There's-
but
there's
you have
nothing-
to take things in context.
We're going to go through all of them, then we can talk about all of them in context together. Because I know what you said at the last hearing, but I'm talking about these. There's nothing about these that are particular or specific or endemic to a dog bite, is there?
If the arm only had those two
Right?
abrasions,
Uh-huh.
yes, it would be extremely difficult to say that those were a dog.
Well, it's not difficult. There would be no objective evidence that it was a dog bite. It wouldn't just be difficult. It wouldn't be accurate. There's nothing about these that suggests dog bite. There's no puncture. The abrasions consistent here. They're different.
There's a
Objection, Your Honor.
Part of you shouting objection adds to the overlay.
What would you like to
So
do?
when you start to stand and say object, that's fine. Dr. Russell, you finish your answer, and Mr.
I'm bad?
Brennan, wait until she finishes her answer before your next question.
I'd like to see the court time.
It's okay.
I'm going to see counsel outside by 5 minutes.
Unmute, Mikey.
Wow. Wow. Spicy, huh?
A dick.
He's just badgering her, in my opinion. I mean, like, Amy, I can't believe how many objections she's not letting happen. She's like, no, I'll let her answer it. She's a dog expert. She's not a crash reconstruction expert. She doesn't know how he was sitting, and he's assuming that that's what happened, right? That's irrelevant. All we're trying to figure out is how was these dog bites or not. That's it. Not how it
Listen,
happened. Yeah.
What's up, Tommy? So, incoming news.
It's up.
Steve Cody was arrested this morning.
All right. He actually came after me too, you know.
I know.
But-
I texted you and said, "Watch out
Yeah.
for Steve Cody," and you were like, "Huh? What?" I was like,
Hey guys,
Yeah. Tommy, what's up?
Thomas.
Wow, Elise and Brennan going at it today.
oh, I'm yeah,
But you're behind
yeah, I'm working behind, huh?
a little bit.
Did you, Shelby? Can you throw up what that lady just got for a present?
What?
I got a couple of videos I want to throw up.
All right, hold on.
They're amazing.
Hold on, we're in the middle of a trial. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the sidebar to be over. Once we go on lunch, I can put them up.
All right.
Are they back? Yep. All right.
Yep. Bye.
They ended the court feed. Unmute, Mikey. I might have been smart if I added you to the stage.
Yeah, it's getting wacky, man. It's just absolutely wacky. This is crazy. Do you know that Brennan actually filed a motion to exclude Acker too?
I am.
Yeah, he did.
He can't like.
He'll never win that case. Yep.
Take a little video.
You want to go to
Full screen, guys.
Yeah.
How you doing, sweetheart? Oh, thank you, dear.
Not me. Hold on.
She might have a fit because of the threatening to murder Mary and her children.
So what happened?
She's consulting with a lawyer because she
The whole time.
kind of has a fifth, but not really because it's not. She hasn't been charged with anything yet.
Yeah.
So he's giving her an opportunity to talk to an attorney. So it'll be called for a little while.
Man.
So was that about LG?
I don't know. I don't happen.
Tommy. Hold on. I'm trying to find the right one. This Melissa's usually on here.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, hold on.
Man, what a lag. There was something going on there. Bad. We couldn't even. It was bad. Fixed. Yes. Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
What happened with Turtle Boy?
Now it's lagging again. Why?
No, you're good. You're good.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we
Yeah.
can hear you.
There's a lag.
Very little. It was lagging before, not so bad now.
Yeah. So
Do you want to log?
what happened is she's got a problem with one of her charges, with the murder charge. So she's consulting with an attorney right now.
What
Who
are you
is?
talking about?
LJ.
Murder
You know that thing with
charge.
Mary?
Yeah,
You know that thing? That comes into play here.
because she threatened to kill somebody over. Oh,
That's how serious the restraining order is, because she's already threatened to murder someone and her children, right? Something like that.
Okay. All right.
So they're giving her a chance to consult with an attorney before she makes any more statements that may incriminate herself.
So that's over with now?
Huh?
When is she going to talk to the attorney?
Right now.
Oh, okay.
They took a break so that she could talk to her attorney to figure that out. Like, how do
Wow.
you get out of this?
she's fucked.
Oh, wow.
Cornered. Checkmate.
Oh my God. And so Brado's crushing her.
So it seems.
This is getting wild inside Discord too, Tom.
Let's find out from Neil. Wait a minute.
Oh my god! What is going on today? Is there something in the water?
Brennan. Not just someone that just came on.
Were you inside? Yes. What happened?
Oh, it was perfect.
I can't hear shit.
Okay. Neil couldn't hear what happened inside.
As soon as Rachel mentioned, did you threaten to kill somebody? Oh, she was like, the judge said, I think you should probably talk to an attorney. I will revisit this.
Oh, and what were they getting at when they're talking about that?
Because she's in fear of her life. She's in fear that Aiden's going to come get her.
Really?
Aiden could give two shits about her.
Oh my God.
He don't care where she lives, what she's doing, or
You got nothing to back it up.
no. And some of the stuff that she entered, the judge rejected.
Really?
Yep. And then she entered a whole packet of blogs or whatever.
Yeah.
And then Bradle said, is this a tweet you sent out saying, you're not afraid of me?
Yeah. She said, tweet out.
It took her like an hour to read it.
Yeah.
That the assault never happened.
Yep.
She told somebody else.
Yep. Two people.
But the assault never happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that.
Yep. And that she
Wow.
wasn't pushed on the couch. But then Bradle brought up, you threatened to murder the girl. The girl that you told that it didn't happen, you threatened to murder her and her children.
Oh.
And that's when the judge said, I think you should talk to an attorney.
Yeah, that's the lady that was out in the hallway, right?
I don't know, but I think
All right.
I don't know who was
all upset.
the one that was crying.
Who was crying?
I don't know who she was. Deanna knows.
Wasn't Lindsay, right?
No.
No?
It was
Another girl
a woman
crying?
I've never seen before.
I think that's Mary. Mary, yeah.
And she was the one that Lindsay said this to.
Yes.
And then she threatened to murder her and her
She said that
children.
She had a restraining order. When we were upstairs in the hallway, so it was the investigator said as an order on Wednesday.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because they asked us if we were Karen Reed people because they wanted to cover their
Yeah,
butts when they were
the LG thing is still
Oh,
going
yeah.
on. Yep.
So,
Crazy.
and here we are. And those are the days of Dedham.
Wow.
Those are the
What a day.
shitstorm.
Dude, this is content for weeks. We're gonna be able to look back at this and go, what the hell happened?
You should see what's going on in the small courtroom right now. Oh my God.
Really?
Brennan's going nuts. Going nuts.
That much of a jerk?
Yes. Yep.
Understatement. Understatement.
So what happened with Steve Cody?
Steve Cody got arrested this morning. Fugitive Task Force. Massachusetts
For
State
what?
Police.
For
Steve
what?
Coate. Where the Massachusetts Fugitive Task Force got him this morning. He was fucking breaking all sorts of laws and stuff. He kept doing it. He was fucking with me online too.
Yep.
Yeah. And I called him out on it. I was gonna go cut his internet connection to his house. Cut the feed.
Every time I noticed him in chat in any of our chats, I was literally like, bye, bye,
Yeah.
bye,
Yeah.
bye,
Good job.
bye. But
Yep.
with how many stock accounts that this guy has, it's literally like Ozzy had like over 70 of his accounts that had gone after her just as she had blocked.
70 accounts?
Yeah, I think I might be off on the numbers. Don't quote me. There was a lot.
Yeah,
I think it was around 70, but she had gone through it one night on one of her lives, and there was literally, she kept scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and then him just trying to goad her. And every time that he'd make a new one, she'd block it.
So can you explain to the chat who Steve Cody is?
So Steve Cody, he is a former stalker. Well, he's a stalker. Yes. He was the one that was sending, I think it was like grocery orders and pizza orders and whatnot to,
Turtle Boy.
It wasn't even Turtle Boy. It was, Altman and, Suzanne.
Mm-hmm.
So they got stuff. He was going after people online. It got to the point where people were literally like terrified of him. Now this guy lives closer out towards like my area. He lives in right outside of Worcester.
Yeah.
So, and he grew up in the town next over from me. He ran for city council in his senior year of high school. Didn't get in. And after that, it was just a shit show. He allegedly, we're pretty sure, but nobody has come out and spoken. We think that he was the one that left the dead turtle outside of Aiden's parents' house.
Yep, I heard about that. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, he came to me on Twitter and stuff. So
he don't even get a license. How does he get around with a turtle? Call an Uber?
Yeah, he utilizes that ride sharing. He went all the way. I guess he went all the way to Brooklyn to intimidate somebody.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's a psychopath, and he likes, from what allegedly, he likes to go after underage girls online.
Yeah, there's no need for that.
So this is all allegedly. I'm not. It's not word for word. Don't like.
No,
but this is what I've
it's just an idea.
This is what I've gathered from watching other people's lives and watching and reading about them and whatnot. So,
hey, you ready for this? You know that story that Nathan told?
Yeah.
There may be a better one.
The one about you?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. I may have it on video.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So you know did you watch the glare on New Year's
Yeah,
Eve?
yes, yeah, I knew about the
that
church thing.
that
Yeah,
that story about Tom at the church with Karen. That's the
yeah,
story he's talking about.
yeah.
I heard
Now
a better one today at breakfast.
okay.
It was awesome. I recorded it.
Oh, okay. All right. I see what you're saying.
Do you
Okay.
want me?
Yeah.
Is that the
You
one
get
that I
it?
got?
All right.
What?
Is that the one that I got? Is that
Yep.
from?
Yep. It's a minute long.
Do you want me to play it, or do you want me to wait till tomorrow?
Play it now.
All right, hold on. Let me get it.
I'll be right back.
All right.
This is good news, guys. You guys, all this bad news in court and stuff, you're going to want to see this. This is going to make you happy, everybody. If there's any good news today, this is it. I tell you, okay? I promise you. Sorry, but this may be the best news you get all day. And it's,
All right.
it's the news you want to hear.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Cody getting arrested?
No, Cody's nothing. This is good stuff. This is the stuff we do this for. It was a story that was told to me, and I said, time out, I gotta get this on friggin' video. And he had no problem with that. And get it on video, and it's quite the thing.
Hold on, I'm finding it right now. I just gotta scroll. There it is. All right.
All right. So the court hasn't opened yet.
It's in time.
No, I had eggs, toast, ham, and bacon.
Did you go here?
No, down there.
Oh,
Grateful Diner. Love that place.
cool.
It is. It's a nice place. They always do good breakfast. So.
Everything because no one said nothing to him.
Really?
He got so pissed to be trusted. They're like, you can't have this in here. He's not the media. He's like, yeah. And they're like, you can't have it unless you ask permission first. So he stormed out, went to get permission. They denied him.
Oh.
What's up?
How you doing, guys? How bad's this trial versus that one? That was a horror show over there. Bad, horrible, bad. He's such a jerk to her. Condescending, rude, disrespectful. Where's Grant? Oh, no, but I think we figured that out. I think that's a.
Yeah. I was going to tell you that.
Hey.
You can't trust Grant.
I think it's all right.
Do we trust Grant? Number one, we do not think Lindsay is smart. Number two, we were not in awe of her. If there was any awe, it was the audacity that she had to stand there and lie off her face. If it was true, she would lie 1, lie 2, 9, 3, 9, 4. Let me help you answer this question for you, Lindsay. The judge says, did you threaten somebody with murder to murder her and her friends? The answer is yes. Her kids, I'm sorry. Did you threaten to murder her and her kids? Judge, the answer is fucking yes.
What was her answer?
He said, I need a lawyer. Answer that. Do I have any right now? And she was looking for the word to say, I want to invoke my Fifth Amendment right, but she couldn't think of it. She's like, I feel like I have a right here. And he can't give legal advice from the bench, I don't think. But he was like, do you want to get a lawyer? You want to get a lawyer? Come back, we'll recall it. So
Turn a boy stand. We're turn a boy stand.
A lawyer on court appointed one. It's a just to pay for her own restraint. So anybody, if you are on Grant Smith Ellis on Twitter, you can go remind him that he is lying. And on that, you are a fucking bitch for what you did today. Everybody needs to email the administration team at the trial court about the treatment that all of Karen Reed's reporters got today.
I agree with that.
They let in all of the Karen Reed's, all of the family supporters, the people that are on the side of the prosecutors. They let them in. But we were here since 7 in the morning and they told us that we were getting in. And then they said it was a small courtroom and said only 12 people are getting in. And then it was No, I'm sorry, you're not getting it.
Then it was 5 more minutes, and then it was nothing.
So
Yeah, they wouldn't listen at all.
Wow,
everybody contact if you can. We will be. I mean, if you don't worry about
that
it.
ain't right. Wow, wow.
Goddamn shit show, and we're not going to take it. Nobody should have to take it.
I agree with that.
But other than that, I love you guys. Kiss my ass. I did not see.
I would not want to be Grant right this moment. He got a bunch of angry women looking for him. Not a good thing.
She's told that Chief Rafferty was informed yesterday that the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court threw our case out. We think that's what we were just.
Word on the street. So that's breaking news. That's badass.
Yeah,
That's good news.
Yeah, that is good news. If it's the truth, we're gonna have to look into it.
And
but-
she may want to find some other reason, but you never know.
Oh, I'm sure she will.
Yeah, but hey, that's awesome. So that's the good news. Good news, guys.
Is that Canton 9 or
Yep.
what case? Really?
Cat 9.
Yeah.
They are the Cat 9. That's good news, guy. Wow.
Inside right now. Sure. Yeah, that's awesome.
Everything. Courtroom. Didn't let no Karen Reed supporters go in. Let John O'Keefe people go in. I mean, the family. Yeah. Yep. Good news. Cat 9, their case, the word on the streets, their case is getting thrown out. Supreme Judicial Court chucked it. Sure can.
All right, here we go. My friend is for us. Hey, what's up? We're gonna go. Yep, I'm going to. Like it.
Yes. Hi. How are you? Boy, you're in the right spot. Can't hear her.
Oh, I can hear.
Your earbuds, yeah. Tell her I said hi. She's in the right spot. All right. Bye, sweetie. Thank you for coming by. Bye, dear. It's a disaster. It's a disaster over there. Yeah. Done. If you can keep track of all that stuff and get so you can come when you come out and tell me, that'd be good. Make a little notepad or something, you know.
No, they're just, Lindsay's looking for an attorney right now. Oh, I thought they never do second call because she didn't want to incriminate herself and they were asking her if she.
Mommy, I have that queued up when you're ready.
Oh, she threatened to murder her mother and their children. And he said,
Yeah, wait till Micah gets here.
would you say that as an attorney? He said, I feel like I need to ask for my rights right now. And the judge said, you need to get an attorney. Yeah. So they just took a break to get an attorney. And the other thing is Stephen Cody got arrested by the Massachusetts State Police Fugitive Squad. Stephen Cody is a nut job that goes around. He's some sort of a troll, and he's the one that they think hung and killed the turtle at Aiden's mom's house.
Yeah, run that video, Shelby. Watch this, guys. This guy is freaking awesome. This is good news for today. If anything happened today, regardless, this is all that it's about.
I'm just going to selling a couple of times.
No sound.
Yeah, the car's right around the corner.
It is that. No, they're freaking beating her up. They're asking her like tons of questions about stuff. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter, honestly, how she does. That's already decided what she's gonna do.
Right.
So it doesn't matter. I mean, the way that lefties object,
Bingo.
the way that the judge is, oh, you know, like, overruling Alessi, and it's just. I still think that they're watching the evidence reveal itself.
Jojo,
Trial.
it's about Karen Reed.
That's what I think. Grubhub. My friend wants to send us Grubhub. I'll take Tom across the street for some eggs and tie.
Waters for Karen used to go to the Taunton Green, and she got cancer. And when she was moved into hospice, her niece approached me and told me the story, and we got a card and brought it to the Star Drive-In that night when they did the fundraiser and gave it to Kelly and told Kelly about the woman. And Karen wrote the woman a nice note, thanked her for being a supporter. And the woman got it a few days before she died, and just made her day. She was so happy. She was thrilled that Karen took the time to thank her. It was just a nice story.
Speaks out about Karen, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I knew she would do it if she heard about it.
Right.
I just wanted to make sure she heard about it.
Thank you.
No problem.
What happened?
One of our supporters for Karen used to go to the Taunton Green, and she got cancer. And when she was moved into hospital.
Well, Tommy, that says a lot about Karen.
Like that all the time, but people just don't want to go on camera and talk about it. But that's who we're dealing with for a person, people. Right? I mean, that's why we do what we do, right?
Yeah, she's pretty amazing.
She wakes up with a freaking murder charge over her head, and she's thinking about other people like that. Wow. Just wow. Like, that's just power of example to everybody. Really. So I thought I'd record that for you guys who are hanging out here. So I mean, we're getting all sorts of news. Canton 9, you get that little story. Yeah, that was one of the Canton 9 people. And they word has it that their case got thrown out today by the Supreme Judicial Court. Got chucked. Gone. So giddy up. Good for the Canton 9. That's a win today. No matter what, we win. Right? So yeah. I'm glad you guys got to hear that. I didn't want to tell you from my point of view because it's not the same. But yeah, I mean, it speaks a lot about who Karen is, right?
Oh, where is Discord? There it is. Cherry's messaging me.
Shelby, Cherry's looking for you. So how's everybody there today on the other side of the world? Good? What? You fucking kidding me?
What?
Shelby.
What?
I'm gonna share. I don't know how you share this without doxing the person, because you can't dox who sent that. You gotta hide it, whatever. Look at this stuff, Mikey.
What's up?
Send it to me.
I did. It's in the chat.
All right, hold on.
Not good. And this will tell you. You think you're fired up now? Ho, 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 ho. Gets even better, Mike.
Wow.
Are you kidding me?
Exactly. Throw that up real quick. Without doxing the person if you can.
Court's back on.
All right. We'll do it after. This person that did it, though, I don't think he's pretty open about it.
No, that just got to me that way. I had to show it. There you go, Sharon Lee. Commonwealth filed a motion to exclude the crash daddies and all testimony required within.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
2 minutes ago, just filed by the Commonwealth.
Yep.
Let's see how, let's avoid them again, right? Bring the cannon. I want to see it.
Oh, yeah, this would be awesome.
All right, you said court's back on?
That's what someone that's in the chat said was on, yeah.
Now.
Wow.
I'm looking right now.
Upside down world.
Crazy,
What the
man.
hell is going on today?
So now the crash dad, who's going to pay for the crash daddies to come? Because Karen didn't hire them.
FBI.
They're going to have to pay for that.
Yep.
That'll be interesting, won't it?
Yep.
Who do you work for?
Not yet.
Who hired you?
Well,
Mike, this is a crazy day.
it is, man. It's nuts. Are you heading back over to, are you at Turtle Boys right now?
Yes.
Are they back in session?
They're going back in session.
Yeah, they are. Everybody's going back in session right now. I got it right now.
They're going back.
Maybe that will bring the FBI in. We hope.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
You see a
People are going in. I'm just.
Yeah, you can go in.
other.
No, it's all
analysis
right.
and evidence.
Make sure
We
you
should
can go
rule it out,
through.
as we just spoke about, because if this was the puncture, that means the bite is going this way. And
That's
if it's going
making
this way, the arc is in the total opposite direction. Couldn't you rule it out just on that?
I couldn't rule it out, but it certainly makes sense that it would not, that the punctures would not be down below.
Well, does it not make sense? It makes no sense that it would go this way. It wouldn't be going up if the dog has an arc going this way. The arc would have to be this way.
It depends on the position of the victim.
A dog arc is not going to change depending on the position of a victim.
No.
And the dog's canines are not going to move depending on the position of the victim.
That's right. But if he's bending over and depending on the position of the arm, the wound can change. The wound can have a different appearance than what you would expect.
Let's move on to number 2, which I'm identifying as these 2 linear scratches and then the scratch on the bottom. And you've testified about this wound number 2, although you didn't characterize it as wound number 2, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified under oath in the voir dire about wound number 2, do you remember what you said that you thought that might be?
I believe I said bites or scratches.
Teeth or claws, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at trial, did you change your opinion at all about teeth or scratches?
I'm not sure.
Do you think you said at trial that this was not scratches, but most likely teeth?
I may have said that.
Okay. And then you testified at this hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
And now definitively, you're saying this wasn't scratches at all, it was teeth.
Definitively, I cannot say that. They still could be scratches. There's a possibility that 2 adjacent nail marks made that.
So you're saying this could be nails or could be scratches? I mean, this could be nail
Right,
scratches
or-
or could be teeth?
Yes, there's a possibility that those could be.
When you were asked on direct examination, that wasn't your testimony, was it? I turned you to page 101, line 13.
On what day?
I'm sorry, the last hearing date is the thickest of the 3. Yes, it's page 101, line 13.
Yes.
It's the thick one.
Okay.
No, that's the wrong site, so we're gonna, you got that one. At that hearing, when you last testified, did you say that teeth made those marks? You are unable to say which teeth, but it was teeth?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay, so your position from the voir dire and from the trial testimony changed regarding this wound when you last testified at the Lanigan hearing?
I still think that they are probably teeth, but I cannot 100% rule out scratch marks.
Did you say something like, I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these? They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this and an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set.
Again, it goes to the fact that the wounds are not very specific for differentiating between between teeth and claw marks. However, it's in the setting of a pattern, one can get a whole lot more information, and that is supported by the articles.
So getting back to wound number 2, when you described this for Mr. Alisi, he suggested to you, so even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify this is from some aspect of dog dentition. Is that what you're saying? And you said yes. So you were saying at the last hearing, this is from dog dentition.
Mm-hmm.
Dog dentition is different than toenail marks.
Paw marks, yeah.
So your testimony that you offered the jury in this case was different in regards to wound 2 than the testimony you offered the court at the first part of this hearing.
The jury?
Yeah, the jury. When you testified at trial, you said it was claw marks or teeth.
Uh-huh.
You said at the last hearing this was dentition, teeth. So the opinion has now changed.
I think for the most, well, I'm sorry if maybe I made a mistake.
No, I don't think so. I think your opinion has changed. You said this was either claw marks or tooth marks. You weren't sure. There was uncertainty at trial. At the Lanigan hearing, when you were asked by Mr. Alisi, he asked you specifically if this was dentition, and you said it was.
Objection, Your Honor. Okay, so ask the question differently without the commentary.
You're saying now this is not scrape claw marks or toenail marks. This is by teeth, dentition.
I actually think it could be either.
Okay. Now, would you agree that is different than what you said the first time you testified at this hearing?
It sounds like it.
So you've gone back and forth kind of a little bit.
It's not a definite. It's not in and of itself. That set of abrasions is not definitive.
Well, you didn't offer the jury the opinion that they weren't definitive or that you had confusion, did you?
I'm getting a little confused because at the jury, you told me that I said it was one or the other.
Right. And then you changed to it was dentition, and now you're back to claws or teeth?
I think it's still teeth, but yeah, I can't rule out the claws.
Okay. And because you have no comparative standard, you don't have a standard in the industry where you can look at this and say it has 6 points of contact or 6 features of similarity. You don't have anything like that. You're simply relying on your personal empirical experience.
Well, no, I also saw these 2 punctures, the punctate wounds right there. Okay. And that made me think that it was more teeth than claw marks.
This here you're describing as punctate?
Punctate, yeah.
Now, you never got the benefit of seeing Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Personally, no.
Did you know he was Irish? Light skin?
Makes sense with that name.
Freckles, moles. Look at these. They're all over his body. You don't think the dog was puncturing up all over here, did you?
No.
Right. So these are the same. These little things, these skin blemishes, same as these all over the body.
Oh, you're a doctor?
There's no question.
Do you think that what you're describing as dog puncture wounds, you could be mistaken for just his skin and the different types of marks on his skin, like freckles or moles?
I don't believe so. particularly since they're right where those wounds are, the abrasions are.
Well, wouldn't the skin blemishes be there before any abrasions?
I haven't seen a picture of him before this incident.
Right. Okay. So to get back to, we're now at, this is either a dog bite or it's a scratch. What is it about the top two that tell you it's a dog bite?
Would you rephrase that? Or, I mean, would
You're
you say it
saying-
again?
You're saying this, these are either dog bites or scratches. That's what you're saying. You're not
Mhm.
sure which one, but it's definitely a dog. That's your position.
Yes.
Okay. What about these two are telling you that this is a dog bite?
I think I said it already previously, that they're parallel lines that seem to have these punctate lesions associated with them. And they're in and around the other lesions, I believe, are dog bites.
When a dog punctures and pulls, there's not an island of skin and then it goes back to the pull. The puncture starts at the pull and then it goes to the bottom, doesn't it?
There are no complete puncture wounds on this arm.
Well, you just cited puncture wound as a reason why you think this was a dog bite. You said these aren't these are not a skin condition, rather they're puncture wounds, and that was the basis for saying these are bites. If
No.
you don't know if these are puncture wounds or not, how can you say these are dog bite?
First of all, I did not say, with all due respect, I did not say they were puncture wounds. They are punctate lesions.
Okay. And so
They're different.
the punctate lesion, is that caused by a tooth?
Yes, I believe it is.
And you know when a dog punctures, it then tears and pulls.
Only if they penetrate the skin. They have to penetrate in order to pull,
And the
to create a laceration and pull.
and a puncture is not a penetration?
A puncture is, a punctate lesion is not.
And so what about these two linear abrasions? What science, what comparative analysis, what evidence do you have that these are caused by teeth?
It's part of the pattern,
Of this whole pattern.
of this whole pattern.
But just like wound number one, independently, this doesn't tell you anything. You can't give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this was caused by a dog standing on its own.
By itself, it's consistent with, but yes, I cannot say by itself that it's caused by a dog.
Okay.
That
And this-
lesion by
and-
itself.
And there's nothing about these scratches that are consistent with the horseshoe shape of a nail of a dog, is there?
You mean the horseshoe shape of the jaw?
No, the
of a
dog's nail, the dog's nails,
paw nail,
toenail,
toenail?
yeah.
There's nothing specific, no.
So again, to have any real opinion to a medical degree of certainty, you need to look at everything together. You cannot look at this and tell us any specific identifying feature that would support an opinion or conclusion to a degree of medical certainty it was caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
Mr. Brennan, that's the way medicine is. You know, in medicine, you don't just look at one complaint or one wound or one test and make a diagnosis. You usually need several supporting tests or other lesions to corroborate a diagnosis. So that's part of medicine.
So you would agree with my statement, what I just said?
Would you repeat it?
Of course. So there is nothing specific with regards to these three scratches in and of themselves, without looking at the entire arm. There's nothing about these three that you can say with specificity that supports an opinion that they were caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
I disagree. I think the combination of the punctate lesions right there and there, along with the linear parallel abrasions, supports that assessment.
Do you have any papers, any studies that show that a scratch like this, that would look like this, is a dog bite or a dog scratch based just on the appearance of these three scratches?
Just on the appearance, no. Usually the studies that I've read have pictures of multiple lesions, and in those pictures of multiple lesions, they're may be lesions like this, individual lesions.
You can't tell, in your opinion, these are dog bites or dog scratches. So is there anything specific about them that can lead you to a reasonable conclusion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were caused by a dog? Putting aside the whole panoply of scratches, these here, what about them is unique and distinct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Just that, that's what's been called, two.
What about them?
Okay, again, they're consistent with dog bites and scratches, and together with the overall picture of the numerous wounds, it paints a picture that makes me sure that this is from a dog attack.
Okay, I won't ask again, but I wasn't asking about the overall wounds. We're going to get to that. I was asking just about these three, but I'll leave your answer as it stands. Let's move to wound number 3. Now, wound number 3 really is a collection of scrapes, and you gave some testimony about the first two. So if we look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in wound 3, we have 5 larger abrasions on the top of the elbow. You see that?
I do.
And then you see a couple of dots down here. Yes?
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions. And what I'll do, even though this is wound 3, I'll talk about scrape 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 so we know what we're referring to. Is that fair?
Yes, but
Okay.
again, any one little tiny part of the component of the image or wound is, it's not going to be sufficient to make a diagnosis. I need the pattern.
You never recognized that in your voir dire testimony or in your trial testimony before the jury that you needed the collection of all abrasions to have an opinion. Instead, isn't it fair to say that you were talking about individual wounds as if they stood on their own?
I believe that
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that?
that is unfair. That's incorrect.
It wasn't until Mr. Alisi directed you that you started talking about dog attack and collection of wounds as a whole.
That is incorrect.
Okay. So looking at these wounds, wound number 3, and I know it may be a series of wounds, it might not be one wound in your opinion, but let's talk about this collection of abrasions, okay? Do you remember in the voir dire talking about this collection of abrasions and you were saying they were consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Okay.
Is that what you said at the voir dire?
I'd have to look again.
Okay. Well, why don't we look at page 38, line 13?
Mine is gone. I don't have a board there.
Okay. We'll have to get you one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's 48, line 13. Nope,
What page?
that one's not right either. No. Okay. Well, let me withdraw that question. Did you testify previously that these are consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Did I testify when?
Previously.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And do you have a different opinion today whether these are teeth or claw marks?
No.
So you think that these could either be teeth or claw marks?
I think they're more likely teeth marks.
Which one of these 5 do you think are teeth marks?
All of them.
You think all 3 are teeth marks? Do you think a dog bit Mr. O'Keefe and inflicted these at the same time or different times?
I believe that this was this configuration, this collection right
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
I believe this is one bite.
One bite. And so if we were to follow your theory, this was one bite, this would be the arc of the dog's mouth?
Yes, it could be.
Well, is there an arc here?
There appears to be.
Okay. And we know that when a dog punctures it, then from the top teeth pulls down, the bottom pulls up, right?
Push it.
So if this is the arc of the dog right here, and it's like a half of a sun or a half moon over the elbow, You claim these two dots are consistent with puncture wounds?
No, punctate lesions.
Oh, punctate lesions, I'm sorry. Which teeth, upper or lower teeth, do you think caused these 5?
I believe those were the upper teeth.
So you believe this is a canine on the left, number 1, and a canine on the right, number 5?
It could be.
Okay. Now, if here's the arc of the dog's mouth, and this is a canine on 1 and 5, where do the canines puncture and pull? Up or down?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Where do the canine teeth puncture? From the bottom or from the top?
So if these are, let me use my my pointer here. If these are canines, and this could, by the way, be two, this also could be 2 separate bites. But if these are canines, they usually would start on the based on this picture, the upper or higher area and pull down.
Right. They would have to start up and pull down if that was a arc of a mouth, wouldn't it? But you see the bottom of these wounds, right? The round part that is closer to a puncture is on the bottom. Aren't they going in the wrong direction if this is the arc of the mouth?
No, I don't think that they are going in the wrong direction. You have to keep in mind that presumably Mr. O'Keefe was not standing there and letting the dog just chew on his arm. Okay, that there's
How do you know that?
movement.
How do you know that?
No, but she's not finishing her answer, Your Honor.
The question's allowed.
How do you know what he was doing?
Because it's normal human behavior that if you're,
How do you know what he was doing? How do you know what Mr. O'Keefe was doing that night?
again, it's normal human behavior to pull away from someone that's attacking you, a person or an animal. That's normal human behavior. If he was still throughout this whole attack, I would be looking for a different set of wounds.
You're speculating about all of these comments about what he was doing and not doing. You have no idea what he was doing, do you?
I'm just
Objection, Your Honor.
The question, can you answer that question, Doctor?
I'm basing it on normal human behavior.
And so you would disagree with me that if these were dog bites, the part that's thicker, that is more similar, although not a puncture, would start at the bottom and work up, meaning the dog's head was over here on the top. You disagree with me about that?
Do I disagree?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that that's incorrect.
Okay. And if these are canines, did you measure the distance between the canines?
Again, there's no ruler, but the other thing is we don't know what position his elbow was in at the time of this. So it could be, although it looks like it's a larger, a larger configuration than a normal canine distance, into canine distance. That's what you're referring to, the into canine distance. If his arm was flexed, that distance would be shorter. So you cannot make any assessment based on this picture.
Do you notice the differences between the left mark and the right mark are a greater distance than wound number 1, where you said that it was 2 canines that caused these linear abrasions?
And there's no elbow between the linear abrasions of wound collection number 1. There's no elbow up here to be flexed.
Let me ask again, do you notice the difference between these two? It is wider than the difference between wound number 1 when you said it was 2 canines.
You mean this mark here versus this mark here? Is that what you're talking about?
Wound 3, number 1, number 5, where you said these could be canines. You notice the distance is different than the distance where you claim that wound 1 was caused by 2 canines. Do you notice the difference in distance?
Again, I'm not clear what you're asking me. Are you asking me the distance between this tooth and that tooth? I think what you're asking me is the intercanine Distance. Is that what you're asking me about?
Intercanine distance, I've never heard that word.
Well,
Is that a new one?
no, that's
Okay.
well known in the medical literature.
Let's just look at simple math or size. The distance between these two wounds is a greater distance than where you said it was canines in wound number 1, isn't it?
Again, I believe I just explained it, that if the elbow was flexed at the time that the wound was inflicted, or the bite was inflicted, you would get these two wounds that are closer to one another than they appear here, because the arm is partially extended here and skin moves.
Are you saying this is a full bite, puncture wound top and bottom?
Excuse me?
Are you saying this was a full bite of puncture wounds, bottom canines, top canines? Are you saying this is a full bite?
I don't believe no, this is not a full bite. There is no significant penetration of the skin. So this is not a full bite or a complete bite.
Did you say at trial, at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial round small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. Was that your opinion at trial, that this represented upper and lower teeth?
Yes.
And these lower teeth, what teeth were these?
What teeth?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Were they the canines?
Could be a canine, could be incisors.
Okay. There we go. Thank you. And so your opinion at trial is these 4 could all be canines?
Which 4?
1, 2, and then the 2 punctures, or punctate.
That is a possibility. It is actually, and I think I said this too, that this could actually be a configuration of 2 separate bites, where you have canine, puncture wound, punctate lesion from so upper canines, lower canines. And then this could be a separate one. Just can't tell. There's not enough specificity in this configuration of wounds.
And you have nothing to compare it to either.
No.
Do you see the distance is different between what you said is a 4-set upper and lower canine and this one here, this canine? Do you see the obvious difference?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, again, the elbow moves, so the skin moves. The skin overlying the elbow moves, and we don't know the configuration that this arm was in at the time those wounds were inflicted. You could not make a generalization.
I'm going to ask you one more time. You don't have to answer. Do you see the obvious distance between wound 1 and 3 where you say that it was the canines? Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor. So I'm going to strike the part that says you don't need to answer. Can you answer that question, please, doctor? And then we'll move on, Mr. Brennan.
I see the difference, but I understand the difference.
Okay. If these were canine wounds, they can't be claw wounds, right?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge and study and whatever you're relying on, you have no way of telling if this is canines or claw.
Not 100%, correct?
Not even 100%. You don't have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether it's canines or claws, do you?
I believe those are canines.
Did you testify at the Lanigan hearing when Mr. Alisi was asking you questions? Did you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries, and you said it's possible?
Possible, yes.
How can you give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty it was canines, and in the same breath and statement say, well, it's possibly claw wounds as well?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow it.
My opinion about reasonable degree of medical certainty is about the whole arm, the configuration, the pattern of the whole arm, and not any one individual wound.
Wound 4 up here. What do you think this might be?
I don't know. I'm not certain.
Well, I mean, in the totality of a dog attack, it has to be something related to a dog because we don't know that it was there before. It had to have been something, right?
It's probably related to the dog, yes.
Well, you don't think he just had this independent wound and then all these came from the dog attack, and this one just happened to be hanging out waiting for them.
That's correct. I don't
Right.
think that he had a separate wound.
You don't think this one maybe was caused by the broken shards of glass from the taillight during an alleged collision, but the
No.
other ones were from something totally different, do you?
No, because it has an orientation about it. It's oriented, again, in a somewhat vertical orientation, similar to many of these other sets of wounds.
I don't know what that means. It has a vertical orientation. How does that help us understand if this wound existed before or after the so-called dog attack?
It has some similarity of pattern.
So you think this was caused during the alleged dog attack?
Yes,
Okay. What caused this wound during the alleged dog attack?
I don't know.
Is that because there's no methodology or comparative standards, so you can't compare it to anything?
No, this because there's not enough specificity in that one particular wound all by itself.
What are the options? How could it have been caused during this dog attack?
By a tooth or
Okay.
or claw, most likely.
Could have been caused by the ground?
I doubt it, considering that, again, it's oriented in a similar fashion to the rest of the lesions.
Okay. When you read the background facts of this case, well, let me ask you, if a dog attacks an arm, it's going to create force on the arm, wouldn't it?
It depends on how much penetration. Yes, it depends on how strong the bite is, how much penetration, it gets through the clothing, into it, clothing that's on the intervening, between the arm and the dog is going to present a little bit of a buffer.
Well, let's talk about the force on the arm. If this was a dog attack, as you claim, that means the teeth and or the claws penetrated that sweater and caused an abrasion on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
So there had to be an amount of force pulling on the arm to create that friction, which led to the abrasion.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know from any of the facts that you reviewed that when Mr. O'Keefe supposedly left the car, he had a glass in his hand with a straw in the glass?
I'm aware that there was a glass in his hand.
And you're aware when he was found by the side of the road that glass, the broken part of the glass, was right near him with the straw?
I don't know anything about the straw, but yes,
Okay. And so if there's a dog attack and somebody's holding a glass, right, they're not likely to continue to hold on to the glass throughout the duration of the attack and then move somewhere else with that glass.
I don't know if he was holding on to the glass during the dog attack.
Well, hypothetically, assume that the evidence is he supposedly was holding the glass. Wouldn't a dog attack rip that out of his hand? Wouldn't he drop the glass?
There are many possibilities here. He could have transferred it to the other hand.
Let's look at wound number 5. Do you remember testifying about this?
Yes,
And you said it looks like an arch.
it does to
Okay.
me.
Are you saying the arch is on the top or on the bottom?
No, I thought the arch was on the bottom. But by bottom, I mean what we call proximal part of the arm. So right here is where I think the arch is.
And if this is an arch and these are dog bites, these would be the canines.
They could be. However, I can't rule out that this is, because of the curvature of the arm, I can't rule out that this was from a canine and incisor teeth.
Well, this is a different angle than here, right? But there's no flexion like in the elbow on this wound area. This is the bottom of the wrist, right?
That's correct. However, that part of the arm has a different configuration than the upper arm. And it's got a bone right underneath it.
So you're
the
saying
ulnar bone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's got the ulnar bone. So a wound to that area is going to look different than a similarly placed or caused wound to this area, which has a lot of padding underneath it from the soft tissue, subcutaneous tissue, and doesn't have the protuberance of this bone right here.
We have a distance problem when we compare these, don't we?
We have a what?
A distance problem. The distances are different. If these are canines, obviously it's a different dog or something else that caused it because the distances are clearly different, right?
Again, one has to know how wounds occur. And I didn't say that those are definitely two canine teeth on the periphery. I'm saying that I believe that this is a combination of canine and incisor teeth.
When a dog bites and tears, you see a missing tear pattern, don't you? You see the skin gets torn on many occasions?
Yes, but we don't have any of that here. We have no penetrating wounds here.
Right. Is it remarkable to you that if this was a dog bite with canines, there is no tearing of the skin? Is that remarkable to you?
No, because that dog was not able to create the force enough to penetrate the skin through that sweater.
Could I have exhibit 32, please? Okay. You've seen this picture before?
Yes.
Okay. And this is allegedly is a dog bite from Chloe?
Yes.
And you see the tearing of the skin, don't you?
Yes.
And you can see the corners where the incisors would penetrate through a puncture. Yes?
I'm not sure what teeth punctured this, but yes, I see the skin is all penetrated.
This is consistent with the literature of a tear and a hold and a pull, right?
No.
Okay.
No, absolutely not.
This is not consistent with the dog biting and then pulling the skin.
This is consistent with an avulsion wound caused by a dog.
Okay. Very different wound than we looked at on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
On
Mr. O'Keefe's arm, very different, right?
Correct.
Okay. If we can go back to 5, please. Now, your opinion that this is a dog attack.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had peer review of this opinion with this photograph?
No.
No. You would agree that this dog bite science is what they call a soft science. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, well, it's not like DNA. It's opinion based, it's subjective based, the science of dog bites, isn't it?
It's based on a lot of training.
Yeah, and a lot of subjective opinion too, wouldn't you say?
There's opinion here, yes.
Uncertainty.
There is some, yes.
Right. And being that type of science, haven't you read in the studies about peer review, how peer review works?
What specifically are you?
That you have another qualified professional look at it and question and vet whatever opinions you're giving. Did you go through that process at all?
I've been through that process, yes.
You've been, okay, and who peer reviewed?
You mean this case?
Yes.
Oh, no, not this case. No, I thought that this information was rather confidential and I didn't share this information.
Well, you discussed with the defense other information in this case, didn't you, about the accident and about people's opinions? You've discussed that as part of your opinion, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that the U.S. Attorney's Office employed a deputy medical examiner to look at these bites? And then he had commented that the wounds at 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, and the injuries do not photographically appear to be nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. Did you get that expert opinion from the United States Attorney's Office when they investigated this case to consider as part of peer review?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I did not get that, but.
Did you say you did get that?
No, I did not get that. However, I have a comment about that.
Please.
Not very medical exam. Not very many medical examiners have the experience that first of all, have experience with dog bites. seeing hundreds and thousands of dog bites and treating them. And not very many medical examiners have even autopsied a case of dog bites. So although, some physicians have certain opinions based on, based on what they know, they don't have my experience. I'm
Do
sorry.
you know if Mr. Walsh has your experience or not?
I don't know who
The
is it?
gentleman who gave this opinion that was employed by the federal government. Do you know if he had your experience or
What's
not?
his name?
Mr. Walsh, John
I-
Walsh.
No, I don't.
So he could have more experience for all you know.
Oh, I'm highly unlikely.
Okay, you have more experience than anybody in the country.
I think I have at least as much experience as any other possible person in the country. And I have it from both aspects, from the clinical aspect and from the forensic aspect.
Did you review the opinion of Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, who said that those injuries were not caused by a canine?
Dr. who?
Kenneth Kinsey.
No.
No. If you look, I believe Mr. O'Keefe's arm were completely bent when he sustained the injuries. A lot of them match up. They're a continuation of another injury.
And I don't even know who Dr. Kinsey is.
Okay.
Is that
So-
a medical doctor?
So you don't have any peer review at all. You have nobody who's given an opinion similar to yours about this being dog bites, do you?
Is Dr. I'm sorry.
You have no peer review. You have no peer endorsement. Everything that you have no peer endorsement for any of your opinions, do you?
I didn't think I was allowed to show these pictures to anyone.
When you're giving opinions about the teeth and suggesting that there's might be bend, things you don't really know about, you would agree it would be best to look at the dog, Chloe itself, right?
Not necessary.
If you looked at Chloe and examined Chloe, you would know whether or not there are any irregularities in Chloe's teeth, wouldn't you?
Yes, I might.
You would see it, wouldn't you?
Well, if I got close enough, and
Right.
I don't know if I want to get close enough to Chloe.
Well, why wouldn't you want to? You're a medical doctor. You want to have an opinion to a degree of medical certainty. Why wouldn't you want to see the best evidence of the distance between the teeth and Chloe? Why wouldn't you?
I'd have to make sure that I wasn't putting myself in danger.
Okay. And if you saw Chloe, you could see if there was any missing teeth, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could actually measure the canines in Chloe, and then you could compare them to what you're calling dog wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You could do that, couldn't you?
I would have to get a veterinarian
Mhm.
to sedate the patient, the dog, because that going near that dog would be very dangerous. They'd have to sedate the dog to measure the intercanine distance.
What if you did get a veterinarian to sedate the dog, and then you could safely go and look at Chloe, and you could actually take a mold of Chloe's mouth, right?
Mhm.
Yes? You've read that in the
One-
literature.
yeah,
The
one-
best
yeah,
way to
one could.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
You've read in the literature, the best way to compare the teeth and the mark is you actually do a mold of the dog's mouth. You know how valuable that can be in analysis, don't you?
It can be, but the question, I believe the question here is not which dog created these wounds, but did a dog create these wounds?
That's not my question. My question is, if you took a mold of Chloe's mouth, you would see the distance between the canines, and you could measure it, quantify it, not guess and speculate, quantify it, correct?
Your Honor, could we approach, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
This is crazy. I mean, like, so if John's arm is moving, like, how can you how are you gonna be able to get a measurement? Like, how are you gonna be able to, was it your phone?
Yeah,
how are you gonna say, so the dog's on you and you're moving your arm, trying to get him off. Your skin's gonna move. You cannot quantify the measurement. It's impossible. Because, do it yourself. Like, so the dog comes at you, bites you at the top, you're pulling away, comes back, bites you in the elbow. You know, it can be any which direction you want. It's impossible to put a number on that. And he's trying to lock her down to inches of separation of the mouth in the crown of the mouth. It's just, I can't see it happening. If the dog was straight on and just pulled back and I just stood still, yeah, right. But if I'm moving and I gotta, you know, I want to get it away from me, and I got somebody on a leash that's pulling the dog away from me at the same time, you're going to have a different variation of sizes of the dog canines. My opinion, you know, just logically thinking, dogs getting pulled away from them, still trying to grab onto John's elbow and getting pulled away. It could slide one way because he's getting pulled, or, you know, he's not going to come straight back and fall off. John could go down with the dog. John could go up with the dog. There's so much to vary into this whole thing.
The only way they're going to get to the bottom of this is if they produce Chloe. And who knows if it's actually Chloe.
True. So what he's trying to do is lock her down to a certain size, right? Thanks, reality checker. Certain size. So when they, if they, like you said, because they don't have any dog DNA, they can put any German Shepherd they want up there. You're right. But still, as like she's saying, Dr. Brennan, if you're moving, right, and we don't know if she was on a leash, we don't know what happened inside, so you can't really. But John, natural reaction would have been to move if he got bit, right? Same thing with getting hit by a car. If he was standing still and the car hits him, he's gonna fly out of the way. So it would be all over the place. So I don't know what he's trying to get at. Yeah, you're right.
Circles
right?
to try to confuse her. That's what literally all it says is circles trying to confuse her, and that's bullshit.
Yep. And she's just trying to tell him with medical certainty is what I'm talking about. You know, she's not a crash reconstructionist, and I can't believe Bev is actually allowing this shit. And this is fucked, but I think she's gonna rule it. She's not. The way this is going. And Brennan's just fucking throwing bombs and haymakers at her. And he's being really quick with his answers, like one after another. He's not just letting her think about anything. You know what I mean? He's firing away at her. Every time she finishes an answer, there's another question coming. And basically what he's trying to get her to say is that I'm not qualified to do this. No one really is qualified. There is not one person in the country that is qualified on dog bite or canine bites that has testified in court. There is no case review. None.
That's what he's trying to use against her, and that's
bullshit.
It is. She is a very she's an expertise in her field. She's a doctor. It's all games.
She's treated thousands of dog bites, hundreds of thousands of dog bites. She knows what incisors and canine look like. And people move when they get bitten. That's her point. Like it's a natural reaction. You get bit, something sharp, something hot bites you, you're gonna move. But we all think that she was on a leash and someone was trying to pull her away. Well, that changes everything too. We can't prove that.
Or even grabbed by the collar.
Right.
Because that would have dragged. Then the drags would have happened if she had clamped down hard enough on John's arm.
What if John was laying? What if John was on the ground already? Right, you got hit, knocked down, and he's putting his arm up. It's a whole different angle, right? He's down on the ground, but he's up, and the dog's actually higher than him, pulling up this way. I mean, there's so many variables in there. What we want to determine is, was it a dog scratch or was it a dog bite that did it? And the whole DNA thing, we know Proctor took a swab and put it in a bag and sent it off. We don't know where he took that swab. And the guy's conflicted. He's compromised. So what he says is bullshit. He can say, yeah, I took a swab of that, but he can't be trusted. And now he's using it in this Daubert hearing, and he's asking her, like he's telling her this is fact. Well, he did do it when we know that he possibly couldn't have done it. So it's like a double standard. It's yeah. Exactly, Lisa. She's not
the same shit that she pulled in the first trial.
Yeah, she hasn't changed.
No. This is bullshit. She should not be the judge of this.
Oh, fucking! This is unbelievable. I did not see it going this way. And remember last time she was here, it was like I only have about an hour, so it won't take that long. But she brought him back anyways. Well, he's been going for almost 4 hours now, right? He shouldn't have too much time left, man. And this guy, at least he's doing his best to stand up. And he's like, he can't believe it's going on. He's from New York. Oh, and there's a person just in the chat said, I was hit by a car, I broke bones. But the one thing that I'm saying is, if John's elbow was hit by that taillight, he would have bruising, contusions there. He doesn't have any bruises. He
didn't pirouette. He didn't do nothing, and none of that happened. ARCA proved it was against, and then the fact that the court fight now the defense is the prosecution is trying to eliminate ARCA from being defense, like a defense witness. They're literally just trying to tear apart her entire defense.
Yes.
So she has nothing.
So those motions was just filed today that they're gonna have to. They want to do a Daubert hearing with ARCA, which will be a battle of the wits. It will be a battle of the wits. This is
maybe they should just bring a cannon. Maybe they should just bring a cannon into it and just prove everything.
Well, Hank better get better at physics and mechanical biology, whatever you want to call it, mechanical engineering. I mean, he's going to have his hands full with this one, because you got to bring in PhD people now. And like someone said, so I guess if you do Daubert on the ARCA people, can you introduce it now as federal witnesses that they were brought in for this? Because he just brought in, there was a federal or a attorney general that sent it out to have it looked at. So I don't know. This is weird.
I hope so. Because the FBI hired them, and it should be known that the FBI hired them.
Right.
That's literally holding back truth. And it should be allowed, and that's in her defense.
And,
whether or not it's going to sway the jury or not, that's the whole point.
Yeah. So not letting them know that there was an FBI that hired them. They thought a fucking insurance company hired them, or Turtle Boy did. That's how insane this thing got. 68 witnesses. They were just dead, tired, brain dead. They had no clue. All they knew is that she was drunk. John and her were there together, and something happened. So we got to give them something, right? This is bullshit. This is an absolutely crooked court.
It makes me so ashamed living in Massachusetts.
People in the chat are just sitting there watching the same thing we're watching. How can you not understand what they're trying to do and what he's trying to do? It's so obvious that he's just trying to take advantage of this lady and her years of experience, right? Mikey, what do you suppose Bev is disallowing them to be linked to the feds? Who, ARCA?
Yeah.
Why would she could have let them? She could have let them say they were hired by the feds, but she chose not to because the prosecution objected against it. They had to use, remember, another party, a third party that was hired. They couldn't say the federal government. But even
because
though
they were afraid that it was going to be like, well, why is the federal government looking into this? Is there something shady going on? And that would have swayed the jury. That's what they were afraid of. But you know what? There is something shady going on, and it was the truth. And the FBI got involved because of the shade.
Yeah,
it's the truth.
Right.
It's so frustrating watching this go down and staring at Karen right now and you can see the stress on her face of this.
Yeah.
Because Dr. Russell was allowed in the first trial, and now Hank is literally defending the CW. He's acting as a defense attorney, as a shark. And that's not, he's not supposed to be doing that. He's supposed to be prosecuting.
It's right. That's right. He's covering for people, man. And some reality checks like, hey, one of the viewers on the prosecution side is using her smart watch the relay information to the people in the front. Stuff like that needs to be pointed out. It's all on video. Okay. Oh,
Well, I will
yeah.
have to go rewind this after and then go point that out and see if I can find it and clip it.
Look at the people in the background. They're all smiles and happy, and you know, this is fucking bullshit.
And Paul's still grilling her like it's
How strong is this girl got to be, man?
to not be intimidated.
Hank is just absolutely. He's mixing. He's asking one question, and then he's asking the same question in a different way in like 2 minutes. 2 minutes later to try to catch her, and she's not falling for it. You know, he wants her to say a certain thing, and he won't say it. And he's getting frustrated that he can't get her to say it.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, man.
Like,
Oh,
I still want to know what is going on next door with LG.
well, I don't know. No one's in the chat saying anything, so I don't know. Oh my God. Oh, here we go.
All right, here we go.
All right, so you can continue, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, when you're examining these separate wounds and the distances and the depths between them and guessing whether or not it was a canine or incisor, wouldn't you agree it would be helpful if you had a safe opportunity to actually examine the dog Chloe?
It could be.
If you had a safe opportunity to examine Chloe, you could look at the size of Chloe's jaw.
It could be, but those wounds on you're shaking your
It's
head.
not my question.
Okay.
My question is, if you had an opportunity to go safely and look at Chloe, you would be able to tell the size of Chloe's jaw. You could measure it.
Possibly, yes.
You could determine the gape of Chloe's jaw, couldn't you?
I don't know what gape of.
How it bites, how wide it opens up.
I'm not sure I could determine that.
Okay, you could look at Chloe's teeth.
As they are now, yes.
You could measure the distance between the canines if they still exist in Chloe's mouth.
Yes, from a model of or imprint from Chloe's mouth.
You could take a mold.
Right, a mold.
Or you could take a tape measure or a ruler and you could measure. You could
Oh,
do
that
both.
wouldn't be very reliable.
I see. You could determine whether or not she had one incisor or whether she had 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6 incisors.
Currently, yes, but I can't tell what the condition of the teeth were during the incident.
Uh-huh. You could tell if there's any missing teeth.
Correct.
Right. You could look at Chloe's paws, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could do moldings of those and measure those as well, couldn't you?
I'm not sure that that would be useful.
Well, if
Measuring
you think that some of these wounds could have been scratches, you could look at the nails and the shape of the nails, couldn't you?
Well, nails are frequently cut on a regular
course.
basis, and the distance between the distance between the nails, as you mentioned earlier, can change depending on whether or not the paw is in a compressed state or a more relaxed state. So that wouldn't be reliable.
So you would not even consider measuring the paws because you think that would be unreliable?
I don't think it would be reliable, no.
You wouldn't study the toenails to see the shape of them?
If I could, I'd look to see if there's a normal toenail,
Right.
for instance. Yes.
And so there would be a benefit to doing that. You didn't do that though, did you? You didn't go see Chloe and take a mold of Chloe's mouth, did you?
It wasn't necessary.
Well, did you go up and take pictures and measure the teeth of Chloe?
No.
Did you ask to?
No, it was my understanding that Chloe was in another state, but again, I didn't think it was necessary, and I have reasons why I didn't think it was
You,
necessary.
you thought that Chloe was in another state. Did you ever discuss going to see Chloe and doing these studies on Chloe so you could see if they were dissimilar to these abrasions?
I was asked to evaluate the wounds.
Do you know that Chloe exists, that we provided notice to you, that we went up and saw Chloe and took molds? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that? I'm going to allow it. Did you know that, Doctor?
I do know that now, yes.
Did you know that before you testified the last date in this case, that we actually went up and found Chloe and took molds and measured the paws and the teeth? Did you know that we did that?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Before you came in and testified at the last hearing, you don't recall whether you knew that Chloe was available?
I believe I knew that there was a consultant, that you hired a consultant, and I didn't know what that consultant was going to be doing.
Okay. Now that you know that Chloe's available, wouldn't those molds be helpful? Wouldn't you want to look at them and compare them to the distances on the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't think it's necessary for many reasons.
If the distance of Chloe's canines is significantly different than these abrasions in this picture, you would agree that the abrasions in Mr. O'Keefe's arm could not have been caused by Chloe. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree to that statement. Again, because of the various factors such as elasticity of the skin, shrinkage, there's various factors.
So, if I understand, you have no interest in examining or seeing Chloe. It's irrelevant to your opinion?
I don't think I need to see Chloe.
Well, you said earlier when I asked you about particular wounds, it would be helpful to know these things about missing teeth and spacing and distance between the canines. Is that no longer helpful to your opinion?
No, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. I believe I said that it would give information about the condition of the teeth now, but it wouldn't give information about the condition of the teeth when that incident happened.
In the spirit of medicine and science, isn't more information good?
Generally,
Generally. But you generally would not want to go see and examine Chloe.
I don't think it's necessary, and there's so many reasons why.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lassie, go right ahead.
If I could have you ready to
Sure.
organize the exhibits. Thank you, Your Honor. They're organized. I just wanted to make sure I have the records. Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
For the record, you have pre-marked number 3337.
Thank you.
In Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Sullivan, I have provided the court and offered to counsel, but counsel already had the copies, a notebook that has exhibit numbers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Brennan has agreed that all the exhibits in the notebook can be in evidence. So that's number 2. And so if I'm remembering correctly, Your Honor's previous direction, that if they're in evidence, just refer to them as such. So that's what I
Yes.
plan on doing.
Yes.
And what I also plan on doing, Your Honor, is taking the exhibits that are in the notebook. I've got non-binder ones individually for the witness that are
Okay.
pre-marked. Does that work also?
Sure, you can just put them up on the stand with Dr. Russell.
In my approach to do that?
Sure.
May I talk to the witness and just point out where they are?
I think you can give them to her. I think
Okay,
she can
that's-
figure out
okay.
numerically what's what. All right, Mr. Leslie, I'm not rushing you at all, but is it safe to say that you won't finish in 20 minutes?
That is safe, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will plan on breaking at 1. Mr. Clerk will have to cancel our afternoon list. What, how long do you think it might take? And I'm not holding you to this, just curious.
I appreciate the question. If I can just have a quick moment, because I knew what my redirect was going to be until Mr. Brennan went, and I'd like to consider what he did. My best estimate is approximately 2 hours.
Okay, I'd like us to finish by 4 today.
Yes, Your Honor, understood.
Mr. Brennan, I know you have no idea how long recross might be, but we'll try and finish by 4 today.
Understood, Your Honor.
May I now proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, during cross-examination at this Daubert hearing on December 12th, you were asked whether you believed you were an expert in the areas of orthopedics, accident reconstruction, biomechanics, motor vehicle accidents, and defensive wounds. In your 29 plus years of experience as an emergency medicine physician in training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency room or emergency department physician being board certified in orthopedics?
No.
Are you aware of any emergency medicine physician being required to be an expert in overall orthopedics?
No. General orthopedics, no.
But do emergency medicine physicians nonetheless routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
And did you, in your 29 years of experience as emergency medicine physician, routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes, I worked at a busy level 1 trauma center.
During your cross-examination in response to a question, you stated that you were an expert in emergency orthopedics. Can you please explain that?
Yes. So emergency orthopedics is a subset or just a part of the overall field of general orthopedics. So in emergency orthopedics, physicians care for, evaluate, diagnose, treat patients who have acute injuries and that don't need operative care. So acute fractures, acute dislocations, those types of injuries are done in many busy emergency rooms, right in the emergency room. And that's what I have expertise in.
Did the rotation at the, you just said busy hospital that you were at, did the rotation when you were training, were you required to take a part of the training in emergency orthopedics?
I was required to take a 1-month rotation in orthopedics.
Now, you were asked during cross-examination at this voir dire about one particular specialized training that you had involving motor vehicle accidents. And you, in response to a question from Mr. Brennan, agreed that that particular course was rudimentary. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When did you take that course that you referred to as rudimentary?
It was around 1979.
And what profession did you have when you took this rudimentary course that you were asked about?
I was a police officer at that time.
And since that one rudimentary course that you had, have you had further training with regard and experience to humans injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes, much.
And describe the experience and training you've had in that area.
Well, during my 29 years working in the emergency department, we saw motor vehicle accident victims on every shift. And usually there were multiple victims on every shift. So that was part of it. Plus we had lectures and seminars on motor vehicle accidents, victims.
And is your focus in your testimony, both in June of this year and in December of this year, on wounds from motor vehicle accidents or how motor vehicle accidents occur?
So as a physician, my focus is on the wounds and injuries caused by motor vehicle accidents and how to diagnose and treat them.
So are you sitting as a medical doctor giving opinions on medical causation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
During cross-examination, in this hearing, you were asked about whether you were an expert in accident reconstruction. Is being an expert in accident reconstruction necessary to practice emergency medicine?
No.
Does an emergency medicine physician need to be an expert in accident reconstruction to evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents in the emergency department?
No.
In your 29 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency medicine physician being an expert in accident reconstruction?
No.
Is accident reconstruction even relevant to the practice of emergency medicine?
No.
Is whether an emergency medicine physician and expert in accident reconstruction a reasoned question in the field of emergency medicine?
No.
During cross-examination in this hearing, you were also asked about whether you have a degree in biomechanics. In your 29 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency medicine physician who is an expert in biomechanics?
No.
Is being an expert in biomechanics necessary to practice emergency medicine?
No.
Is whether an emergency medicine physician is an expert in the field of biomechanics a reasoned question in the field of emergency medicine?
No.
In your 29 years of experience as a medical doctor, where do most people go for the treatment of acute injuries from motor vehicle accidents?
To the emergency department.
Do you know, or have you had any experience where a person who has an acute injury from a motor vehicle accident goes to an expert in biomechanics?
No.
Do you know whether anybody who's injured in a motor vehicle accident, acute injury, goes to an expert in accident reconstruction?
No.
On cross in this hearing, you were asked about your expertise in, quote, self-defense. Was your direct testimony in this hearing in your report of December 9 about self-defense or defensive wounds?
Could you repeat that question?
Sure. Was your direct testimony in this hearing in December and the report that you prepared dated December 9th, was that about self-defense or defensive wounds?
My testimony was about defensive wounds, not self-defense.
What's the difference between self-defense and defensive wounds?
Well, I believe self-defense is something like martial arts and and the study and techniques of defending oneself from an attack. That's what I believe self-defense is.
You were also asked on cross in this hearing about whether not observing how a wound to the posterior side of a forearm occurred provided you with sufficient context to determine whether a wound was a defensive wound. What context did you have with regard to the wounds on the right arm of the decedent to reach your conclusion that those wounds were defensive wounds?
Well, the context is the configuration of the location of the wounds, and the presence of a dog.
In the cross in this hearing, you've been asked whether you have observed how wounds are created. In your experience, do emergency physicians or forensic pathologists get to observe how wounds are created?
No.
Do emergency medicine physicians and forensic pathologists nonetheless often reach medical diagnostic conclusions without observing how the wounds are created?
Yes, they do.
And is that a common or uncommon practice for emergency medicine physicians?
Well, that's common.
How common?
Well, I think it's fairly common.
You were also asked whether someone could, and this is on cross in this hearing, whether someone could incur wounds to the posterior side of the forearm if they fall to the ground backwards. Did the wounds to the right arm of the decedent in this case arise from him falling to the ground backwards?
No.
Why not?
Because of the configuration and the pattern of the wounds.
And do you come to that conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
You were also asked on cross in this hearing about when someone hits a moving or a floating object, whether the patterns are dynamic and changing all the time, and the hitting concept. Can you please explain the question that was posed to you about moving, floating objects and hitting objects and how you evaluated those issues with respect to the decedent in this case?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Doctor, did you understand the question?
Not exactly.
Okay, ask the question differently.
On cross, you were asked about when someone hits a moving or floating object, whether the patterns are dynamic or change. Can you please explain those concepts in that question and how you analyze them with regard to the wounds of the decedent in this case?
Okay. When there is movement and there is contact, there is movement of the, for lack of a better word, inflicting object, such as a tooth or something else. There is movement along the skin during the period of time in which they are in contact. That's what I understood that I was being asked.
On cross-examination, you were asked several questions about pattern recognition and pattern recognition methodology. And you were asked about the development, that's what I want to start with, of your pattern recognition skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds. How did you develop your pattern recognition skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Well, as I testified earlier, I've seen many dog bite victims. And sometimes I was able to talk to, I closely examined their wounds. And not only examined, but evaluated, treated. But in many cases, I was also able to talk to them and ask them about how the wounds were inflicted. And I did this over and over and over again, hundreds of times. I think I testified to about at least 500 times over the years. So as you do that, you learn. You recognize, you get sharper. So that's how I did.
And did you also edit any peer-reviewed publications that were relevant to pattern recognition and pattern recognition methodology?
Yes, I did. Now, pattern recognition in general, first of all, pattern recognition in general is a really important feature of medicine. It's critical. It's so important. And we start learning pattern recognition from medical school, from the beginning of medical school, learning how to recognize patterns of cells in pap smears and biopsies, patterns of cells. That's what a lot of pathology is, pattern recognition. And so, and even radiologists use pattern recognition when they look at x-rays of pneumonia, for instance. Different pneumonias have different patterns. So pattern recognition is something that I've been doing since, the beginning of medical school, and actually a little bit before medical school. So that was 50 years ago, I think. 40 years ago.
Pattern recognition some novel or unscientific process, or is it rooted in evidence-based medical science?
Oh, it's definitely evidence-based medical science. And in fact, there are textbooks on how to recognize certain patterns. So there, for instance, in pathology and, in medicine, there are textbooks on how to tell if somebody's got liver cancer or somebody's got, some other disease. This is pattern recognition for the most part. And x-rays too. It's in textbooks. There are huge textbooks and numerous textbooks written about this.
Is pattern recognition methodology that you've been testifying about, is that generally accepted in the medical community?
Pattern recognition as a methodology? Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Alessi, we're going to take our break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you. All rise to the court, please.
So yeah, they just went to lunch. They'll be back at 2. So yeah, we got the fan in there, thank goodness.
It's back.
Everybody's been asking for the fan. So yeah, so this is going a little bit better. He's slowing things down. You can tell how fast Hank was talking. He's slowing it down for her. She seems like she's in. Things are good. Things are good.
Yeah.
What's going on with Tommy? Is Tommy out there?
I mean, he must be, but there he is.
Hey.
What's up, man? They're going to, you should be coming out right now. They're going to lunch.
Yeah.
Are you across the street?
Their cars are over there.
All right. Any news on Turtle Boy?
Nothing.
Jesus Christ, huh? He's still in
Well,
there?
I know that the audio got played at court about Lindsay threatening another lady's children.
Oh, they played that, huh?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Wow.
No.
Wow.
Wow was the lawyer. I'm sorry. Wow, the judge can't give legal advice, but the judge says to Lindsay, you might want to stop. We're going to stop now because you might want to go talk to an attorney.
Holy shit.
Yeah. The judge said that.
Holy shit.
Not good.
Oh, man. Wow.
Yep.
How are you cold or what? You getting cold out there?
Dude. It's vicious.
I know. You be going into the car at all? You getting warm
No.
at all?
Well, yeah, here and there.
All right, good.
Yeah, you really can't go in places because I get all these electronics and stuff. They have to scan them and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah,
Holy, what a day. I didn't think it would go this long. So Karen's team's going to lunch till 2:00.
yep,
I would imagine Aiden's team as well, I would think,
Yep.
right?
yep.
Oh, this is fucking crazy. No, Aiden is not done for the day. He's still in there.
Good, how are you?
Uh, Well, we're banging on 6 hours so far today. Go ahead.
Who do we stick? Do we stay near the new attorney or what?
Yeah, he's
Like, what do I do? There's Hank Brennan right there.
I don't think you want to ask him any questions. He's going the other way, right?
I'm gonna ask him questions.
Nah, all right, go ahead.
Oh yeah,
He looks frustrated.
good. Ooh. Aiden's out.
All right, so everybody's going to lunch. Okay.
Yeah, he's coming our way. He's coming our way. He's coming down the ramp.
Tommy getting all the good comments.
Oh, that's my friend. That's my friend.
Is that the one that gave you the finger?
That's my friend. How are you, my friend? Great to see you. Hey, Hank, you got any more questions? You just sure about that? Fucking asshole.
Oh my god, dude.
Kiss your mother with that mouth.
That's my friend, my attorney friend.
That girl
The
is
Karen,
smart.
did they just go across the street now? What was that?
What's going on?
What's over there? Tell us, give us an update.
Oh, Aiden's coming out. Let him tell you.
Good.
Where is he?
We're going on lunch till 2.
Yeah.
I know.
Good job, guys. Good job, Dr. Russell. We're proud of you. You did great.
Dr. Russell, keep it up.
Don't leave her behind this time.
Very strong. Thank you.
I'm sorry you were treated that way. There's no excuse for it.
Yeah, allegedly they have Chloe, Tommy.
Huh?
Allegedly they found Chloe.
Yeah, they found Chloe all right.
That's what I'm saying, because they don't have any DNA to
They got
match it up
nothing.
with. So they could use any German Shepherd. This has been a crazy fucking day, man.
Yes,
Hey,
yeah.
Yep.
Hey guys, how we doing? Happy New Year. Good to see you guys.
Thanks for your support.
Thanks. Anytime. Anytime. I told you. Gotcha.
Hey, Tom,
Yeah.
President Trump just changed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
No.
He did.
No way.
He did.
Hey, Scott. President Trump just renamed the Gulf of Mexico. Gulf of America. Oh,
He's on a
wow,
press
dude.
and he wants to take over the Panama Canal.
Yeah, we should take that over. We started it.
I
They're,
know,
they're,
it's crazy.
they're mismanaging it.
Yeah, that's what he says. He's in a press conference doing it right now. He wants
Wow.
to for the next 4 years, anyways. It's the Gulf of America.
Wow.
Was Aiden? He's back over here yet or no? No.
No, I don't know where he went. He said that. He told me. So.
Someone's got to know.
What got?
The only thing I can think of, Tom, is that old carpet has Chloe's dog hair in it.
Yes.
And the new dog they have, will it match up?
Imagine that.
So that'd be interesting. That's the race in the hole, in my opinion. You know, if they want to say that they actually found Chloe now and all this other shit, well, let's make sure the dog hairs line up.
I'm going to get in my car, go warm up a little bit. This is ridiculous.
All right.
No, I can still talk. It's just standing out there. It's just whatever.
Dude, I went out. I put trash outside. I was like, oh my god, dude.
Yeah, and look at all these people out here. They're all staying out there.
Wow.
Oh my word. Wow, guy.
I don't know how you're doing it, bro.
Yeah, it's a day. If I had known it would be this cold, I would have worn my one piece, my camouflage.
Yeah,
I'd be sweating in that.
I know. I seen you in that thing. You should probably wear that next time. Are
That
you gonna
is
get something?
so warm.
Are you gonna get something for lunch? What are you gonna do?
Probably just wait.
All right.
But yeah, it's quite the thing. I apologize to Dr. Russell saying I'm sorry she was treated that way because it's disrespectful. You don't treat someone like that.
He went after her, dude. He went after her.
No need. I apologize.
Like, I almost think they think, okay, we have a dog here, but they just know they probably get destroyed, right?
But Karen's got the carpet, dude.
That's right. So now if they have another dog that doesn't line up, hopefully the carpet has hair. We can at least eliminate it, or it is the dog.
Mike,
or it isn't the dog.
Mike, they can't handle a freaking file from a video surveillance system. You expect them to handle dog DNA?
I know. That's the problem. Like, so when she said, "Well, I heard there was a chain of custody problem between the swab and the UC Davis laboratory." So what she basically was saying is that did Mr. Proctor swab the right areas?
Well, there's no reference. There's nothing.
There's no chain of custody, right?
Right. But how would they know where the swab even came from?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, did it come from the arm? Did it come from the back?
That's right. That's right. And like this, and someone's saying in the chat, like, if you got a mold of Chloe's dog teeth, like 2 years, 3 years later, how do you know John's arm wasn't moving during the pattern of scratchers and stuff?
Exactly.
It's not gonna be a perfect tear.
How could it be?
Yeah.
The dog, like a dog bite it's never like a repeatable thing.
No, unless you just laying there on the ground, knocked out, not moving, right? And even then, the
Right.
dog's gonna pull him tight. And if someone's holding it by the collar or by the leash, it's gonna still pull off another way, you know.
Wow. Yep. Wow.
Start that car up.
Woo.
Yeah, who knows? And who knows? You know, I've had my dog's teeth pulled. You know, when she got spaded, at the same time they took out 3 teeth. You know, who says that they couldn't put the dog under, like Dr. Maria Russell said, and tranquilize it to have it get examined again? And who knows there wasn't teeth removed?
Did you
You
hear
know?
what she said? I wouldn't want to be near that dog.
That's right.
Wow,
That's right.
that was pretty powerful, Mike.
Right. She's doing the best she can, but she's like she said, like this is like the first time a doctor, you know, has come forward and said, I can help with this. And Hank Brennan's just trying to destroy that whole thing, you know, and say that, you know, you can't use a reference, you know, medical certainty doesn't cut it. When you're an expert, you need to be an expert at what you're saying. You can't just say with medical certainty. He's just like choosing word salads and just trying to pick her apart. But I tell you, she did good. If at least he trained with her and talked with her, and like, you know, and they prepped, he did a good job. But he objected. I'll just use a round number. If he objected 10 times, eight of the times she let it go. 2 of the times she overruled. I mean, sustained. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It was crazy. Like he like, because he was asking her like, are you an expert in crash reconstructions? He knows that she's not an expert in crash reconstruction. You know,
But he asked her anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I'm watching her right now. Now Alici's asking her questions. Bev is not writing any notes down. The only time she was writing notes down is when Hank was talking. So I don't like
why that is.
I don't like the way this is going, bro.
Well, maybe she's writing it down to say, you know, she's an expert, right?
Yeah, I just
Because of this,
find
this, and this. Your argument for this is denied because of that.
I guess the only thing I'm thinking of, so they had a voir dire last year. Basically, if she allows this, she's basically saying, Lally, you sucked. You didn't ask the right questions. So now that I have more information, I'm not going to allow it. That's how I see it, you know?
Yeah, but that's
Fucking
kind of
clear.
messed up. She allowed it last year, but now all of a sudden, no.
Right. So the only way to justify that would be, well, the prosecution didn't ask the right questions on the voir dire, and now Hank Brennan is. And if they had Chloe, seems like they say like they do, and he's basically asking her, would a mold work of her teeth? And she's saying no, it wouldn't work. It would be helpful, but I couldn't guarantee you that was the same set of teeth that did these marks.
Right.
Yeah.
Think of that job, trying to match all that up after the fact.
The only way to do it,
any dog and kind of make it work.
the only reason why Hank feels comfortable doing this is because he knows there was no DNA on John's sweater when it was allegedly swabbed by Mr. Proctor, and it could have been swabbed on his own sweater. Who knows? Remember, they found pig DNA.
But they found pig DNA where Proctor said he swabbed, right?
Right.
But then didn't Proctor wash the clothing?
That's what we think. Yeah, it's not been proven yet, but it was thinking.
Why
Remember, it was laid
wait
out.
a minute. Why the fuck is Jill Daniels' lawyer talking to Hank Brennan?
That's a good question, dude.
What's up with that?
That's a good question.
You saw that, right? Or was that just me making shit up?
No, dude,
right?
It just went off in my head that you said that now.
Well, and they were chit-chatting quite a while.
I wonder what he's saying.
They're not talking fishing spots, Mike.
Maybe, listen to this. Maybe somebody get called in front of the feds. That's their lawyer. And he's communicating with Hank. Hey, be careful of this, be careful of that. You know, don't bring it up. Who knows? Right? Like, just say Jill Daniels got or someone else.
Why is her lawyer even talking to Hank Brennan?
Maybe he's filling him in. I don't know. I'm speculating. I don't know.
I just hope you put a good word in for me. That's all.
Yep, fucking right.
Fucking lawyer. Fuck you. Good morning.
Oh man.
We're living in a
Well,
whole
okay.
nother world, Mike.
If Hank walked out with Jill's lawyer, that lawyer has been sitting next to Karen's dad all morning. Okay, maybe it wasn't him, dude.
No, it was him.
Okay. Yeah, you would recognize him.
That's the. He even made a comment. He even made a comment about knowing who I was. 100% him. 100%.
All right. All right.
Positive. Yep.
Maybe this longtime friends.
Mike, you saw the mug, right?
I saw who it was, yeah.
The mug.
What mug?
What mug?
Oh, the blue mug? Oh, that's cool, dude. Oh, that's cool, man. Good job, brother. That's a great picture right there, man.
Isn't that freaking awesome? Cheryl with an S.
That's awesome, bro.
We got the best freaking people, Mike. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Beth, I absolutely will. I did apologize. I did tell her that we're all proud of her. Sorry how Hank's treating you. You're a professional. You don't deserve that.
She's holding her own, dude, but it's a tough one, man.
Well,
I don't know. Like yeah, exactly. Like, if we can't use Dr. Russell, is there somebody else out there? Maybe. I don't know. That's works in the ER. But like she said, when people come into the ER, they tell me a dog bit them. Or if they're dead, a family member will say they were killed by it was a dog by pit bull bit them or whatever. So she kind of knows going in, and then out of memory, she recognizes patterns, which she's taught in the beginning of medical school. Is that pattern recognition is one of the best things, because like she says, she's like, if you look at an X-ray and it's pneumonia, by an X-ray you can tell what kind of pneumonia it is.
Correct.
So. Right. So she's like, so when I see patterns like this and I don't know if Trump's still on. I don't, she's like, I don't know if I get when the person's telling me what happened, I put it together and I see the resemblance. So if I see it on a deceased person, yeah, they look the same as a live person that came into my ER and told me what happened. It was a dog.
Right.
I mean, it's just the same thing. But Hank Brennan is now saying basically we have Chloe, and he's trying to pin down Dr. Russell on the width of the canine teeth, and just the size of the mouth altogether and everything. Fucking crazy, dude. Crazy.
Huh.
Oh, yeah. Reality check. Yeah. Patterns for shingles, lesions, patterns for rashes, patterns for fingerprint bruises. Yeah. That's the other thing. If he was hit by a car, there'd be a contusion, a bruise on his shoulder, his elbow. Right? I don't see how they're not getting around any other bruising.
I don't know, man. How?
Right? Like, and that's no one's really talking about that. I guess it'll come out in the trial. Like, okay, if your story is true, and obviously they're not going to have True Paul back up there, and they've already locked into that story, and remember they changed the 3-point story already. And now they went to
3-point turn. That's right.
Yep, they changed that one. Once they figured out it would be the wrong side of the truck that hit her. So they've had so many shots to change their story. You know who's never changed their story? It's Karen.
Karen.
She's never changed it. All right. The Commonwealth has changed their story. All right. We got butt dials. We have celebrates wrong. We have Dr. Russell is wrong, and now you want to tell me ACRA is wrong? Fuck
Everybody's
yourself.
wrong, Mike.
Except the Commonwealth.
Except anything that's got to do with the McCabe.
Right. That's a pattern. You want to talk about a pattern recognition? There's a pattern right there.
Yep.
Fuck me, man. Fuck me. This is crazy, and I can't believe it really is a kangaroo court. It really is. I mean,
Mike,
Brennan, and again,
If Hank had solid chip off information, I think we wouldn't be hitting this lady as hard as we are.
Yep.
Right?
He knows this is a linchpin to the trial. He knows.
He's got nothing else, Mike.
If he can't get her off the witness list,
Bingo.
Up comes the discussion of dog bites and how did he get dog bites if he was never inside, right? Basically. But the other thing
if those are determined to be dog bites, how did he get them?
Right, he got him inside the house. Right. And Lally's explanation was, well, maybe when he was outside, it could have been a coyote or a fox, and no one was buying that, right?
Right.
We didn't have DNA. They fucking fucked with the DNA. They lost the swab of John's arm of the DNA. They lost the clothing. I mean, they had the clothing DNA, but the clothing was washed allegedly. And
they washed the clothing.
And guess who gave the DNA? Michael Proctor, conflicted Michael Proctor, who's about to be fired. So
Michael Proctor
getting the dog bites, ruled out. I think he's going to go at any expense too. Like I don't like if they knew where Chloe was in the first trial, that's a Rule 14 violation because they didn't turn over all the evidence. If they knew the whole time, now all of a sudden she shows up and you found her. Well, how'd you do that? Well, however they did it. Well, why didn't you tell the defense? It's a Rule 14. That's a Brady violation.
Well, doesn't stuff have to be analyzed and then data and reports and?
Well, yeah. If you say, okay, let's just say Brennan, or let's just say Lally knew where Chloe was.
Yeah.
Just didn't bring it up in court. Never wanted to use it, but actually knew where it was. Right. That's a huge. He's in trouble. It's a violation, Brady violation. So you're telling me now, all of a sudden, after 3 years, you're able to track her down? How? Well, we need to know how exactly did you do it, and why didn't in the first trial didn't the prosecution produce her? If they knew.
Yeah, where was the dog?
Yeah. How did you find out? Now did you hire a PI, something like that? Well, why didn't you do it in the first trial? So there's a lot of things that can go either way, but still, we just need Dr. Russell in this trial. And I just don't like the way, I swear to God, I just don't like the way Auntie Bev is looking and taking notes when Brendan's talking and not taking notes when Alici's talking. But Dr. Russell is standing tall, dude. She's standing tall. She's not getting flustered. She's not like rolling her eyes trying to think of something. She's like, bam. And he tried to trick her up like 3 or 4 times with the same question worded differently.
Yeah.
And she would just go back to me. In medicine, there is no certainty. It's all based on your diagnosis with other things involved with it. And Alicia opened up with, do you know of any other emergency room doctors that are board certified to be an orthopedic surgeon? She goes, no. So he's because Brennan was like, so you're an orthopedic surgeon, you're this, you're that. He's no, I'm an emergency room doctor. I recommend an orthopedic surgeon to come in and look at what's going on. You know what I mean? Like he's just being a fucking dick, dude. He's just basically really just like trash her, trying to trash her, and she won't go for it.
Well, we're blessed, right?
Yeah, it just gets you worked up though, like you're just like, what are you doing, man? Like we all can see it. Like we all see it, but all of a sudden the people inside the courtroom, Auntie Bev and the prosecution, they don't see it. They're like, well, they do see it, but they just want us not to believe it. It's like
Right.
it doesn't work that way anymore.
Well, depends on what town you live in, actually.
You know, but look, if you look at your and you bend your elbow and you have a dog coming to the top, and if John's angle of his elbow is any which way, like up, down, lower, to the right to his chest, out wide, of course the angles are going to be different. How can you take a mold of a dog's mouth and expect it to line up when you have your skin's like elastic, you have electricity in there? Of course, it's not going to match up.
How are they gonna
But he
figure out
wanted.
that the head injury?
Well, they haven't even got to that, dude. They haven't got to that yet. They're just worried about the dog bites. It's like, how can you Hank really wanted her to say, well, if I had a ruler and if I had, a mold, I could tell you with certainty that this happened. And she keeps on going back with, there is no certainty, only a medical, in my opinion, so to speak, medical uncertainty that I believe that those are dog bites. Now, factually saying that these are definitely Chloe's teeth and these are definitely Chloe's bite marks.
Right. Different story altogether.
Yeah, by looking at a mold and looking at John's arm, no,
Yep.
I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that. Impossible. But Brandon wants her to say that. Brandon wants her to say that. Yeah. And he got pissed when he couldn't get her to do it. Yeah. It was fucking wild, dude. It's like one of the wildest things I've ever seen.
Really?
And he went at her for 4 hours.
Non-stop, huh?
Non-stop, dude. Like, he wouldn't even give her time to finish answering the question.
I love that.
I sent the court TV video to Tom's ex account before the court started today. Okay. Oh, God.
Trying to look and hey, so I saw my friend Ted Daniels this morning again.
Yeah.
My
It's good to
boy
see
knows
him.
me.
Yeah. Yes, he does, Tom. Yeah, he does.
Kind of happy about that.
Yeah, he's been tweeting this the regular shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if Grant was tweeting inside the other courthouse or HWB. Yeah.
He got in trouble again.
What for?
He was taking pictures of people in the video and people in the courthouse. Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. No video.
And a couple of times too, like Dr. Russell would be like, "Excuse me," to like, "Hey, Brennan, like, what'd you just say to me?" You know what I mean? And she kept on going back to him. That's not what I said. And it's the truth. And he kept on trying to tell her that's what you told me. She's like, no.
So the planet game a gotcha with words, right?
Yeah,
That's all
yeah.
that is. That's all.
They're trying to play on her like 30 years of the business that you've never written anything down or wrote a book, what's your peer reviews and it's all kinds of stuff. Anything. He's grasping, dude. He's totally grasping. But in this court, you never know what's going to happen. You never know what's going to happen. That's what's scary. I honestly think that the way she's looking, because she rules with how she feels and who's right, whichever way she's told to go. And I just don't. I don't like this because if she gets in, it's a huge win for the defense. Huge win. But who knows? Maybe they don't stop there. Maybe they try to find another dog expert. I don't know.
I just sent Shelby a tweet from Grant. She put that on the screen.
He's probably all upset that his girlfriend's getting.
Working on it. Is it in Messenger?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Millie Little has a dog expert. I've seen that one. Yep.
And you know what you didn't hear about? Who had John's phone? Because Proctor never went to 34 Fairview.
Here's the
How
thing.
did he get it?
Brennan asked Dr. Russell, did you know that his phone was underneath him? Did you know there was taillights splattered all over the ground? Like that's not what we're here for. here for? Here to see if those are dog bites. Can you believe he said that to her?
Yeah, here, listen to this. Josh Levy's done on 117, and rumor has it his office has been actively interrogating McAlbert's. Going to be very
Yeah.
long 11 days for them.
Yeah, I've read that. Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
People are saying Kenny Roberts grabbed the phone. Yeah. I don't know. That's a good question. That phone thing is bothering me, man. And I'm like, Tom, like, it's okay. You're out in the cold. Your battery's dying pretty quick, right?
Oh, God, like hard.
If John was outside in the cold that night at 12:20, why didn't his battery die?
It had to have.
Right?
It had to have.
All right, here's your tweet. Your tweet's up.
Yeah.
Well, was this up?
That's it. Hey, Grant.
All right.
I'm Grant.
Are you gonna read it? Oh, I don't know what happened to it.
One of wow, on Cross, one of Turtle Boy's witnesses, the woman who's been attacking Lindsay Giannetti and her children for weeks, has exposed herself to potential perjury by saying she did not know about those court documents related to Christie. Wow. That's a whole nother freaking situation over there, dude.
So the woman who's been attacking Lindsay Giannetti children online and helping her now admits uncredited that she's had direct contact with Kate Peters in the past. Oh, so she knew Kate Peters. Okay. I don't know which tweet you're looking at, bro.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them here.
All right.
And it don't make sense.
Right.
Lindsay got a court-appointed attorney.
Oh, so these are the pictures he got in trouble for?
Yep.
Oh God.
But those are what he got popped for, those pictures.
Multiple Turtle White fans complimenting
All right.
Lindsay's.
Not Haley. All right, let's go to Not Haley. Much better content over there.
All right.
They're tweeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so Gail, that's what I'm thinking. Like when she went into the house to talk to her brother-in-law and her sister-in-law or sister, that's when she grabbed the phone. Because it would have died in the cold. It was 18 degrees. Tom's out there right now. You know, I don't care how new the phone was. If it's lying under you on the ground in the cold like that,
yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they just had it on airplane mode on the inside, probably. And knows a lot about phones is Matt McCabe and Brian Albert.
Yep.
So it's funny that LG had to get a court-appointed attorney right there on the spot.
The judge directed her that way.
And he's not supposed to do that.
No.
Is he?
Nope. Where is it? Grant Smidello's tweet reporting that people were commenting on Lindsay's intelligence and currently laughing to the point that we're not certain the crowd will be able to settle down and make it back into the courtroom.
What?
Yeah. Grant saying that she got wiretapped, which didn't happen.
This is like Dedham is like the kangaroo court of the country. Do you know? Does anybody know who the judge is over there?
He's such a friggin' a simp for her. Like such a simp.
I was just gonna. You took the words out of my mouth. Like, of course we're gonna hear. Of course we're gonna hear. Great things about her, and that's just the way it's gonna be. But I want to hear from H.W. Haley. See what they're doing. We'll see.
If someone did not Haley, did Jason actually post anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom said he did. So
Yeah.
I'm looking for it right now.
All right.
A lot of it's about Grant.
Yeah, it says that Grant's posting all lies. My three sons are saying so. Okay. Hey,
Yeah, he's
if you
got
haven't hit,
a problem with that.
if you haven't hit the subscribe button tomorrow's members only, people. So just a heads up.
Wow.
Hold on. Tom, can you send me a link to Jason's Twitter X or Miss Shorty? One of you.
Haley?
Someone. Yes.
Yeah. Check this out. I opened Twitter. Stories for you. Karen retrial. Dog bite expert testimony in question. First thing that comes up. Ridiculous. Twitter. People are really not happy with this court stuff, really. They're really not happy.
No. Hank came in like a defense attorney defending the Commonwealth. It was disgusting. He's supposed to be defending, just not defending. He's supposed to be prosecuting, and instead he's trying to defend the Commonwealth. Where did these molds come from all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Chloe's mouth. Is it really Chloe?
Again, we don't know one knows nothing, anything about nothing, right?
And then
Yeah.
we're talking about Chloe.
I see what you said, though. I heard what you're saying. Is it really Chloe? Like, he led us to believe that if we could give you Chloe. I don't think I ever heard him say, we have Chloe, but I could be wrong.
They said that, no, they said that they had he said they have them.
Oh, they have the imprints. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
which means that they must, so is it Chloe? Without actually knowing?
How could we tell? Because we don't have any DNA. The only way like I was telling Tom, is like, you remember how Karen took the rug from the whole downstairs?
Yeah, I heard you talking about that earlier about the carpet, but you know how much that's going to cost her to test that entire carpet?
No, all you gotta look for is a dog hair. Right? One single dog. And then you can match it up with the current dog that they have. That's the only thing I did. Am I right? I don't know. That'd be a route. And thank God she saved the carpet, because you know there's going to be a German hair shepherd carpet in the hair in there for sure. You know, but I don't know.
I don't know either.
What's Tom doing?
Losing himself into Twitter as usual.
I'm just a lot of people not happy. Like, I mean, Christina Rex. I mean, everybody is not happy
with Hank Brennan.
Yes, they're all really disgusted with him.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, rightfully so.
He took the gloves off, dude. After last time they were here, he took the gloves off. He's not fucking around.
Really, that's you know.
Yeah. Hey, Carla, thanks for the $10.
Carla, thank you.
She wants to know what's going on with the Turtle Boy. I'm coming in late. Is it true about the grand jury? I don't know what that means.
Okay, well, let's break that down. What's going on with Turtle Boy? He's currently on lunch. They're fighting with Lindsay now. Back and forth.
And the grand jury, I think you're talking about the grand jury. You're talking about Josh Levy's office. Yeah, that's ongoing right now. Yep. What's up? What are you laughing at? She's asked about the grand jury. And I said, yeah, it's going on now. McAlbert's getting called back into Josh's office.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Oh, I wonder if he's going to be cleaning house before the 17th.
I hope he starts putting bracelets on people.
He can do that.
Don't forget the 17th he's gone, and then you have Matthew Farwell going up on the 4th of February. So you'll have the new Attorney General there. So this will be interesting. You know, and this attorney general, I forget her name, but I guess she's going to go after it, man. She's not going
I
to
hope
stop.
so.
Yeah. I mean, how do you let a case like that die? You can't. You know, you can't let that go away. Obviously, the guy's in bracelets in jail.
This is just today has just been a whole clusterfuck of just brain clusterfuck of mind fucking.
Yeah. So is the grand jury is that confirmed?
No.
All right.
Although, from where it came from, I would say
Yeah.
it's better than not.
Okay. Okay. People are just asking about it. I said I can't confirm it, but it's possible. Popular talk.
What?
Read the screen, Tommy.
Yeah. That's all you, girl.
Yeah, don't forget, Tom. You have to reach out to Pam Bondi, the new the United States Attorney General. You got
Geez, I can see that response. Yeah, when hell freezes over, kid. You want what?
I thought RVA is a relative or something like that with her.
Yeah, the incoming press secretary for the new commander in chief. How about that?
Which is Pam Bondi.
Yeah.
So
No. Different,
no?
Shelby. Shelby, different.
I'm so confused.
Press secretary gets up there every day and talks to the press.
I know who the press secretary is.
Yeah, that's okay. That's the one we know. That's right. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, we got 6 hours and 40-minute stream going on, guys.
Oh my gosh. I told my wife it was going to be a long day. I thought for sure this Daubert hearing was going to go that long.
Well, yeah, and didn't Alessi say 2 more hours?
Yeah, and then, but here's the thing. So that brings us to so we go back at 2. That's at 4. She wants to end by 4, and if fucking goddamn Brennan wants to recross, that means she's going to have to come back again.
Yep.
I'm telling you the truth. If it's 4 o'clock and Brennan wants to ask more questions after at least he's done and he doesn't have time, he's going to make him come back. She's going to make everybody come back again.
Of course.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Just to cost her more money too, right? No other reason.
She is racking that cash register, dude.
We need to figure out a way, Mike, to make more money for Taryn. Got to be another
Absolutely,
way.
dude. We got to take the gloves off and start doing it and start getting after it.
You know what I think would work? You ready?
What?
Every single Facebook post that has something to do with President Trump, put the Karen Reed GoFundMe link there. Every single link. Every person. If we all did that, enough people would be like, all right, I've seen this all over the place. What the hell is this? They may get involved.
You want to tag Trump and everything, right? Well, if we get her press,
I want to tag the people who support Trump at the 1% level.
Right.
I want to touch base with them people. They're the ones that can make money. I'm sorry, they're the ones that can donate life-changing money.
Right.
Like real money.
Right.
One-shot deal money. Like you're all set money. That type of thing.
I guess my question is also too is if RVA has a contact with the the press secretary. That's
Yeah.
an ear. That's an ear to Trump's. That's an ear. Those are lips to ears Trump's. We can get that going. Hey, you got to look at this. You got to look at this because they talk every day.
Mike.
Yeah.
I wrote
Trump
a
wants
letter to the director of the Environmental Protection Agency. Like a legitimate letter.
right.
She read it.
Who read it?
The director of the Environmental Protection Agency.
Right. Right.
So it works. The
I mean,
letter's
if
got
we
to be
could,
written. The letter's got to be
if
signed. It has to be done correctly.
I mean, shit.
All
If
that
we
stuff,
had, if I know it sounds weird, but if we had a Trump sign or something out front during some of these standouts, it wouldn't hurt. Even though you're a Democrat,
It wouldn't hurt, but I don't think it's worth our time to even go down that road.
Okay.
It was just convoluted a little bit more, even though it doesn't need to be.
Okay, so now I get it. I was just reading not Haley Walbrick. So
see what I'm talking about? You got to read it for it to make sense. He's very good at writing.
He's great. In surprisingly emotional testimony, Carney recounted the anxiety and emotional turmoil Gaetani's false pregnancy brought. I have to admit, having known this story for some time, I didn't expect the wave of feelings that enveloped in the courtroom during Carney's testimony. At one point, attorney Tim Bradle elicited testimony about the impact of Carney being incarcerated during the illness of Carney's mom and the stolen moments prior to her subsequent death shortly after. It was heart-wrenching testimony, and at one point, people were audibly sobbing. So that's probably why you didn't see Aiden right after court, because all of this shit is going down.
Wow, good for him. Oh, what a day, man! I didn't think Tuesday would be like that.
We got to do this again this week too. We got to go Friday, right?
Yeah, we had a lot. We had a lot of stuff going on. Peter Murphy, we got Whitey, we got Turtle Boy. I don't know, huh?
Rich.
Who?
Rich.
Rich.
Rich. Oh yeah, yeah, Rich. Yeah, yep.
Yep. They don't realize what they're doing. Whatever.
It's crazy. This is Ted Daniels writes. Brennan says the swabs were taken of all the holes that were on John O'Keefe's sweatshirt, and no dog DNA was found. Brennan, it's remarkable there was no dog DNA on any of the swabs. And Dr. Russell goes, I disagree.
True. Yeah.
She didn't give an inch there, dude.
She shouldn't either.
No. And then the new filings came in today about fucking Acker, man, and Gretchen Voss.
Yeah, what's up with Gretchen Voss?
They want her notes, man. They want her notes. They want her notes.
So guess what? That explains everything now, doesn't it?
Kind of does.
Because Kate keeps saying that. Kate and Gretchen were doing mushrooms together. Gretchen told Kate that Karen said that. That's why.
Well, good news too is that the lawyer will be doing a breakdown of the Karen Reed hearing today too.
And Kate, if Kate's not on the witness list, it can't be used as evidence. Kate can't be a witness in Karen Reed trial. You get that?
Kate can't be a witness in the Karen Reed trial. Okay. Well, it's 10:02. They might be heading back in soon, bro. If you want to head up there.
Already there, buddy.
I'm waiting for something to go live. So I've got a bunch of different. Hold on, I wanted to check Court TV.
Oh. This feels like I have a real job, man. My God.
Yep.
I'm not going to be able to do this for much longer all day like I've been doing.
Why?
Because I got a job.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just something. It's just a side job right now. Something
Well,
that
it's,
makes. But
yep. You got to do what you got to do.
oh, all right.
What? Court's not open yet, is it?
No, I
No.
have. Hold on. I have Court TV.
Aiden is back at 2 also, but we can't get in there. People are getting pissed on Twitter, man.
Yeah, they're not happy with the way that this is being done.
No, not at all, man.
To everybody that's here, thank you so much for giving me a like, a subscribe, thumbs up.
Yeah, please subscribe, man. Brian Walsh has court tomorrow too.
That'll be interesting.
About getting Proctor's phone records.
Good.
Oh my god. This is gonna be fucked. Oh goodness.
Oh, Proctor, you're so screwed.
Proctor's
Couldn't happen to a nicer person.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Auntie Deb just dropped a video. It's a tractor trailer tipped over of all White Claws. He's got a picture of him in the in Auntie Deb's outfit crawling all over the White Claws on the road.
No.
Yeah, I just sent it to you, Tom. That dude is hilarious.
Was it on X?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
Just
hold on.
came
Now
out,
I'm
yeah.
going to hunt it.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Mazabidi, you're right. Like Judge Bev actually told Alisi to allow Brennan and Dr. Russell to finish talking while objecting today. That's crazy. That's why you object in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah,
Oh my
but I saw. Yeah, they went right by it.
God,
Oh, we
what
have
the
Brennan's motion to exclude ARCA.
Yeah, I saw that. Yep. Yep. Oh. Oh. You see what? You see him walking around in the White Claws?
Yeah. Hold on. If nobody's looking at this, I'm sharing this right now.
Hey, see what Nancy just said?
Yeah,
see what Nancy just said?
Yeah, it's not Jill's attorney. Anyways, it might be. She sent me a note, but I didn't actually see the video. If you can do it again, resend me the video in X.
But that's a really good question, though, right? Why are they hanging out together?
Dude, the only thing I can think of has to do with the feds. You know, like,
Hold
you know,
on.
it's
Look at
or
this.
and a truck carrying a load full of White Claws. You see thousands of cans. Look at this.
White Claws.
Of the adult beverage litter
Deb.
across the ground. We are reaching out to DPS to see if there were any injuries or damages.
Oh my
carrying a load
God.
full of
Hey, what's
doesn't
Jill
really-
Daniels' lawyer doing talking to Hank Brennan?
Yeah, I know. It was weird.
Why?
Federal grand
Think about
jury.
that for a second.
Federal,
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's something there, guy. I'm telling you. There's no need for that.
All right, we got it back up and running.
Yep, I think there's Nathan right there.
Hey, Tommy, I'm going to send you a video of that lawyer. You tell me if it's him or not. All right?
Get out right now? There's
Hold
Nathan
on.
right there. Hey, we're here. Hey, full screen, guys.
All right, good.
Jim.
My pleasure.
All right, now I need to go see my son. Oh, I love
Dr. Russell. Here she comes, Dr. Russell. See, people are beeping and everything for you. I got about 1,000 people apologizing from us to you.
I love you.
Good job up there, guys.
That's awesome, man.
It's getting personal here, yeah. Like it.
Yeah, a lot of people are cold now out there, huh? Not too many people out there now, huh, Tommy?
Oh, God. Yeah.
The true boots on the
All
ground
right.
are there.
So, you want to go into Aiden's?
Oh, there.
I was going to see if I can go in.
Coming back from lunch.
It's 1:57. I think they already came back, didn't they?
Yeah, they should be back. Yeah, you should go in there and get warm while we play this one live,
Yeah.
And I'll tweet you if something goes on or something, or I'll text you.
Well, I can go into Aiden's courtroom.
Right.
I just can't. I just can't touch my stuff.
Right, but you can have it on silent on a text, right? I mean, a phone.
Probably not. I'm not in the press.
All right.
So you can't use your phones actively like that. They keep an eye on you.
All right.
Like they'll come right over your shoulder. That type of an eye.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
And it's their courtroom, and the judge says what judge says,
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. Someone saying that whole White Claw thing was down the street from them.
Oh, my goodness.
I know.
And they can't resell it.
Oh,
Damaged product.
No. I don't know. Where is that going to go? Fucking
Right back in the sewer system. Right down the drain, my friend.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It's wicked windy in Connecticut. Yeah, it's wicked windy here, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
All right. All right, listen, put me down in the bottom. Can you dump me down?
We can get ready all together too. All right, so here's the fan. They're on lunch break. They've already walked back in, so we're good to go there. Tom, all the girls sitting with the O'Keefes was using their phones all morning in the courtroom. Yeah, you're right. Probably, who they're talking to, the McAlberts. I tell you, they were smiling too when Brendan was trying to drill her. I could see it in their face. And now when Elise's up there, they're like get this concerned look on their face now. Oh, just why don't they ever want to find the truth? Well, full screen. Oh, Boston Brandy. Thank you. You guys are the best. Thanks for the $10. Thank you so much. If you're not a member yet, please become a member. We're going to be doing members only tomorrow. I know some do, some don't. We love you still. It doesn't matter. Just helps out with the algorithms and the channels. And be nice to have you. With all this information we got today, we dissected it for tomorrow morning. You guys got any questions you want to ask? You can ask those tomorrow morning. Be good stuff. Good stuff, man. We had dual dual courtrooms going today. We Turtle Boy, we got Karen at the, imagine that. Dedham courthouse is jammed with corruption today. It's corruption day in Dedham. Let's all get on corruption. Fucking cucks. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Hey, oh my god.
Fucking cat.
Cuck. Hey, look at Aiden Kearney just posted this. Look what we saw at lunch today. It's Brennan and the attorney from Tom. They told him to go. I'm gonna send this to you right now, Shelby. Holy shit! Look at Aiden Kearney's post.
Hold on. Is it?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Twitter.
I'm coming.
All right, I gotta get into Tommy. Is that his? That's the guy that told me to go fuck himself.
Did you send
The
it to
only
me on
thing-
Twitter? Yes.
No, I didn't. I can do
Where
it.
are my
Hold on.
messages? Hold on.
All right. It's coming at you right. It's coming at you right now.
Yes, the iPad's been
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Okay.
Oh my. Oh my.
So I guess my point is this: if that's him, and he's Joel Daniels, and he's Jim Ferris's lawyer, right? That's cool. But he's also got a son that's a lawyer that's representing somebody else inside that McAllic group. And if he's there to let Hank know what's going on with the federal indictments right now, that's the only thing I can think of. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why those two would talk. And this guy is inside the courtroom. He is sitting on the Reed side, but as an attorney, I believe. So I don't know what the deal is. Boston Bernie wants to know, how does she know if she's a member or not? To question.
Hold on one sec. I have a child that's right next to me talking.
Yeah.
Your name
If you-
will be in
Yeah,
green.
yeah.
And then your name will be in green if you're a member.
Yep. So you have to, if you can do it, is like, I don't know, how do you do it on YouTube? I don't know.
So if you go to I'm here. I have a child next to me, so I keep going and muting myself. If you go to the Seeking Justice YouTube page, scroll. There's a oh my god, a marquee scroll where you have options where it'll say videos, lives, blah blah blah, and you scroll all the way to the end of
All right.
it. It'll give you memberships.
That's okay. Yeah, Nancy's like, that's the guy in the video. That's Joe Karowski. Yep, senior. He sat on the other side, black tape that separates the POK. So he's on the Reed side, but on the other side of the black tape for attorneys and things. So yeah, why he's there, I don't know, man. Wow.
All right, I'm gonna switch it for a second because I'm gonna show where to see the members. So on your phone, this will be in like a marquee type to scroll left to right. You want to scroll all the way to the end and click on membership. And it'll bring you to this.
Yep.
And since I'm a member, it already shows that stuff, but it'll show the perks info, all the things you can do, and then it'll tell you how much you pay. How much you can pay.
So, all right, so you can just subscribe, and then, or you become a member, right? Yeah.
Well, you can be subscribed and become a member.
Right. Okay. I'm learning every day. So the lawyer you know is chiming in on this too on Twitter. So he's gonna be doing at 4:15. He's doing a live show about this case as well. So that'll be interesting what he says. That's interesting how they just took molds of her mouth, Chloe's mouth, and didn't bring the dog back. And how long have we known that too? Like, like this is crazy. I got to know if the prosecution.
I think they pulled it out of their ass.
I think you're right. I thought that dog would be long gone, and like, there's no way we can prove. You know, I know it's unethical to even think that Brennan would do something like that, but I mean, shit.
I don't put anything past him at this point. I don't put anything past the Commonwealth at this point because they're all a bunch of unethical bastards.
Yeah. Boston Brandy saying mine only says community. I'll have to try on my tablet. Okay. Tom, go have a meal of food. Oh God, yeah, I know he could have been sitting next to Brennan and Karowski there. I say, Monsieur, you need to open the link through Chrome browser. Ah, that might help. Okay. Yeah, we just looked at the photo. Yeah, that's him. It's him for sure. He's the one that told Tom to fuck off. Now he's sitting with Hank Brennan. So once a piece of shit, you hang around with a piece of shit, makes you a piece of shit. Oh. So he's got connections with Jill Daniels, and his son is a lawyer as well. So this is interesting. Yeah. This is interesting. This is very, that's not Carl in the, I think it's his brother. I could be wrong though. I thought it was his brother. Oh God. This is fucking nuts. This is fucking crazy.
It's just angering me.
It's pissing me off, man. Like if you watch any other court trial, like, you know, the Black Swan, nothing goes this way. They don't have these dog hearings and these voir dires of all these professionals, and it's literally just trying to drain Karen's bigger. How is Hank Brennan gonna try to get two doctors with PhDs in 3 different categories and you know, medical engineering and, you know, physics and stuff dismissed from the case? Doesn't make sense. And I think if I was that company, I'm doing it pro bono, because you don't want to be in a court of law, you know, get thrown off a case. You know, your testimony was no good, and we don't find it valuable enough to be in a case. They want this so they get called more often. Here we go.
Yep.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lessing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Dr. Russell. We left off talking about pattern recognition and your pattern recognition methodology. Are there patterns to dog-inflicted wounds from civilian dogs?
Yes.
What are the patterns?
Oh, there are several patterns. You know, there could be just simple abrasions and grouped abrasions. There can be, depending on the depth of the injury, you know, there can be what they call the hole and tear pattern if the teeth penetrated through the skin. There can be a variety of patterns, including parallel lines and others.
Is there support in the medical literature for these patterns and your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Can you name the authors of any peer-reviewed studies supporting the patterns and pattern methodology?
Yes, so the 2 come to mind right now, and one is written by Demunic and et al. And there's another one with Dr. Pollock et al.
And to help our stellar stenographer, Demunic is DEMUNNYNCK. If you could please turn to exhibit number 33 that is in front of you.
Yes.
Let me know when you have that
I have
exhibit.
it. I have it.
Do you recognize, is this the DeMunic peer-reviewed article that you were just referring to?
Yes.
What I'd like you to do, Dr. Russell, is to point out where in this article there is the rooting of the pattern and pattern methodology, recognition methodology that you've been testifying to. Where is it located? And with the court's permission, I'd like you to read the specific sentences and paragraphs where that methodology is rooted in it.
Tell us first, because if it's a whole page, we're not going to do that.
It's not a whole page, Your Honor.
Let's just see
Yeah.
where it is.
Okay. On page 298. The second paragraph on the left-hand side. Okay.
Your Honor, it's not going to be reading a whole page, it's just the portions of this. Is that acceptable
So
to
you
the
can
court?
read a portion of that paragraph, Doctor? Because what you're trying to do is convince me, right? And these are
Understood.
in evidence. So could you tell me where it is, please?
Okay. So left-hand
Right, first
column.
paragraph, second paragraph. Where do
Second
you start?
paragraph. So it's part of the second, the third, and the fourth parts. So it says dogs have some very specific dental and maxillofacial features. They have 42 teeth, 20 in the upper jaw, 22 in the lower jaw. Usually the mandibular dental arch is narrower and shorter than the maxillar, and the shape of the dental arches varies among the different breeds. There are natural gaps between the teeth that are attenuated or accentuated depending on the breed.
And then if you could skip to the next paragraph, because we want to follow the court's direction not to read everything, just trying to focus on the key aspects. Is there something in the next paragraph that also supports it?
Okay, yes. Okay. The above features attribute to the characteristics of dog bites.
Can you tell us what that sentence means? And does that sentence have any relation to the concept of pattern recognition?
Yes, it does.
Explain how.
Okay. Well, so they're talking, well, first of all, the previous paragraph was talking about the dentition of the dogs and how there's some variation in the dentition. And then this next sentence says the above features attribute to or relate to or are relevant to the characteristics of what the dog bites would look like.
And then as you continue on in that paragraph, again, not reading every sentence, but is there another part of the paragraph that continues over on to the next page that also supports your testimony that this is talking about pattern recognition methodology?
Yes. So it goes on to say that the puncture wound, a round hole, is made by the canine tooth of either the upper or lower jaw on one side that serves as an anchorage, while the other teeth cut into the flesh, causing stretch lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied by tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to each other, 4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern allows differential diagnosis with bites of other animals which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of the prominent canines, and with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
Does what you just read establish the pattern and the pattern recognition methodology for dog bites?
Objection. The objection sustained asked the question differently.
What do you conclude from the language you just read with regard to patterns and pattern recognition methodology?
Well, I conclude that patterns are important, and they are what I call highly representative, but they call pathognomonic, meaning that there is nothing else that causes those.
Let's focus on the word, people pronounce it differently,
Yeah.
pathognomonic. What does pathognomonic mean in medicine?
Pathognomonic, to me, I believe it means that you can make a diagnosis based on these factors that are present to the exclusion of any other diagnosis because they are so specific.
So we talked about on your direct, and it was raised on cross, the concept of a differential diagnosis, right?
Yes.
When you have pathognomonic features, is it required to even have a differential diagnosis?
Not really.
Why?
Because the pathognomonic features mean that you have the entity or the condition that that is explained.
Does pathognomonic mean that the features themselves rule out other possibilities?
Yes, that's what I believe it means.
And is that how you interpret what the author is saying in this article?
Yes.
Please proceed lastly to the next two paragraphs, and then we can move on to the next study, I believe.
In conclusion, to identify a lesion as a dog bite wound, it should have ragged and irregular wound edges, show multiple parallel linear scratches or drying scuff abrasions, include a puncture wound and sometimes an avulsion with irregular borders resembling a dental arch print.
And could you please, as the last paragraph we'll focus on, read what you consider important in the next paragraph?
The shape of dog bite wounds depends on the size and breed of the dog and will differ whether or not the full dentition was used to produce them.
Let's stop there. What does it mean to you when the author says, and will differ whether or not the full dentition was used to produce them?
So what that means is that if the bite does not include the full, well, let me back up. What it means is the appearance of the bite will vary depending on whether or not all of the teeth impacted the skin or just some of the teeth impacted the skin.
Please read the next sentence.
Only in ideal circumstances will a complete impression of all frontal teeth be found, and often only a prominent canine impression can be seen.
Is what you just read relevant at all to what you analyzed with regard to the wounds of the decedent in this case?
Very relevant.
How?
Because many of those wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were only partial bites. They did not have the complete dentition.
Do you recall Mr. Brennan saying various times that you have no support for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Is this support for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Is it direct support for the pattern recognition methodology you have applied in this case?
Yes.
Is there another article, you mentioned two, you mentioned Munich and Pollock. So let's turn to, in your honor, this will be the second and last article.
Okay.
Please turn to Exhibit 34. And is this the Pollock, P-O-L-L-A-K, study that you have mentioned multiple times in your testimony and that's in your report?
Yes.
Please, like we just did with the Munich article, please identify the portions of this study that support, you've testified, support your pattern recognition methodology.
Okay.
And let's
So
do
start
a
at the beginning.
seriatim from the beginning.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll do it
please.
from the beginning. So, the dog's front, so the first paragraph here.
Okay, the summary?
Yeah, it says summary, yes, summary. In the absence of her parents, a girl of 4 months was killed by a 2-year-old male Rottweiler dog belonging to the same family. The dog's front teeth marks of individual circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. There seems to be a word or two missing.
No, you missed a word. That's
I
okay.
did.
That's
Yes.
okay, go ahead.
Okay. The pattern of skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth.
Let's stop there. How does the sentence you just read, what's the key component of that sentence that supports your pattern recognition methodology?
That sentence, the pattern of skin lesions.
Now let's go down to the keywords. Is there anything in the keywords that supports and roots your opinion that you've given several times that there's in dog bite wounds on humans, there's a pattern?
Yes, so there's about five or so keywords. One of them is injury pattern.
Why is there a section in many medical studies of key words?
So when you're researching, you can find the articles quickly.
And is there any importance to the use of key words when there is a study published?
Well, yes, because it's a key concept of the paper.
Please proceed to and I know it may take a little bit of time and with the court's permission, to the next section of this article that supports your opinion that there is a pattern to dog bite wounds on humans and that there's a pattern recognition methodology used to discern them.
Well, I think the next significant section would be 3.2.
And what is the title of that section?
Morphology of dog bite injuries.
What does morphology mean in the medical community?
Basically means form.
And could it mean something in addition to form?
Form, pattern, appearance, yes.
So with regard to morphology section, please identify the sections, the parts of the article under this section that you believe that you have concluded support your opinion of both the existence of patterns and a pattern recognition methodology with respect to dog-inflicted wounds.
Well, I go to the second paragraph.
Please read that.
Okay. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors also leave an impression, smaller skin lesions, round pressure marks, or streaky glide marks can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors of a jaw will act uniformly. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes: oblique biting, curvature of the body surface, interposition of textiles.
What does that mean? I'm going to stop you. What is interposition of textiles and layperson speak, and how, if at all, is that relevant to this case?
It's clothing overlying the area that was bitten.
And was there clothing overlying the bite mark wounds of the deceased?
Yes,
And what clothing specifically was that?
it was a hoodie type sweater.
Please continue reading.
Okay, interposition of textiles, different tooth lengths, tooth loss, form and positional anomalies of the teeth.
And keep reading, please.
On the next page.
Yes.
The spectrum of possible injury forms is extremely diverse. Depending on the type and intensity of local tissue damage, skin contusions with epithelial loss, linear abrasions, tears and/or crush wounds, as well as puncture-like lesions can be distinguished.
Thank you. So, do these studies directly or indirectly support your opinions in this case that there's both a pattern to dog bite wounds on humans and that there is a pattern recognition methodology to discern them?
They do.
And is it direct or indirect support, these studies?
I believe this is direct.
And do you believe it's robust, these studies, or do you believe there's equivocation with regard to pathognomonic features?
No, I think it's robust, and these articles are cited elsewhere.
And are these articles, particularly the Demunic article, is the citation ubiquitous in the medical literature, or is it sporadic? Are there a lot of citations to Demunic in the medical literature, or are there only a few?
There are quite a few.
And do you recall the book that Mr. Brennan showed to you earlier on in the hearing?
Yes.
Does that book cite to Demunic as support for a section in the book?
It does.
Now, there was confusion. You can put those studies to the side for now, Dr. Russell. Thank you. Now, there was some confusion on cross-examination regarding where these articles could be found. Some were looking for them in your CV. I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan.
All right, so I'll strike that part of it. Just go ahead without commentary and just ask the question, please.
Yes.
Redirect.
Sure, I will, Your Honor. Where are the references? Well, are the references to these articles in your CV, or are the references to these articles in your report?
In my report.
During cross-examination, it was stated that you, quote, suggested that you came to your pattern recognition skills because of communication difficulties or because people couldn't share with you or report to you the cause of the wound. Is that an accurate statement about how you develop your pattern recognition skills?
I don't know where that statement comes from.
I'm happy to provide it, or I could read
So
it.
let's strike that first part of it.
Okay.
And just ask the question, please. Again, this is redirect, it's not cross-examination.
Understood. Yes, understood. Thank you. Have you ever suggested that you came to pattern recognition skills because of communication difficulties or because people wouldn't share with you or report to you the cause of a wound?
No.
Would that be an accurate statement at all about how you develop pattern recognition skills?
No.
And why is that not accurate?
Because pattern recognition skills are again taught in various subjects in medical school. And I actually started even before medical school, but in medical school, they're taught in various subjects and in internship and residency. And that was long before I started interviewing patients, with the dog bites of unknown etiology.
Is pattern recognition common or uncommon in the practice of medicine?
Very common.
Can you please give some examples of pattern recognition and the use of pattern recognition methodology in the practice of medicine?
So I think she already did this before the break, right, doctor?
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier with pathology, looking at biopsies.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Rizzo. This is about you, and so you've heard it, and I'm going to move on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to move on to a different section. You have been asked on cross about whether in your emergency department experiences, well, let me rephrase that. In your emergency department experiences with dog-inflicted wounds, have you ever gone to see the dog in question?
No.
Do emergency medicine physicians need to go see the particular dog or any dog in question to determine whether a wound is from a dog as opposed to some other cause?
No.
Do you, Dr. Russell, need to go to the particular dog to determine whether a wound is from a dog?
No.
Have you ever heard of an emergency medicine physician needing to go visit a dog to evaluate and treat a wound from a dog?
No.
Is that a rational proposition?
I don't believe so.
There was much discussion. Well, let me strike this. You were asked a number of questions about whether your testimony here for this hearing and your statements in your report are different from what you testified to in June 18 and June 21 of 2024. What I'd like to do is to compare the two and go through some questions with regard to that. So what I would like to do is to have you have Exhibit 35, which is the transcript of the December 12. Do you have that? It's a thick, it's the December 12, 2024. You should have that.
I do.
Okay. And what I would like you to do is to also have available exhibits 35 and 36 and 37, because that's what we're going to do side by side comparisons. So let's start out with the foundation for this. Do you have an opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
They're from dog bites, dog attack.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Now, at the June 2024 voir dire hearing, the claim is that you didn't say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the bites you looked at were a dog. So can you please go to tab 36, pages 1-30, line 13 to 1-31, line 1. Stop at 1-31, line 1. These were questions in response to what you were asked on direct by Mr. Jackson. And I would, with the court's permission, like you to read the question in the answer to what you actually testified to at that voir dire hearing. So please go to tab 36.
So can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Yes.
Hey everyone, while we are, quiet while we're dealing with this sidebar, I just wanted to remind you guys to like and subscribe. Also, I'm gonna drop Amy's link in the chat. Amy, as most of you guys know, has recently been diagnosed with breast cancer, and so she needs all of our support. So even if you can't donate, share away, write her some nice thoughts, whatever you have. Whatever you can do, it's all appreciated. Thanks, guys.
Yes.
Dr. Russell, first of all, do you recall in questions on cross the claim by Mr. Brennan or the statement in his question by Mr. Brennan that you did not express certainty in response to Judge Cannoni's question about the certitude of your opinion? Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you recall? Well, let's go and look exactly at what you said in response to the question that Mr. Brennan raised that was raised by the judge. If you could turn to Exhibit 36. And if you could read page 1-51, lines 10 through 23. I'm sorry, bear with me a moment. Bear with me, I want to give you the correct citation. I want you to go to, did I say 37? I wanted to say 36. Did I say 36?
You said 36, but you said page 151. You might have meant page 131.
Right. That's what I want to go to, Your Honor, which I will. Okay. Bear with me a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
This is going to be one of only 2 questions in this area.
You may have meant page 130. That's where we started before we came to sidebar.
Thank you, Your Honor. What I'm trying to do is to get to Your Honor's question. That's what I'm going to pull out.
My question was on page 151.
I'm sorry?
My question was on page 151.
150. Thank you, Your Honor.
151.
Can you go to page 151 and read the questions from the court, Judge Cannoni, and what your answers were?
Yes, from line 10. The court, question. I just have a couple of questions.
Guys all for coming. I appreciated that.
How's it feel?
Feels liberating to know that I can just move on with my life, man. And like I said in there, when I testified, I no longer have to live with this cloud over my head and this fear of being set up and sent back to that horrible place where I spent 60 days of my life. So,
Starting at 4 o'clock.
4
o'clock today. Yeah.
So yeah, 4 o'clock. You know,
Watch him. Watch him. Yeah, you got that.
you know, one less thing to think about. Now it's on the bigger things and focusing on what's going on across the street. You know, and my other cases over there. So one less thing to worry about. So we're good.
Friday off the list.
First of many victories to come.
Yep, Friday, right?
Yeah. Thank you guys. Don't even hang around here. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. So thank you guys for coming. Yeah, you know,
Congratulations.
yeah, yeah.
4 o'clock, you'll be like real quick.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Yep. Friday.
A large dog attack strengthened from June of 2024 until now.
They have.
Why?
Well, because between then and now, my opinions have been challenged. And as you know, any good doctor would do, they go back and reevaluate what they base their opinions on. And I did that. I reevaluated. I looked at the pictures again, the evidence again. I looked at peer review studies, and I was convinced that was correct.
And had you looked at, well, what caused you to go look at the peer-reviewed studies? What were you doing?
Well, so I looked at the peer review studies, and I periodically would do that throughout my whole career in terms of dog bites. But I looked at the peer review studies again because I was asked, why I didn't write a report, and so I was asked to write a report.
Were you asked to write a report before in June of 2024?
No.
But you were asked to write a report after June of 2024.
Correct.
Now let's go to is this what doctors and scientists do? Go back and analyze a matter, especially when maybe there's a challenge, another doctor is a question, there's a peer review process, whatever it is that something that's common or uncommon in the medical community?
That's very common.
I only have a few more questions, Your Honor. I'm just looking at them to conclude. On cross, you were asked about whether you were aware of, or whether you saw a need to peer review your opinions and conclusions in this matter. You recall that?
Yes.
Was that necessary?
No.
Why not?
Because there, first of all, there was no question in my mind that these were from dog bites.
And are there any persons that you're aware of in the entire country who have experience with emergency medicine and forensic pathology that you could even send it to for a peer review?
No, and that was the other issue, is I wouldn't even know who to send it to because I don't know of anybody with such experience.
I am going to, let's assume hypothetically that Mr. Walsh has stated that these injuries do not photographically appear to be described as puncture bite wounds and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. The abrasions are unspecific. Abrasions occur in body moves over a blunt or rough surface, such as a skin knee. Do you find that analysis sufficient to evaluate whether the bite wounds in this, excuse me, the wounds from the right arm of the right arm of the decedent are from a dog or not?
No.
Why not?
Well, clearly that person, whoever wrote that, didn't even recognize the pattern. And so thus couldn't really even make that opinion and, just didn't recognize the features.
In the hypothetical that I just gave you, do the facts that are used in any way support the conclusion that is stated?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so, or can you answer whether they do or they don't? Do the facts stated in that hypothetical support the conclusion that is made in that statement?
Actually, they don't.
Assume the same person said a vehicle backing into O'Keefe is one of many possible causes of his death, though the absence of documented injuries of his torso, hips, and legs appear to be inconsistent with a vehicle impact of significant force to simultaneously shatter a rear taillight. Would you agree or disagree with that statement? Or the conclusion? Would you agree or disagree with the conclusion?
Would you please read it again?
Sure.
Sorry.
A vehicle backing into O'Keefe is one of many possible causes of his death, though the absence of documented injuries of his torso, hips, and legs appear to be inconsistent with a vehicle impact of significant force to simultaneously shatter a rear taillight. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I agree up until the point, the mention of the tail light.
But what is it that you agree with in that statement?
Well, I agree to the part that says that that it was insufficient to cause the injuries, the death of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, aside from that hypothetical question, what is your opinion of whether a motor vehicle caused the injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Motor vehicle did not cause.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Are you aware that only microscopic pieces of plastic were found in the hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe as opposed to, quote, littered, end quote, aspects?
I am.
Are you aware of any evidence of littering of pieces of plastic or glass in the hoodie of Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you aware that there was pig DNA found on the decedent? Are you aware?
Not on the decedent.
On any aspects of the decedent's clothing?
Yes.
Do you know, from your experience, with regard to dog-inflicted wounds, your many emergency room evaluations and treatments of them, whether or in your knowledge of dogs and dog dentition in general, are you aware of whether dogs eat any type of food or treat that has pig in it?
I'm aware that the dogs, some dogs eat treats that have the pig chews and other kinds of chews. And so yes, they do. Some dogs do eat things that contain pig.
Your Honor, just if you will, a point of information. I believe I'm done with my questions, and the reason why I say I believe I'm done.
Why don't you come to side yard instead of having
Okay.
a discussion across the board?
This is getting good. The pig DNA just came in. That's nice.
And TB.
Yep, he won his 219A.
Yes, he
Vacated.
did. No more LG.
Yep, that's all. That's so cool. You know, that whole setup thing, and you know what? Classy guy. He fucking, you know, from what I heard, he did it went well, went really well for him, and Bradle did a great job, and you know, it was time to take down Tully and LG and Kate. Kate wasn't even there. Grant got reprimanded by the judge, who was actually threatened with 90 days in jail and $2,000 fine today. The judge made him shut his laptop, stop recording. I guess he might have been recording on his laptop, and then threatened him with 90 days in jail and a $2,000 fine.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Some of these people have no no cares of the consequences of you're not supposed to be doing it. What makes you so special? It's like, I know he's on the spectrum, but still, I mean, it's no excuse.
All right, we're back, Mikey.
All right, go good.
right, so recross examination.
You need a moment?
I'm holding Mr. Brennan up. I just
That's
want to
okay.
move my stuff and I'll be ready in a moment.
Okay.
Dr. Russell, Attorney Lisi, pardon me, asked you about Dr. Walsh's statement about the cause of injuries. Do you remember? He just asked you that?
Yeah.
What he didn't offer in the report is this, and let me know if you agree with it. Decedent John O'Keefe was documented to have craniocerebral injuries, including skull fractures of the optical skull and the right parietal bone with associated subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhages. These injuries of the scalp, skull, and brain are consistent with, among other things, a backwards fall, unobstructed, unprotected falls due to various reasons and known to result in serious craniocerebral injuries resulting in death. Other mechanisms of injury cannot be excluded. Do you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to do it.
Do you agree with that part that you didn't hear of Mr. Walsh's opinion?
Yes.
The documented changes in color, swelling of soft tissue around the eyes are most consistent with the medical finding of periorbital ecchymosis, as documented in the autopsy report. Periorbital ecchymosis is a passive accumulation of blood around the eyes secondary to the documented skull fractures. These findings are less consistent with and are not documented as contusions of the eyes. The 1 centimeter laceration of the right upper eyelid, laceration of the anterior right tongue, and abrasion of the anterior and left aspect of the nose are documented, considered nonspecific, and may have occurred to a variety of mechanisms. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand were documented. The hand injuries may represent an injury sustained during an unprotected fall in which the back of the hand impacts the ground. These hand injuries are nonspecific and may have resulted from impact of hand with any blunt object. Do you agree with that?
It's possible, but there are other mechanisms.
Okay. When you talked about those articles that Mr. Alisi had you read, there is nothing that details what pattern recognition analysis is, the specificity which you are looking for when you're looking for a wound, does it?
I disagree.
Okay. When you looked at that Exhibit 5, if you could pull that up, you said individually, none of those wounds could you say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty were caused by a dog. It's only if you looked at them collectively.
Yes.
Okay. When you look at those collectively, it does not tell you the order in which the wounds were incurred, does it?
No.
It doesn't tell you if they're all incurred at the same time, does it?
They were occurred around the same time, I can tell you that.
Yes. But they don't tell you the order, the chronology, do they?
No.
No. In fact, when you look at the studies that you introduced for Mr. Alisi, let's talk about the Munich one very quickly. There's a chart, page 298. It talks about the things you would want to do to identify a wound. It talks about scene investigation, doesn't it, in the chart, table 2?
That's a fatal case, though.
Scene investigation is something you would look for?
That's in a fatal case caused by a dog. The cause of death was the dog.
This whole thing is, the whole excerpt is a fatal case that you're relying on for this pattern recognition analysis. This whole article is about a fatal case,
That's
isn't
what
it?
I'm saying.
Right. And in this fatal case that you're relying on to say this pattern recognition analysis, it points out scene investigation is the priority, doesn't it?
I think you misunderstand. The focus of that article is to identify the dog that caused the fatal injury. In this particular case, I don't believe any of those are fatal injury. That is not the purpose of the identification of those injuries.
Does the chart also say examination of the victim?
Excuse me?
Examination of the victim. Does it also say examination of the victim?
I don't have it in front of me anymore,
Well,
but
you relied on it. You don't remember
Yes.
this?
I think you have it. You don't have it.
do I have it? Oh, yeah, it's a minute. Okay.
Table 2,
Okay.
page 98, examination of the victim. You did not examine the victim, did you?
Table 2.
Yes,
No.
table 2, page 90. And the last part is examination of the,
I examined photos.
the last part is examination of the dog. You did not examine Chloe, did you?
No.
Okay, so the 3 things in the table it tells you to do, you didn't do any 3 of those, not one of them.
those, again, the purpose of this article was about the fatal, the forensic approach to a fatal dog attack. We did not have a fatal dog attack here.
You didn't do any of those three things, did you?
No.
Okay. The shards in the sleeve, exactly where those wounds are, same area, same limb, right? The
That's what you
shards.
say.
How many shards were in that sweater?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm sorry, you said that's what you say, doctor? Is that what?
Yeah,
Is
and
that what your
he
answer
said,
is?
Mr. Brennan said that the shards were in the exact same location as those wounds.
Okay,
And
let me
that's what-
rephrase that. The shards in the right arm of the sweater, the shards from the taillight that was
Mhm.
shattered,
Yes.
those shards, how many were there? How many
I
Microsoft?
believe there were only a couple.
Why do you believe there were only a couple? Where did you read that?
This is what I was told
This is you were told by who?
by defense.
Oh, so instead of looking at the actual criminalistics report, you simply rely on what they tell you to base your facts?
That's what I was told, yes.
Wouldn't it be more prudent to actually look at the criminalistics report and make your own determination objectively and medically rather than regurgitate a point of the defense?
Well, I was told, this morning you said that the sleeve was littered with glass. And I was told that it was not littered.
Have you ever looked at that criminalistics report for
I'd be
yourself?
happy to do so now.
I'm asking if you've ever looked at it before you offered this opinion.
No.
No. If the glass shards were in that sweater in the arm, and we know glass can cause a hole in a sweater, in a fabric, can puncture it, and it can cause an abrasion to skin. Have you done any tests or studies to rule out that the broken taillight that was in the arm sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe, did you do any studies to rule out that it didn't cause those injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The glass shards would not have caused all the round wounds in the sweater. Those holes. The defects in the sweater mostly were round. They were not slit-like defects that I would expect with glass or plastic.
You're telling us that a sharp piece of glass cannot cause a hole to a sweater?
No, I didn't say that.
I-
I said they would not, especially on multiple sites, the same exact type wound,
Well,
defect.
If the glass was shattered and the glass had a number of pointy edges, wouldn't you agree with me that can cause a number of punctures in somebody's arm if the glass went into the arm and then came out?
Yes, but they wouldn't look like that.
You don't have any past case of history to suggest what the glass shards would look like randomly when they hit somebody, do you?
That's incorrect. I have seen hundreds of motor vehicle accident victims who have been cut by glass. They don't look like that.
So from your perspective, the glass just remained dormant in the sweater, but never protruded through the sweater and caused the abrasions. That's your opinion?
I didn't say
Your
that.
Honor, could we have a sidebar on this? Sure.
I have no further questions. Dr. Russell, when I'm referring to these shards, and I've said glass shards in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, a more accurate way to define it would be that these were plastic shards, the plastic covering of the taillight, not glass. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Russell, you are all set. We're done? We're done. You're done. We're not done, but you're done. You can step down, Doctor.
Thank
okay?
you.
If council really can keep your, Mr. Lessie, if council really can keep your arguments to 15 or 20 minutes, I'll give you 5 minutes to pull them together, 5 or 10 minutes to pull them together.
Thank you very much.
I really can't keep the arguments.
All right, so I'll be back out at 3:15.
All right, please.
Wow. So I wonder if she's going to give a ruling right now.
I don't know. Hey, Mikey.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Man, did I hear some freaking crazy town stuff?
What do you mean?
Crazy. I don't know, but I'm gonna go check something out.
All right.
Yeah. Boy, man, what a story I can tell you.
About Canton?
No. Joe Daniels' lawyer, Hank Brennan.
Oh, yeah, they were having lunch together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is that? I wonder. You know,
It's funny.
Isn't his son a lawyer?
That kid? The
No,
lawyer's kid?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I think he is.
Oh, Grant's got his arm around Lindsay. You see that down there, guys?
Oh, no.
He's yeah. Friend zoned right away. Take your hand off me, Grant.
So Aiden
That's
won
that
everything.
walking down the street.
Aiden won everything, huh?
Yeah, he won big.
Yeah.
Big. Judge
So
said,
now,
I don't think you've shown me enough anything.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he was real quick with it too. Like, yeah, boom, done. I was like, okay. That's how that goes. So good for him. Bet 410, he's a free man.
So he doesn't have to worry about going to places or violating.
Nothing.
So he can't revocate bail anymore. He has no bail.
Bingo.
Right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
He's a free man.
I took notes. They tried to get him indicted. They went to a grand jury with the friggin' A and B. Supposedly, remember how supposedly she claimed that he pushed her down or hit her or whatever onto the couch?
Yeah. Yeah.
They brought that to a grand jury.
Why?
They wanted to indict him.
Yeah. But that's why he went to jail though a while back.
No. Again. Tried to do it with the thing.
Oh shit.
It failed. They went to a grand jury once and it failed.
Oh,
I think they went a second time and they got it. But one time it failed. It's a redacted document. Got submitted today.
No
shit. They tried it another time to indict him, and even that failed. He didn't even make it to be a ham sandwich.
Wow.
Or Aiden. You don't make ham sandwich quality. Think about that, right? Tell me I'm wrong, right?
This is fucking crazy, dude.
Right? Tell me I'm wrong. You can indict a ham sandwich, they say, right?
Yeah. You're right. They can, yeah.
Not today.
Oh man, tonight's show. You're right. Tonight's show is going to be jamming.
Fire. Fire.
Hey,
I want to take a nap now so I can catch it. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep.
Are you heading home?
No, I'm warming up. They still got 15 minutes of closings.
Yeah. I wonder if she's gonna make a decision today.
I don't see why she wouldn't. I mean, what else more can doctor say? She already qualified her once, and this is just a money grab. This is like, yep. Let's get Lally some extra dollars, court dollars.
This is what a fucking day, dude. What an awesome day. I just hope it ends the right way. And at least he just did a great job with her at the end and stuff.
Of course he did.
And then Brendan went up there looking like an asshole, trying to get her words all mixed up and stuff.
Yeah.
And she did so much better this trial, so to speak, than she did last trial with Lally. Like, she's got her shit together, dude.
Well, yeah, too. You also know what to expect from these people, too, right?
And Brendan's like, hey, so did you prepare more for this this hearing than you did the last time? She's like, absolutely. Why wouldn't I? You know what I mean? I want to always check myself and look and see if I'm doing anything better or not. You know what I mean? It was an awesome answer. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah. He's just good.
Listen to this one thing. You ready?
Yeah.
Over at Aiden's court with Lindsay. Lindsay makes a comment about there's an open rape investigation, right? That's the same one that Aiden went and got the reports from that they determined it was not a rape. Remember that?
Okay.
Remember that?
That was against her too, wasn't it?
Yes.
Oh
but
my God.
the video showed her like she's bending over screaming for it. And then,
Right.
then she claimed being drunk, but she wasn't
Right.
really. But whatever, right? So she
She's
lied all about all that stuff. It's just, you know, so much.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I just can't. It
What an evil person.
That's just what he, again, water seeks its own level, Mike. Typical for the other side. Typical.
Oh my. And you saw no Kate Peters there, did you?
No one there to help her out.
Just
Left her out to dry. That's just a heads up, all you people on the other side. That's going to be you.
Yeah, there's some summonses going out in the mail.
Oh, dude, it was freaking awesome. She made a comment to Aiden, something about how she made a comment. Aiden responded. I wrote it down. It was beautiful. The whole fucking courtroom started laughing. Something about you're gonna get one soon. It was very poetic, and even the judge didn't even crack a smile, but he was laughing inside.
What do you know who the judge was?
No.
All right.
No. First time I saw the guy. I mean, I don't go in usually. You know what I mean?
Right.
But yeah, it was different. And I'm glad I went in. I mean, nothing she said is anything remotely of the truth. I know that much. That's that much I wrote down.
I can't believe how many people go into court and lie, you know?
Mike, it's bad. And like she got caught in a bunch of lies, and like she should be called on it by the judge.
Right. Right. I just don't. That's what I don't understand. Like, I never went into a court and lied, and I've been,
I couldn't do it.
I've been arrested here. Yeah, I tell the truth, and I still get.
Dave, thank you for being here, big guy. We appreciate you. You've been here all day, guy. You've been here a long time.
Yeah,
Dave, I appreciate it. Yeah.
A lot of people have, dude. A lot of people have been hanging out.
Yeah, we got a good crowd.
We're just over 8 hours today, man.
Yeah, you guys are the reason. You guys rock, man.
Yeah, solid community here, man. Yeah. Yeah, we've been rocking the same numbers all day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
So it's been nice. Good coverage today, man. I know it was a lot of work for you today, bro. Oh, man.
Cold takes it out of you, just like a battery in a phone. It drops it.
I know you're gonna sleep so good tonight, dude.
Well, kind of like, yeah, I've been sleeping a lot good lately. Better so in the last couple days than before. I've slept a lot better. But yeah. So like that whole trial over there was a farce. Wasted nothing but Aiden's time and money.
Yeah,
he's my man. Thanks, bud.
He just wrote restraining order denied. Thank you to everyone that showed up to support me through this very difficult testimony today, in which I have to relive a series of very traumatic events. Thank you to my lawyer, Tim Bradle, for doing an amazing job today. The existence of the order made me live in constant fear of going back to jail. It is a huge relief to be able to move on with my life and focus on what truly matters. Dr. Turtleboy.
Boom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Boom.
Yep. Yep.
Trolls be hating tonight, man.
Oh,
Trolls
he's
be
in it.
hating.
And he's got more stuff coming too, dude. He's not, he's not stopping. He's gonna, yeah.
So you ready? So that whole rape allegation that against him, right? It's not even, it's bogus. But she
Right.
claims in court that it's active as of 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
And Grant claims it as fact. That's what Grant's complaint. That's what Grant's tweets are about. He's saying
Right.
it's fact. It's absolutely not. It's what Lindsay said in court. Nothing else. There's no facts based in it whatsoever. So that's a problem
Wow.
he has. Yeah, his laptop got kicked out.
I heard he got threatened with 90 days in jail and a $2,000 fine.
For every instance.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you took video, there's 60 frames a second. There's 60 instances a second. The story, Brennan at lunch. Yeah. Brennan and Jill Daniels' lawyer had lunch together today.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder
Can't
if
make this stuff up, man.
I wonder if someone's lawyer was in the big house today talking.
Maneuvering, maybe?
I think his son is a lawyer for somebody on that side. Someone can look it up for me. I don't know. This is crazy.
Yeah, Jill, we called that a while ago before when they were walking out. I'm like, why are they together?
Right. I didn't recognize him. You did.
Oh, right away, man. He's my friend. First thing. Should rewind that. His son's Colin's lawyer.
Yeah, right. I thought that. So
That's about right.
His son is Colin's lawyer. I knew it.
All right.
So that's why I'm thinking he's just going through a third party to let him know what's going on with some people that might be testifying,
Yep.
All right, here we go.
I'd like to start with a couple of very important cases for your Honor's consideration. The first is one out of the District of Massachusetts Federal Court. It's Hines 55 Federal Supplement, second, page 62. It's a 1992 case, authored by Judge Gerger. It had to do with a soft science handwriting analysis. It was a very thorough and thoughtful case that talked about soft sciences, methodology, and when there is an absence of methodology. In that case, I'm sure Your Honor is aware, it had to do with a proposed witness who wanted to look at a handwriting exemplar and provide an opinion of a so-called match. The court said there were very important canons, very important principles or foundations that have to be considered when we're discussing a soft science. Empirical study is not enough. Simply because somebody has seen something before, whether it's once or twice or 100 times, it's not a science. It's not a methodology. It's not medicine. It is a personal aside. A potential expert has to be in a better position to understand and explain to jurors rather than a simple layperson. That means there has to be some level of methodology, some type of guidance, some type of study so that they can assist the jury in better understanding what they believe their conclusions are. Empirical is not enough because a subjective opinion without medical, factual, scientific support is just an opinion. A person can look at the constellations and see the Big Dipper, they can see Orion. It's a matter of perspective. It's no different when we have something like a soft science, something different than DNA, where a person wants to give an opinion because they've seen something before. That's not enough. And in this case, Dr. Russell has never been in the business of identifying dog bite wounds. She treats them. She's an emergency room physician, had some experience as an ME. She treats a wound that is brought to her. She's not diagnosing the wound or determining the mechanics of injury. She doesn't have the education. She doesn't have the qualifications. She doesn't have the training for that. That is not what her job is. It is to treat the injuries. And so all of her perspective and opinions are empirical. She doesn't have a book. She doesn't have a study that teaches her how to do. She never took a training. She never took a class. She never got a degree or certificate. She's looking at her past experience when someone reports to her that it was a dog bite wound, and she's trying to use her memory and make a decision whether or not she thinks this is similar. That is not science. That is not medical certainty. And so there's nothing to suggest that whatever method she used, I still can't identify it because I don't know, despite many questions of asking her, what her methodology is, other than she says it's pattern recognition analysis. It's empty phrasing unless you can identify and articulate what is the specificity, what is the standard, and we still don't know. After all of this testimony, we don't know. In Cromwell versus Rintala, that case had to do with a prosecution expert talking about paint spill. And this is, could not fit more closely to this case. The conviction was overturned because the prosecution called the paint spill expert. It was found to be prejudicial because the expert relayed their past experience about paint spills. Exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. No more, no less. Her past experience treating injuries that were reported as dog bites, a person with their past experience with paint spills. The court was very specific in Rinaldi about why this was improper and why it was prejudicial. It said that just because a witness has experience or a particular experience and decides to use that as a methodology does not make it methodology. And it's just like Dr. Russell's testimony. There is nothing about it that employs methodology. In Rinaldi, pardon?
Rintala.
Thank you. In Rinaldi, direct the court to page 39. And it talked about when the expert used methods to determine that paint was poured or spilled. And the problem, why this case was reversed, the court said, instead, meaning the expert, he simply relayed his past experiences working with and around paint and drew conclusions therefrom. That is exactly what Dr. Russell has done. She has relayed her past experiences working with and around treating dog bites and drew her conclusions from that. They cite Cromwell versus Franceschi. I'm probably saying that wrong as well. But what that quotes is, while training and experience to which the expert referred might have taught the expert methodology, it is not itself a methodology. And so while Dr. Russell may have taught herself or been intrigued or interested in dog bites, it is no methodology. The defense has introduced a couple of articles. Those articles do not describe or lay out a methodology for identifying dog bite wounds. They don't provide a standard. They do not provide a comparison. They don't provide any guidance. And so the danger in having somebody go before a jury and portray themselves as an expert when they have no methodology is they can pretty much provide any opinion they want to the jury that can be unchecked because it's not factually based. It can't be compared. It can't be analyzed. It's not peer reviewed. It's just an opinion. And when an expert lacks methodology, classic things happen, which happened in this case. What happens is that a witness does not actually have certainty about what they're saying. A witness is prone to change their opinion because there is no standard of methodology to confine them. A witness can just change their mind without new information because it suits their purpose. When we looked at Exhibit 5, and we actually broke down the wounds into separate wounds, 5 wounds, the doctor, I believe, concedes when you look at each of those abrasions independently. She cannot say with scientific certainty. She can't say with any certainty that those were caused by a dog. Her fallback was when you look at the entire series of wounds, that equals a dog attack. No basis, no reason why we reached that bridge from uncertainty to dog attack other than just because she said so. That can't be challenged because there's no methodology. And so the risk we have is You have an expert who gets up in a voir dire and they give opinions that wound number 1 could have been teeth marks, could have been claw marks. Wound number 2 could have been teeth, could have been claw. Wound number 3 the same. Really no idea. It's just guessing or speculating. And then they get up later and they change their opinion that more benefits their side. She later testifies at trial, sometimes maintaining teeth or claws. And then she appears in this hearing after writing a report and consulting, and she is emphatic that these are not scratches, but that they are dog bites. Think about the posture of that. If she is now saying that these are dog bites, that impliedly concedes that her testimony in front of the jury, for which she was allowed to testify as an expert, not only was inaccurate, not only unsure, but inevitably it's misleading. It cannot be helpful testimony if an expert provides an opinion to a jury and they, later on, without any real changes in information, changes their opinion for whatever reason. They're not constricted because there's no methodology or standard. And so the fact that this witness was allowed to testify at the last trial with opinions she no longer endorses or stands behind, and the fact that we can reasonably conclude that is misleading to the jury, well, that begets the argument that she should not be given another chance to go in front of a jury and give a different opinion without having actual factual and medical and scientific support. And she does not. There is no doubt about one thing. She has no idea. When I walked her through the different wounds on Exhibit 5, I invited her to explain to Your Honor, why is it that this wound was caused by a dog? There's no circumstantial evidence to support that, none whatsoever. It's just her personal empirical history dealing with dog injuries in the ER. And when I asked her for wound 1, what direction were these canines? She couldn't tell. Where's the puncture wound where the dog anchors and pulls? There is none. The distance and width of those wounds, how could she reasonably and fairly say they were caused by canines? Any indication, any support, any pattern recognition that would tell us that was caused by canines, and she couldn't give us any information. Not weak information, not information that I could fight with another expert, not information that I could say, wait, not the admissibility. None. She could just fall back on, well, when I look at everything, it's a dog bite. Same thing with number 2. Number 2, interestingly, the widths are much different than wound number 1. It doesn't take an expert to know that it wasn't the same mechanism that caused the injuries to wound 1 and 2. And if they want to continue to pretend it's a dog bite on wound 1, there's no way they can reconcile that wound 1 is in any way similar to wound 2. It would have had to be a baby dog or a different dog or the pack of dogs I asked her about the first time I talked to her. It is totally different. And again, when I asked her for any specificity, these weren't hard leading questions. I opened to her to explain to us, why is that a dog bite now? She would only give us a conclusory answer. It just is. There was nothing about teeth or detention or about the dog, about anything that would support the claim that that was a dog bite and why she changed it from a scratch. None. We get to the elbow wound number 3. There's the speculation that the arm could have moved, would have moved, but yet she has no idea. She has no factual support for this. None. And she vacillates between this being potentially bites, scratches. All 5 of the different points on wound number 3 could be canines on both sides, or maybe there was a 4-point canine in a smaller fraction of number 1 and number 2 in wound 3. That cannot be. It defies common sense and reasonableness to say the same dog caused wound number 3, points 1 and 2, with the so-called punctures, and caused number 1 and number 2. Again, you can simply look at the distance between canines are not going to move when a dog bites an arm. An arm can move, it can change the angle, the depth. The canines are not going to move. Then we get to wound number 4, equally baseless. Wound number 4 at first wasn't sure if it even had to do with the dog attack. But then that made no sense. So Dr. Russell retreated to say, well, it did have something to do with the dog attack, but hard to define. And then wound number 5, again, a 4-point bite that is totally reconcilable with 1, 2, and 3. There is no collateral or supportive evidence to suggest that this is a dog bite at all. It's fertile imagination for her to get on the stand and claim it's a dog bite. Not just that there was no opportunity and that there was no dog that touched her, but the wounds are dissimilar. She cannot point to a pattern, a methodology, a standard to say, this is why this is a dog bite. It's just a dog bite. So it's interesting when we learn that she didn't know about much of the evidence that wholly contradicts the fact that this is a dog bite. She didn't know that there were plastic shards in the sleeve of his arm. The fact that there is physical evidence that results from a collision left in the very place where this wound happens to be there isn't mere coincidence. It isn't mere coincidence. It's exacting evidence. And what is not exacting evidence? The absence of DNA. Now, this is important because Dr. Russell was comfortable taking the stand and providing information to Your Honor for consideration that was totally baseless. It didn't in any way hamper her willingness to do that. She floated theories of taint in the DNA or manipulation or the DNA wasn't handled properly. There was absolutely no good faith basis whatsoever for her to suggest for a second that that DNA collection, preservation, and testing wasn't sound. She had a right to look at the evidence in the criminalistic reports and the DNA processing. She knew she could not admit the significance because it would undermine the entire theory. And so she was comfortable on the stand using her experience as a doctor to try to convince Your Honor that DNA was insignificant based on a demeaning of the evidence with no basis. An insulting claim that somebody did something wrong with no basis. The reason why that's important, it shows that this witness has the willingness to testify to Your Honor about a conclusion for which there is no support. This witness has the comfortableness to testify to Your Honor about an opinion that has no factual basis. And her doing that with the DNA was a parallel to her doing it with the dog bites. She is comfortable getting on the stand and simply giving the ultimate opinion that is helpful for her cause without any support. And so that DNA attack by her is reflective of her willingness to compromise fact, science, and medicine to just provide an opinion. Knowing there is no real methodology here, there just isn't. Knowing there's no standard, unable to provide us any balance for why this is a dog bite, having the free reign of an opportunity to look at the exhibit and tell us anything she wants to support as a dog bite, and being unable to do that, the defense employs differential diagnosis. That's a fancy way of saying, well, we might not be able to prove this, but we can disprove everything else. That's the way they presented this expert. They own that. Because when you look at those different wounds, and you can't identify them as dog bites individually, you can't say the whole series becomes a dog bite. Wound 1 has 0 value. Wound 2 has 0 value. So 5 times 0 is 0. Cumulatively does nothing for us. Using the word dog attack doesn't make you look at that and say, well, that's methodology. That is nothing. And so differential diagnosis is a very compelling argument for the government why you should not allow this. This witness is in no position, kind of like the DNA and kind of like the opinion on dog bites, she is in no position to engage in differential diagnosis regarding to car accidents. She may have been a police officer, she treats injuries at the hospital. She is not an accident reconstruction specialist. She has never gone to an accident and done a reconstruction. In fact, she never even went to the scene in this case. She never saw Mr. O'Keefe. She doesn't even know about much of the evidence that exists. She didn't consider the black box. She didn't consider the speed. She doesn't know the angle of the collision. She doesn't know what Mr. Keefe was doing in his last moments. She has no idea about any of that, none. Yet she'll be presented on the stand as if she can exclude a car collision as the cause of those injuries. Not that they could be, and it's consistent with what didn't happen, How dare she get on the stand with no experience, no training, no methodology, no facts, and ignore reality and say this couldn't have been a car collision. It's funny that as a emergency room physician, she considers the basis of mechanics of injury based on what people tell her. If they come in and say, I got bit by a dog, or a parent says, my child was bit by a dog, they rely on statements of witnesses. She didn't rely on statements of witnesses here. I hit him, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. Maybe I clipped him. Maybe I hit him in the knee, maybe he dropped his phone, whatever the statements were. All the various statements. An expert like her, if she proposes to be, would consider the witness statements to try to determine the cause of mechanical injury. So for her to take the stand respectfully and suggest for a moment that this was not caused by the collision to Mr. O'Keefe, not only with any no factual basis, in defiance of actual fact, it's repugnant to the sense of fairness in the courtroom. A witness, just because they have experience as a doctor, it doesn't mean they can just come into court and say what they want and then let the government try to counter it. That's not how it works. And so when we consider not only what she doesn't know, but what she chose not to know, it is overwhelming. This is not a qualified person to come in and talk about dog bites. From her perspective, she's probably one, if not a few people in the country who can even do this kind of thing, which suggests that there is no real methodology. If she is the only expert in the country, it is not generally accepted in the community. It can't be. It can't be. And as much as the defense may want her to testify to promote this theory, she does not have the credentials and qualifications to do that. She didn't even take the basic steps that you'll see in some of the literature of going to the dog. Chloe, they knew we found Chloe. They know we've done molds. And she says they told her. And she tried to fight with every posturing angle that may be important, but she didn't need to do that. I dare say, if she had taken some steps to try to do due diligence, it wouldn't have ended well for her theory. Perhaps that's why she didn't. She doesn't have the qualifications. She doesn't have the experience. She doesn't have the methodology. Her willingness to tell opinions that are speculative, factually wrong, not based in science and math, should disqualify her from giving another baseless opinion about a so-called dog bite wound. There is no DNA. There is plastic shards in his arm. She has done no due diligence. And she can't describe any methodology because there is none. And she, most importantly, has changed her testimony from hearing to hearing, and we should not let that happen again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The greatest danger to the issues in this case, the greatest danger to a defense right to a jury trial and present its witnesses to have an entire motion supported by nothing but the assertions of an attorney on the other side. That is the greatest danger to our system. That is the greatest danger to a defendant being able to present their case in their view. Remarkably, all of the arguments you just heard now do not come from a medical doctor, which Your Honor has said causation of an injury to a person in Massachusetts must come from a medical doctor. Where is the affidavit? Where is the report of a prosecution witness to support one statement Mr. Brennan just made in 30 minutes? Where is it? It doesn't exist. I would like to start my argument and tell you exactly where I'm going to go. I am going to go to why we're here and what the issues are for this motion. So I'm going to start my argument with what is the legal standard that Your Honor faces to answer. And I know Your Honor knows it. I'm just doing it for the logic. in the presentation. I'm going to go through that. I'm going to identify specific case law of dog wound cases, not paint cases, not others, because it matters, because Daubert and Lanigan are so flexible and so nuanced, it's got to be the issue before it. Paint cases that Mr. Brennan mentioned are irrelevant. So I'm going to go through cases that speak specifically to dog wounds on humans. Then what I'm going to do is to go through the completely inaccurate statements of Mr. Brennan. He said it, I marked it down 8 times in just his argument alone. There's no methodology. I'm going to go through and say what the methodology she testified to was, where it's rooted, and then I am going to go into why Dr. Russell is actually stronger in December than she was in June. So let me start out with the baseline for this hearing. The January 20th transcript, page 1-4. And if Your Honor will indulge me, it's what Your Honor said, and I'm going to read it verbatim. This was when Dr. Russell was challenged by the prosecution the first time. Line 15. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked at that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in that regard. So if you compare the level of information that Your Honor had at that time to reach the conclusion to what we have presented in this hearing, 11-page single-spaced report. And Your Honor noted before that there wasn't a report, so we wanted to respect that and get a report. Your Honor has sat through testimony, which I'm going to adduce, but not too much because you sat and heard it, and went through her qualifications, and we adduced much more of her qualifications, much more than were adduced when Your Honor first found that finding and made that finding. So let's start with the law. Mr. Brennan and I agree on one thing. The Rottola case is relevant. But respectfully, Mr. Brennan went off in a tangent, because what does Rottola stand for that's relevant here? Quote, the crucial issue, in determining whether a witness is qualified to give an expert opinion is whether the witness has sufficient education, training, experience, and familiarity with the subject matter of the testimony. What is the subject matter of the testimony? It's what are the cause of the wounds to the decedent's right arm. I submit that if you ran an artificial intelligence program, you couldn't come up with a more perfect witness for the subject matter of this testimony. Emergency medicine physician, 29 years experience, forensic trained pathologist who has co-authored books on dog bites. She's well-versed in the articles. She is consulted by experts like Dr. Vail that you heard about for these types of issues. The crucial issue of whether she's qualified to me is 100% her favor, and I don't believe you could find another witness more qualified. And that's the crucial inquiry. What's the second prong of the inquiry? After qualifications, is the methodology reliable? That's the second. Whether Mr. Brennan agrees, and 95% of what he argued, that's for cross at trial. But more importantly, that's for a jury to determine. That's the job of the jury, to determine whether, assuming Mr. Brennan ever gets a doctor to come in and counter Dr. Russell, it's for a jury to decide which expert do we give more weight to. But the focus of this hearing, why are we here? The second prong is the methodology. Mr. Brennan 8 times in just this argument now, and he tried it on cross, said there's absolutely no methodology. Your Honor sat and heard the same thing that all of us heard. She went through her own pattern recognition methodology, especially in redirect, but she did it very thoroughly in a report and very thoroughly on direct. She went through what it is. And importantly, counter to what the Commonwealth just said, she says it's rooted in the medical literature. We just heard the statement that there's no support for it. Demunich and Pollock. And we walked through, with your Honor's gracious indulgence, we walked through specific sentences and paragraphs where that pattern recognition methodology is stated. And here's a key. Remember, please, the word pathognomonic. This pattern is so specific that it almost by itself rules out anything else. That's the definition of pathognomonic. And that's the definition. And Dr. Russell used highly characteristic, but she did note and explain what another study said was pathognomonic. It's incredible to me that it can be stated that there's no methodology here and that there's no basis for it. It is generally accepted in the medical community. That's the purpose of the Pollock and the Demunich article, is to establish that it is accepted. Dr. Russell is not coming here to the court and just testifying, it's my subjective empirical statement. Mr. Brennan tries to do in his argument exactly what an expert rejected and for which he has no support. And that is to say, we got to look at these wound by wound by wound. And he said 0, 0, 0, 5 times 0 is 0. He tried that on cross. Dr. Russell rejected that resoundingly. She said, you're missing the point. The point is the pattern. You look at these all together, and it's the pattern that matters. And the authors, Pollock and Demunich, say that pattern is pathognomonic. You really don't even have to go to other causes, although Dr. Russell said she did because that's what good, thorough doctors do. So it is incorrect that Dr. Russell didn't explicate a methodology. It's incorrect that she didn't explicate that there's a rooting in the medical community and that it's generally accepted. Now let's go to the cases. Mr. Brennan cited to a paint case, etc., but interestingly, and in contrast, in our papers, which Mr. Brennan has had for almost a month, and he didn't respond, interestingly, we cited to the Lobello case, the Brinker case, both of which are dog wound injury cases, not pain cases. I know a little bit about Lobello because I know a little bit about the firm that sponsored the expert in Lobello. It's my firm, my law firm. And the exact argument that Mr. Brennan just made was expressly rejected by the court on a dog bite case, a dog wound case. Here's what the court said. The court finds that Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation. This is on Westlaw page 10. The court finds Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation, treatment, and medical sequelae of an attack by a dog. Here's the key. As explained in his expert report, Dr. Sirota has personally repaired thousands of wounds and lacerations, including wounds and lacerations caused by dog bites. And he's authored a number of peer-reviewed articles in the areas of his certification, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is a dog bite case from the Southern District of New York, not an insignificant court, as recent as 2023, saying a doctor that sees and treats all these, that's reliable. And this was a Daubert challenge, Your Honor. This wasn't an incidental question. The challenge was defendant's motion to preclude expert testimony, albeit federal rules of 702, but we know in Massachusetts, it's Daubert, Lanigan. You can satisfy Daubert, the federal, but you also Lanigan, and under Davis, you can have generally accepted in the medical community as well. There's one case. Another dog bite case, we cite Brinker, that Mr. Mr. Brennan didn't address is a federal court case in Indiana where same challenge to a doctor about the cause, and it was italicized, the cause of the injury to the person there. And the court basically said in that case that this expert here, and they challenged the causation issue, said that doctors who have experience in treating them, that's enough in and of itself. We don't need to go into, we know Dalbert's flexible. You don't have to use all 5 factors. They're called non-exclusive factors for a reason, which is a good segue now to Massachusetts cases. Mr. Brennan's hypothesis is that you can't just have somebody use their years and years of experience. You've got to have something more complicated. We cited the Goodman case, a Massachusetts case, and I'll read the relevant portion. The challenge in that case was to a burn pattern. So it's not a dog bite case. I want to be clear about that, but it's a burn pattern. And here's what the court said. The foundation for Slowick's methodology, that was the expert here, was simplicity itself. Examine the exterior of the facility for external causes, and finding none, examine the interior of the building to locate the origin of the fire by following the burn patterns. And the court put by following the burn patterns in italics, not me. And so the court basically said, here, it's simple. Just look at the patterns. This person has experience with seeing these patterns. Next case we cite, another Massachusetts case, Pasteur. What's the issue there? Not a dog bite case. I've already given you 2, but a firearm examiner in that case. The court said, and I'm going to quote, a judge may also look to his, let's get it correct, her, for this case, own common sense, as well as the depth and quality of the proffered expert's education, training, experience, read on, to determine reliability. All right? So even in situations where courts have repeatedly said, including dog bite cases, if a doctor has repeatedly looked at, treated, etc., they get to testify with regard to whether they believe a wound is caused by whatever. And in the 2 cases I've given you, dogs. So the law is very clear for what the position is of the defense with regard to methodology. And that's what this hearing's about. That's why we're here. Is her methodology reliable? And there is one methodology. There's a pattern methodology. She testified to it. And the Commonwealth has no competent evidence whatsoever to counter that. It's remarkable to me that we're being faced with the challenge to whether the defense could put up a defense and put up a witness when there's no opposition to her methodology from, as your doctor has, or your honor is required, a medical doctor that is required under law in Massachusetts. I also, Your Honor, want to go to now what the Commonwealth has argued in its papers, which I think further underscores the waywardness of their argument. On page 11 of their papers, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize, or excuse me, what we said in our papers on page 11, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize Dr. Russell for being a, quote, trained emergency room physician as opposed to a professional in the field of canine bites or claw marks, veterinary medical science, forensic odontology, or canine behavior. How does that square with your honor's standard that it must be a medical doctor that speaks to the causation of this injury? By definition, a veterinary medical science person is not a medical doctor. A forensic odontologist, most always a dentist, is not a medical doctor. And certainly canine behavior. And why are those words there? Because that describes exactly the expert that the Commonwealth has sat on since the trial, Dr. Cosby. That's him. And in the book that Mr. Brennan attempted to use, Dr. Cosby has written some of those articles, interestingly enough, citing the very articles that Dr. Russell relies upon for the very pattern methodology. So again, the waywardness of the Commonwealth's argument is they're not addressing the need to have a medical doctor. We are not here arguing over whether the dog behaved correctly. We are here to determine, and this is the focus, what is the medical cause of the injuries to the decedent's right arm? And what we have done, perhaps too thoroughly, is we have established the credentials of Dr. Russell, not only with regard to dog bites, but with regard to medical causation, a broader umbrella. And under that umbrella of medical causation is expertise in dog bite wounds, expertise in motor vehicle accidents, but importantly, expertise in wounds caused by motor vehicle accidents. We never presented her as an accident reconstruction, because if you need to be a medical doctor to be able to opine on these wounds, I've established through Dr. Russell, and it's unrefuted by the Commonwealth, that Dr. Russell has never heard of someone who's an ER doctor who is an accident reconstructionist. They're two different disciplines. And lastly, on this point, before I move to my next, if an accident reconstructionist is going to come in and try to testify about the nature of wounds, I think I can predict what Your Honor might do. So in terms of why we are here, it's straightforward. Her credentials are enormous. Her experience is enormous. She has been truthful and honest. Your Honor has the notebook for the exhibits for today and can look and see that she did not make inconsistent statements. By way of example, when she said, when it was alleged that she said possibly was in the question, not in her answer. When it was alleged that she didn't answer your question to a medical degree of certainty, we proved that that was wrong with specific language. So on the methodology, this is straightforward. In the law, in the cases I've given you, in Massachusetts as well as dog bite cases, it is completely accepted for a medical doctor to use their many years of experience in treating these types of wounds, and that's exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. Now, a very important, in my judgment, Your Honor, legal point. The Commonwealth has waived its entire motion, and here's how they did it. I asked Dr. Russell what I refer to in these Daubert hearings as the magic question. I said, do you have an opinion on the cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm? Yes, I do. What is that opinion? I believe that those wounds were caused by a dog attack. Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? I do. The Commonwealth never objected to that question. To me, that's a waiver of the entire issue. If they thought she was unqualified to answer that question, they should have done what Mr. Lally did in the June 21st trial. Because another part I've got in the notebook for Your Honor to see is she never got the opportunity at the June 21 trial to answer the question of whether she had that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, because Mr. Lally objected, as is his right, and Your Honor sustained it and sustained it and sustained it. That's yet another reason why it's not inconsistent, because at the June 21 trial, she never got to answer that question because of the Commonwealth. But back to the waiver. The Commonwealth should have, at that moment in the hearing, objected, but they didn't, and they have waived that objection for this motion. Lastly, I want to just cover a couple more items that Mr. Brennan had quickly. He kept saying, can't be, equally basis, evidence wholly contradicted. Where's the medical profession to support that? Those are Mr. Brennan's opinions. And respectfully, Your Honor, I don't believe that's even for the court in this hearing to decide. That's for the jury to decide. As almost all of these cases go to, the Labello case that I cited, those arguments go to the weight of the testimony. They go to cross-examination. As Your Honor well knows, you're the gatekeeper to see whether Dr. Russell gets to go to the jury, whether you're going to keep that gate open that I believe you very carefully and judiciously decided on June 18th. And I respectfully submit that gate should be much wider open now, given what Your Honor has heard and the basis for it. But even if Your Honor might be inclined to be interested with, maybe even persuaded by some of the things Mr. Brennan said, those have nothing to do to whether there's a methodology or whether it's reliable. Those are easily answered by DeMunick and Pollack. And that's the end of the inquiry. Everything else is beside the point. With regard to the DNA that the Commonwealth has tried to make so much about, there was only one reason why that was brought up. It was brought up because Dr. Russell answered she didn't need to know much about the DNA. Why? Because the pattern of the wounds are so highly characteristic of a dog bite and a dog attack, and because the authors used the word pathognomonic. But because she was careful, she went through a differential diagnosis, but she was consistently honest and forthright. When she didn't know something, she said so. So in terms of this particular matter, and I'll conclude my points at this point and keep to below the 20-minute mark.
30 minutes.
I'm sorry, 30-minute mark. The tremendous importance of a defendant's right, especially in charges of this seriousness, to present a defense, to present a counter argument to the whole theory of the prosecutor's case. Their theory is that a motor vehicle hit the decedent and caused these injuries to the right forearm. The presumption should be the defendant gets the right to present evidence. Now, they don't have an absolute right. You got to satisfy Daubert, but I believe the satisfaction on the crucial inquiry of qualifications and then the methodology reliability is overwhelming. So, Your Honor, I would urge that Your Honor find that Dr. Russell is qualified. She's qualified as a medical causation witness, which has her able to not only testify at trial with regard to whether those wounds are caused by a dog attack, but also she can testify, and she's qualified to do so, that it's not from a motor vehicle accident. And she's also allowed to testify with regard to her forensic pathology hat, because contrary to the impression of the first in June, she's been doing forensic pathology as recently as her time at Corcoran. And my last point, Your Honor, is this, and it blends in with the point I made earlier about the jury. Shouldn't a jury be able to hear the alternative theory of the defense? Shouldn't the jury have that information so that justice can be served, so that the best decision can be made about whose theory about these injuries is right? We've satisfied, beyond my view, respectfully, any reasonable doubt about her qualifications and methodology. Let's let everything else go to the jury and decide, so Ms. Reed can have her fair day in court.
Okay. Thank you. We have some scheduling things that we should take care of. There's another motion from the Commonwealth on another Daubert hearing regarding the digital evidence expert.
There is, also, I don't know if it's docketed, but I filed a notice to the court
regarding my concerns about ARPA witnesses, and the reason I filed that prior to filing an actual motion is because I appreciate the trial court date. I do not want the defense to be unaware of my intention.
All right, so let's set a date for a Daubert hearing. Any idea how long you expect it will take regarding the digital evidence expert?
Well, Your Honor, when you say that a Daubert hearing, you don't mean an evidentiary hearing, you mean a hearing on whether or not an evidentiary hearing is required.
So we can do that tomorrow, or we can
Well, I can't-
set
I
it,
can't do it tomorrow.
or, well, then we'll stay now and do that. Are you ready to do that, Mr.
No,
Jackson?
we just
Then-
got this on January 31st.
Okay,
We've not had an opportunity to respond
just
to it.
December 31st, probably.
What did I say?
January.
Yes. New Year's Eve. We've not had an opportunity to respond to it. We expect
Okay.
to have an opportunity to respond to it.
How long will it take you to respond to it?
Probably a couple of weeks.
All right, so what I want to do, because I want to set some dates, and if we're not going to have a hearing, we'll cancel it. It's easier than getting the motion, deciding that there'll be a hearing, and setting a date, because we're sticking with that April 1st trial date.
I understand that, but the problem with setting a date for a hearing and an evidentiary hearing requires us to bring someone in from out of state.
You know, so what I'm saying is, file your paperwork.
Okay.
All right, we'll set a date for a hearing.
Okay.
We'll set an evidentiary hearing date. I just want to lock those in. I'm trying to do them
Okay,
on
okay,
Mondays or
that's fine.
Fridays for you,
Misunderstood.
thinking that it would be better for your schedule if we tried to accommodate that. But we've got a full session, so.
Mr. Brennan and I talked briefly, I don't want to speak for him, but we talked briefly about the January 27th date. I think all council have that date cleared because it was a trial date at one point in
Right.
our history. So what about the 27th for the motion on Mr. Brennan's Daubert request?
On all witnesses, not just that you said you're filing.
The only one he's got is for Rick Green.
What did you file a notice of, you said today?
Notice that I expect that I will likely move to exclude the ARPA witness that failure to comply with Rule 14. It's not a Daubert hearing.
Okay.
It's compliance with Rule 14.
Okay, so
Notice-
that's different.
Yes, I am waiting for a response from the United States Attorney's Office that I'm supposed to expect next week.
Okay.
If that changes my position, I'll notify the defense and the court. If it doesn't, then I'm going to pursue that motion.
Okay.
Aaron, may we speak briefly at time about
Sure.
scheduling?
Wow. That was an unbelievable close. Oh my goodness.
No doubt, huh?
That was unbelievable, Tom. I mean,
Yep.
I thought Brendan was good.
Nope.
At least he
Oh,
just
we got the
wiped-
All-Star team, my friend.
He just wiped the floor with him. Mopped him.
Done.
Yep.
Now you got to learn
So-
to keep your head up when you're going in the corners like that, man.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You learned that lesson once.
He is so much more articulate than Brennan. He used Brennan's own words against him. Used his own, objections against him. It was awesome. It was unbelievable.
I love how the Commonwealth asked the questions. He shouldn't have been like, there you go. The guys come about the radio. They shouldn't have asked her if she weren't qualified. They asked it, or even asked to get the question given to her.
Right. Lally objected to, like in the first trial, Lally objected to some of the stuff, and she didn't have a chance to answer it. And man, this guy Alisi just brought it all back around, right to it. And now they're just trying to schedule some Richard Green, going to be on the 27th of this month. It looks like. So,
For whatever reason, the stream that you guys are watching is a little slow. It's caught up now.
Okay.
But like channel 10 in my ear, they're live.
All right.
All right. 31st. All right, bring it back, Shelby. Bring it back real quick.
That was the 27th, but good.
No, bring it back. Switch the stream to the other one you just had. He's back. You'll see. Because I'm ahead of you.
Yeah, Boston Brandy, they're trying to get Acker
Yeah.
out too. But he just said, let me talk to the United States attorney and I might change my mind. He did say that, Brendan. So he's got it on the motion
All right.
now.
Good.
But I think he
Court's
might find
over.
out.
It's all over.
All right.
Yeah, the 31st will be oral argument, 9 a.m. And if there's an evidentiary hearing, it will be conducted on February 5th. Block off the day.
So walk Karen that way, and I'll walk that way to my car. I'll see you again, my friend.
But we'll leave time if it carries over, so we
Talk
don't
to you
have
later, Gail.
what
Thanks
happened
much.
with,
Yeah.
Dr. Russell, such a big gap in between. Okay. All right, we'll see everybody then. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, please. All right, Tommy, they're heading out.
Yep. What size? Large?
Yeah, make sure it's all.
Yeah.
So this next one on the 31st will be for Mr. Green. I bet you after he finds out more, he's not going to get the Acker guys involved.
You don't think he will?
If I was Brenton, I wouldn't bring the Acker guys up.
Well, he's got nothing. You've always got nothing to lose, Mike.
Yeah, true, but
look at this guy.
You know, I know he's still in shorts, huh? Jesus, that was a camera guy.
Yeah. Good. How are you?
Was that Christina Rex of them? Yeah.
Uh huh.
What a day, Tom! I never thought we did.
I
9
mean,
hours.
think about it,
9
right?
hours. Wow.
Yeah. Hey, congratulations to Aiden.
Yeah.
Congratulations to
Karen.
Congratulations to Canton 9.
Yeah, what happened with Canton 9?
They're friggin' they dropped. They threw it out.
So Helena Rafferty can't do anything about it anymore?
I don't think so. Supreme Judicial Court chucked it.
So the 31st, 9 a.m., we have Dr. Green on the docket.
Okay.
All right.
Dr. Green, docket, check.
And it's going to be a full day, she said, Friday.
I heard something about Mondays and Tuesdays and Fridays, or Mondays and Fridays or something.
Yeah, Mondays and Fridays work well for Alan Jackson. So on the 30th, we have Stoughton District Court. We have White. So Thursday, on the 30th, we have Whitey going to court.
Who's in court Thursday?
Whitey.
Well, I didn't hear it.
Whitey.
Oh, Whitey, this Thursday?
No, 30th.
Okay. What's this Thursday this week? Joseph came with a membership, man. Look at this guy, Mike. Wow, Joseph, thank you.
I have the 10th with Turtle Boy. Morrissey's emails.
Yep, that's what it is.
All right. So on the 30th, you have Whitey, and then on the 31st, you have Karen at the end of the month.
Yeah.
And she's sticking to the April 1st court date start. So.
Wow.
Yeah, Aiden's tweeting the Commonwealth has no evidence whatsoever that Hank Brandon met Chloe.
None. Zero.
And they did not allow anybody from the defense to see Chloe and will not provide the location of the now twice rehomed dog. The entire claim is a trust me, bro. It's so true. So true.
Well, if they found Chloe, wouldn't they have to turn Chloe over?
Yes.
No Chloe. unless Chloe's in an undisclosed location. I mean, the friggin' dog and witness protection.
K9 protection.
Morrissey's office. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, and I got to tip my cap to Dr. Russell, man. She did great. She did
She
really
did a
good.
wonderful job today, considering everything.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yep. I guess you're right. I guess you could dig up a dead dog and take a mold of its mouth. I guess you could do that. That's kind of
Yeah,
step.
but you got to produce the dog,
Yeah, you're right.
like physical.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Chloe's in a room. Joseph King, another membership. Jesus, man. Thanks, buddy.
Wow. Thank you, my friend. Wow.
Oh.
There she is.
She's coming out.
Yep. Holding the door for people. Holding the door for this friggin' scumbag lawyer. Look at this guy. Karen held the door for that guy. That guy right there.
Oh Jesus.
My man. My guy. Fuck you.
Say hi to Tom.
Fuck you. Here we go. Here we go.
Alan, I want to be able to play with your Callie. Nice to see you.
Cameron, can I get a quick picture?
Thank you so much.
Where is she?
Got a screenshot. I got a screenshot of you.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Great job, Dr. Russell. I got a screenshot for you. Someone will take a screenshot, right, people?
Dr. Russell.
I don't.
Ridiculous. It feels like a team. I don't know. Thank you for all your hard work and Tony.
Pull back. I'm the running back.
Karen, do you have Dutch luggage leaving the office? Any concerns for your investigation? None? No. Okay. Do you have any indication of if anything's coming? None. I wish I did. Neither do we.
Joseph King just throwing the membership up there. Thanks, buddy.
You're getting to Alan today.
I feel stronger every day. It's great support of my attorney. I'm here and I'm well. I feel blessed every day.
Are you glad you have that extra time to prepare for retrial?
Time is always good. Time is always good. We have so much work to do. And now we have trial transcripts on top of state grand jury, federal grand jury, police reports. So tons. We do 4 years, not 3 months, but I'm appreciative that we have it.
I know you probably can't get into strategy, but is there anything you're going to be doing differently this retrial?
We're going to retool everything. It's maybe some things will stay similar, but we're going to shuffle a lot of things around. We've been open and listening to all the feedback we've gotten, positive and negative, and rejection, and what resonated, what didn't. We've been fortunate enough to hear from jurors. Doesn't always happen.
Oh, what kind of feedback you got?
Just what's been in the public forum.
How are you feeling about things in the day? Are you
Strong
happy?
always, Jonathan. Yes, I'm happy.
Is April 1 the right date for the trial? If you plan
Number
it
one,
delayed,
2026 would be better, but I'm glad for the continuance.
so you can get everything together.
Yes.
How do you think Dr. Russell did?
So, well,
He's a dog.
Yeah.
What do you think about Mr. Brennan so far?
what do I think of Mr. Brennan?
Let's get the dog.
Be careful. It's cold out.
I will plead the fifth.
Stay warm, guys. Good job today. No doubt. You guys hear that? You guys hear Karen?
Yeah, we did.
Man. That lady just telling you, man. She just
Friday, Tom?
yeah, definitely Friday.
Tell Scott thank you.
Scott, thank you.
Yeah.
Scott, be good, be safe.
Yep.
Have a good ride home, all right, my friend?
Well, what a day, man.
Oh, it's not even over yet.
I know,
Oh.
but you gotta drive. So
Yeah,
listen, we're gonna be on in the morning, members only, doing a recap of all this footage we have. And Tom did a great job, man. 2 court cases, 2 interviews. You got them both, man.
Yeah, hustle today.
You did, bro. You earned your paycheck today. I tell you, holy
Yeah,
shit,
speaking
dude.
about everyone that donated, I missed you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anyone that's ever donated, I'm sorry. I missed the donation. I can't see the screen half the time.
I tried to read off as many as I could, so I got as many as I could for you.
But thank you all for being members and subscribing and liking. And
Yeah.
thank you, my friend. Be safe.
Joey Bags, thanks for the $5. Scooter just became a member. So yeah, we got some people coming on. Gifted Glenn Lake five
He's
memberships.
banging out memberships. Wow, guy. Wow.
He's the man. Yeah, some of
He's
them
the
bought
man.
bought a sticker. I mean, $10 from Erica's 2 minutes.
Wow.
Erica 2 minutes.
You guys are
Diane
just
G.
awesome people.
Tons of memberships. You guys are welcome, man. That's, the feedback's good, man. $10 from Maureen. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Maureen. Thank you.
Yep. She likes the laughs of Mike and Shelby during the coffee break.
Well, who doesn't,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, we tried, man.
Yeah, hey.
Became a YouTube member today. Gina, thank you. Carla, thanks for the $10. What's going on TV? I'm coming late. Yeah, Boston Brandy, thanks for the $10. So
Yeah.
welcome. Hockey Boy just became a member. Wow. The Joseph Kane, another membership gifted. Another one. I think he did like 5. Yeah, Miss Shorty. Wow, thank you so much.
Miss Shorty.
Wow.
My girl. If you guys gotta watch Miss Shorty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Subscribe to that one.
Wow.
Right.
This is freaking awesome.
Joseph again with another membership.
Oh
man.
my word. Wow.
Joseph with another membership. I mean, God, this, Joseph with another membership. Show us something about.
Joseph likes throwing them singles out there. He thinks you guys are strippers.
Or is it that many? Is it really that many people like get subscriptions?
It's the same person. He just likes to throw out one membership at a time. It's singles.
Yeah, he's making it rain.
No doubt.
Oh God,
man, what a day! Thank you, everybody. Listen, anybody that showed up today, freaking rock star. They all get super stickers on their heads. My God, what a cold, cold day today.
Well, we did 9 hours and 22 minutes so far, buddy. So
I could push that to 10, but I'm not up to it. I'm sorry, but
just think about this. The Glare did a 12-hour New Year's Eve, and I thought that was long. We just banged out. I know we banged out 9 hours, but we had stuff to do. Like we had live. We had 2 court cases going on at the same time, which was awesome. Which was awesome.
We're practicing for a 24-hour deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll talk more tomorrow morning. We'll talk more tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. Maybe put it up to a vote for the members.
There you go.
They're the ones that are watching. So, I mean, I have no problem with that. The members are the reason why we're here.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see what's I'm just checking the schedule here real quick. See what time we're on tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is the 8th, right?
Mikey.
Nice. What?
8 a.m.
All right. Thank you, Shelby. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, folks.
And again, thanks to everyone being here. The Canton 9. I mean, Karen Reed for putting up with that today. My God. Just Aiden won big today too,
Yeah, that's awesome. Hank was pissy today. I think Hank knew he was losing it, man. And obviously, Auntie Bev didn't make a decision yet, so we'll get one of those. So
right.
I think today, really, I think Karen told Alan Jackson that they want to Daubart the Ocker people because he looked surprised. He thought just it was Glenn that they were talking about, and then Karen pulled him aside and said, "No, they're actually requesting a Daubart with Ocker." And Alan Jackson's eyes lit up like, "What are they? What?" And then
really?
Yeah, no
It's a
shit.
waste
I'm
of
telling you.
money.
And then
But again,
Kenny said,
Mike,
yeah,
again, but they have to. They have to.
Yeah.
They have to question everybody. Not
yeah, I know.
not for John O'Keefe's case,
Right.
but to protect the people that are being protected.
That's right.
We're not looking. We're not seeing justice here anywhere.
Cozy, Turtle Boy won everything. He won his 209. So the warrant is vacated. He has no charges hanging over him. He's done. All right, Tommy, I'll let you take it from here and sign off, and I'll see you in the morning.
All right, my friend. Hey, Hayden's on tonight.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Aiden's on at 9 tonight, guys.
Yeah.
No job out hearing on ARCA. It's based on a Fruit 14. I don't know. Okay. So yeah, we'll find out. I know they're trying to do anything they can, but there was court work motions filed today for ARCA hearing, just so you know. All right, but anyways,
Cool.
we'll talk about tomorrow morning. Have a good night. Drive
See you in
safe.
the morning. Get some
All right,
rest.
see you later. Yeah, see you later, chat. Bye.
Later, bud. All right, everybody. Well, that's I guess that's been a full day. I don't know what else to do other than thank you all for being here. Really, you're all just wonderful freaking people. I can't wait for the members only stream tomorrow. We should have some fun there. Maybe we'll talk some other stories. Yeah. But yeah, listen again. You guys are awesome. I really, really, really can't thank each and every one of you. Everyone, each of you people right now are the reason why we do this. You guys right now watching, and that's why we do it. You know, I mean, I like doing it. Mike likes doing it. I mean, we try and bring you guys good content. So yeah, I mean, I'm really blessed to have the people in my life, the mods I have. I mean, I have so many more people that love me now than I did a year ago, and that our family just keeps growing and growing and growing. You know, and we're even picking up an international family member. We're adopting overseas. We're adopting Miss Shorty. So whatever you see with her is kind of okay with us, you know. So yeah. Love you more, my dear. You have a good time tonight. You enjoy. Go over all this stuff, tear it apart. I know you will. Miss Shorty, did you hear about Steve Cody today? That happened too. We all forgot about that, didn't we? Steve Cody arrested this morning by the Massachusetts Fugitive Task Force. So he's in a warm bed tonight. So I hope you guys, yeah. You and Miss Aussie did that. You guys did a good job with that. So I know people. They say don't poke the turtle, don't poke the Aussies, man. But yeah, we love you guys. We love you, and we love Aussie Insider. Love you guys. And there's a third one. There's a third Aussie. I forget who it is, but she was wonderful. I'm pretty sure it was a girl, and she was really good. But she was an Aussie too. Oh, did anyone have a check? We kind of blew up. Mizzy's True Crime Kangaroo. Yeah, I think that's who it was. We kind of blew up Mizzy's YouTube page. We had everybody go over there and join her page so that when she got on, she'd have double the amount of people she had before. So I hope that worked out. I hope Mizzy got a lot of new subscribers. So Mizzy's just starting out. She needs a little bit of help. So whatever we can do to help Mizzy, she's the reason we have anything, and I mean anything for Sandra. Without her, we would have nothing. some things it wouldn't even be this far. So yeah. Thank you. Who went and subbed? Mary? You went and subbed to Missy's channel. Thank you so very much for doing that. Really. Really. You're over 1,000 people today? Oh, that makes me so happy. Oh, that's so fucking awesome. Yes. Thank you guys. Thank you all. That makes me feel good. This shit will make you feel good too. Really. That's a good thing. I mean, think about it. She's trying. She started her first show last night, right? She had a little over 1,000 subscribers. Boom. Over another 2,000. Just like that. Good for her. So, yep. Awesome. We're all here. Colleen, thank you very much. You guys would see, this is the reason. This is the reason right now why I do what I do, right? You all went over and gave her a sub. It doesn't cost you nothing, but guess what? All you guys together put the biggest smile on her face. I can just see it now. 'Cause when she smiles, she smiles. It comes out of her soul. When that girl smiles, you can, it's kind of funny to see it. But, yeah, if she got 1,000 more subs today, that's like freaking awesome. That makes me very happy. I met Cheryl today. I got an awesome freaking mug. Cheryl with an S. Love Cheryl. Yep. Yeah. And see, that's how it is. We all work together. Like we all have to, right? We all got to work together. If we let one person fall, then what happens? Right? Then what happens? Then we all fall. Can't have that. We get too much on the line here, guys, right? Thank you for being here, Reality Check. You were here for all day for the most part. I hope you were here. Yeah, you were here this morning too. Yeah, you've been here all day, lady. So it's good to see everybody. It really is. I mean, I love it, you guys. Yeah. I mean, we got one shot at this. One crack. That's it. We're lucky we get a second trial. But us creators, we get a one-shot deal. That's it. You know? So, yeah. But, yeah, again, good day for Aiden. Really good day for Kit 9. Bad day for Steve Coat. Good day for Aiden. Really good day. I'm glad I went in to see that. I really am. Because, you know, people can have their opinions about Aiden, but until you see someone get up on the stand and tell the truth, and you believe what they say on the stand, it changes. It changes how you see somebody. You know? I think I've seen Aiden on in that box twice. Once when he got arrested for by Tully, right? The first time. I was there for that, and I was here for this, and it got thrown out. So Friday's the Tully deal. All right, so this is the deal. This is what happened with Grant. So we're all in the courtroom, and Grant's wailing away at his laptop. Hit the keys loud. The loud typer. And he was doing something. I think he had a live chat, like in the Facebook group going. I think he had a live chat going on a YouTube stream, and he was chatting with his laptop. And as he was typing, the screen would change. So the judge is seeing the reflection of the screen twinkling in Grant's glasses because his glasses are giving the reflection. So the judge stopped everything and accused Grant of recording the judge. and he was really stern with them. And he, he says, take the laptop and leave. You're allowed to come back, but without the laptop. I don't want that in my court anymore. No quarter. No, just get that out. So Brent didn't necessarily get thrown out, but his laptop did. You know? And again, and yes, please thank my mods. Every single one of them, including Shelby. Shelby did a lot of work today. And like all the mods did, I mean, the mods I got are the best in the world, really. So please thank the mods. Without the mods, I wouldn't be here today. Yep. It was a good day. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping that to be true. Shelby, you want to say anything before we go?
Thanks, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. Also, once again, I'm gonna post it again. If you guys could share Amy's GoFundMe, that'd be great. She's fighting breast cancer right now. And we would really appreciate it if you could, share it, send her a nice note. You don't even have to, if you don't have to donate.
It could be anything.
Here's all the positivity right now.
Yeah, we're gonna work on that for our girl Amy. So, yep.
It was a good day.
It was I was thinking about it. I think we'll look back at this and think it was a really good day. We just can't see it yet because of how he was treating the doctor, and that's a shame.
You know what? That's what he's being paid to do, and not that it's okay, but unless he came back and just went slap, slap, slap.
Yep.
And you know what? Let's hope that Bev does the right thing this time.
Yeah, let's hope. But again, we can't count on her, can we?
No.
Been down that road.
No. And they actually did let Lolly speak for 1 second today. Wasn't for long, and it wasn't asking for Brennan's coffee order.
Yeah. So it's curious. Why is Jill Daniels' lawyer having lunch with Hank Brennan?
Oh.
Yeah. Not good.
No, there's a lot of shade. There's some shade there that I don't know.
The Attorney General told the guy to step down.
Told who what?
Josh Levy's office told one of the congressmen or somebody down the Cape to resign.
Yes, I did see that.
Yeah, quit or else. Threatened them. I think that's promising news for us people on the side, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I hope so.
Well, think about it. Give people a break.
That and the fact that there is a possibility of a grand jury convening with all the McAlberts having to attend right now before Levy is officially done on the 17th.
Boy, hope all their stories match.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, that stuff ain't working. Especially if somebody flipped.
In due time, Tom, in due time.
So, yeah, so it was a good day.
Definitely.
So, all right. Anyone stream running now?
I don't know. I haven't even looked.
I saw yesterday, I can't get back there, but I saw where I can send people to other channels so I can kick the whole stream somewhere else.
Was it in YouTube?
I think it was. But does that kick, or was it in StreamYard? Maybe StreamYard. I don't remember.
Is it redirect?
Yeah.
I already got you. There's
Well,
some people in there. I don't know who's streaming right now.
Well, I think that's what you use to kick people out, or to redirect them to another channel.
Yeah. It'll go immediately redirect.
Yeah. Is there anything? Anyone running? Melanie running?
Let me double check. Nope.
Brian
streamed is over. No,
Mazza,
everybody's
right?
off. We're the last.
Everybody. Wow.
All right, Tommy. You drive home safe. I have to go cook dinner for the littles.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my best. All right, everybody, you all stay warm, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. And everybody have a great night. I love you all, and we'll see you soon. Again, thank you all for being here. Free Karen Reed.